Well, in this course, we're gonna build a really nice real-time project, which we're gonna make a complete replica of a Pixabay. Well, Pixabay is one of the most popular image and photo sharing website where the users can share their images and videos. Well, not only that, they can add comments on it, they can save it to their collections. Well, along with that, lots of interesting options also there. Well, we're gonna build an exact replica of it. So let me show you how exactly the Pixabay website looks like. You can see this is the real Pixabay website, which I dropped the link in the description below. So please go ahead and click it and have a real project over there. And we're gonna make an exact replica of it. All right, so let me navigate to our project, and I already deployed it in the live server. You can see we're going to build it and we're going to deploy it in the live server. So this is the live server, and you can see this, it's currently running in my local host also. All right, so let me show you and let me log out from here. All right, now it's logged out. So initially the user, it's not logged in, he can't able to delete, or he can't able to comment anything over here. Well, user can't delete others post also unless he's the owner of the post. Well, so let me go back to our local host and let me log it out. All right, so this is exactly how it's looking. You can see we have this nice navigation bar, and you can see that it's when I'm in a normal position, it looks transparent, and when I scroll down, it's changing its background color, and you can see it's having this nice filter options over here. And along with that, you can see when I hover it, it's showing the top keywords of it, and you can see it's showing the added to the collections and everything. Well, basically now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to hit this login button, and that will redirect me to the page where I can use my Gmail account to log in. So let me hit it, and it's take few seconds to log in, and now you can see that it's having this nice placeholder, because currently at the back end it's validating the user whether the user is already inside our DB or not. And if the user is already there, it just it will just fetch the user details and send it back to our React frontend. Okay, so basically we're going to create all the API endpoints, and we're going to use the Sanity, which is the most powerful CMS platform in the online nowadays. Well, so now we can see it's having this data feed over here. So basically all our data feed is stored in the Redux. We're going to use the Redux to store the data and to share the data throughout all our child components. All right, so let me refresh it one more time, and now we can see it's still, even if you're refreshing it, you don't have to log into your Gmail account again and again and again, because your Gmail, every time whenever you're refreshing, it will check for that authentication token if the user is active, so it will automatically make the user, it will brings the user details over there. All right, and you can see this is the fully functional search option. So let's say if I'm searching for anime over here, if I hit enter, so that will take us to the search anime character, and you can see whatever the characters, whatever that matching that keyword, that will be bring back to this particular page. Currently these are the two different characters that which matching that particular keyword, it's bringing back over here. Well, if I head back to the home menu, you can see all the images and the videos together. So basically it's auto-playing the videos. So let me open any one of the four, and it's completely responsive. You can see that, see, it's completely responsive. Basically this masonry layout, it's really nicely done with a simple functionality. I will we will discuss about it much better way when we are working on it. All right, so let me hit any one of this. So let me click this video, and you can see it's showing the options like how many people like this post, and what is the keyword, and who's the owner of this post, and what is the description so far. Don't worry about this description, it's just testing the sample details. And below that you can see the top 5 suggestions on for the next video for the users to watch it in our web page. And if you scroll down a bit, you can see the place where you can see the comments, and you can see all the related videos which matches this post. This is the top 5 suggestions, and you can see this is the related post. Basically you can see the top 5 comments. If you want to load more, if you hit the enter, and you can see the all the remaining comments over here, and you can see the date of exactly when the comment it's been placed. Now let's say if I want to add more comments, so let me open some other video. Let me go back here and let me open this one. Okay, so let's say nice waterfall. waterfall. So if I hit enter, and that it's loading, and now you can see it shows the message as nice waterfall, and when it's been commented a few seconds ago. And you can see here it's also having this download options. If I hit the end, this free download option, and you can see it start downloading that video instantly, right? So user can able to download our video also if the user is signed in. If he's not signed in, he can't able to download our video directly from here. Well, if I head back to the home menu, and if I'm searching for anything else by using any specific keyword over here, so let's say raining video or something, if I hit enter, so that it's searching that particular term, and you can see it gives us this nice animated image over here. Not animated, just a nice, really nice looking image, and with along with test sorry no results found. So this is completely interactive with the users. Well, if I go back to the home menu, and now if I want to view only the images, and if I click this photos options, so the user can able to see only the photos. See, only the photos. If I hit the illustrations, I can see only the illustrations and the videos, so you can able to filter it. All right, so this is fully functional website. And if I get back here, and now you can see I can add it to my collections also. If I already added to my collection, it looks in this color, and if I click add to collections, that will add to our collections, and it's been refreshed once again, so that you can see it's changed the color, because we are adding to our collection, then we are pulling the data one more time. That's the reason it's refreshing one more time. So now what I need to do is, let me navigate to our collections. So if I click this collections, that will takes to our collection over here. So now we can see, we can able to see all the collections which I added already over here. So in case if I want to delete any one of this post, I can able to delete it. Now you can see we do have two different same video over here. So let me delete this one. If I hit enter, so we can able to delete only our post, which the post which I uploaded by myself. So if you're if you are not owner of this post, you can't able to delete that post by yourself. So if I hit the upload option, so this is the page which allows us the user to upload a new post over here. So let me choose any one new video or anything. For instance, if I hit this, so that will takes me to the place where I can choose the video or images or any kind of stuff. So let me go back to the downloads, and if I go back to the old files, and you can see we have the images over here, and as well as we have the videos also over here. So let me choose any video for the time being. So I deleted this video, so let me upload this video one more time. So if I hit open, so now you can see it's loading, and here I can simply give any title. So it's uploaded. Now it's get back to the our page. So now I can play it and I can visual it. Whether if I don't like to have this, I can simply delete it one more time. Then I can able to what happening if I hit this. Something is wrong over here. Let me refresh it and try it one more time. If I click this, and if I choose it, let me open anything. Let me open this one. It's loading, and it's loaded. Now it will load that image over here. And if I wish to delete this, if I hit that, look at that, it's deleted. Maybe some glitches over there. Okay, let's fix it. And if I click this now one more time, and if I choose any other images over here, and if I give it like nice anime character, and you can able to choose the categories just by like dragging it, so that you can move it back and forth over here like this, so that you can choose what kind of category you want. In this case, I'm going to choose it as an under the photos section. So let me choose the photos, and I can give a tag name. So all I have to use the comma to separate the tags. So let's say anime, comma, and 3D character, comma, let's say video games, like that. If I hit enter, now we can see we can able to add the different set of anime characters over here. If I want to delete any one of this, I can simply delete that, so that will remove the tags from that array. And if I want to give some descriptions also, I can able to give some description, but description is optional. So let's say nice anime character. So if I hit the save option, so basically that will gives the alerts as data saved, then it's pulling the data completely from the server one more time. So let me go back to my media. So this is the place where I can view only the images or the videos or whatever which I uploaded, right? This is the place where I can see all the medias which I uploaded, and this is the place where I can see all the collections which I marked. So these are the collections which this is the post which is uploaded by some other user, and I marked it as a collection. So that's the place where I can see it as in my collection. And if I go to my media, and I can see all the posts which uploaded by myself, right? So this is the project that we're gonna build completely from the ground level, and that's the day one which we are talking about right now. All right, so hope you guys are so much excited. So without wasting your time, let's jump into your video. Let's say YouTube Pixabay. All right, so it's not typing. YouTube Pixabay. All right, so let me open this in my Visual Studio Code. So over click and new terminal at this folder, and let me bring it over here. And now I hope you can see my terminal, and I'm going to open it in the Visual Studio Code. So now here we go. We have ourselves our Visual Studio Code over here, and basically here I'm going to create a two different folders. So let me create a two different folders over here, and that's going to be client. Inside the client, I'm going to create a new file which is going to be readme.md. all right, which is a GitHub file, and basically we're going to push every single thing, and we're going to commit all the codes whatever we are typing directly into the GitHub. So let me go here and create a new folder, and that's going to be the server. And inside the server, I'm going to create a new file called readme.md, and along with that, in the root folder also, I'm going to create a new file, so readme.md. Enter. So basically inside here, so we are just going to type the complete information about the project, and basically this is a full stack project. So full stack pixel perfect image sharing app, which is the clone of Pixabay Clone 2.0. all right, that's the title of this project. And well, after that, if you want to give any other informations regarding your project and all those things, you can go ahead and you can type it over here. And I'm just going to add one more information over here. So if you want to follow us for the further informations and the further projects just like the same full stack web projects like this, so just hit this website over here, https://code with tree.web.app. So this is the website where you can see lots and lots of full stack projects, and it's completely free for your own educational purposes. So let me save it, and I'm just going to copy the same thing, and I'm going to paste it in all the server readme and the client readme files. Well, now we do have our folders, which is highly necessary for us. So let's head back to our GitHub website. So GitHub. So if you don't have any GitHub repository, so please go ahead and hit the github.com and create yourself a GitHub account and create your own GitHub repository over here. Well, if you don't have any idea about the Git, and if you haven't installed the Git in your machine, so please go ahead and search for Git download, and please do follow the instructions what exactly it's mentioned over there. If you're a Mac or Windows users, please go through the instructions how to install and how to configure username and everything. And if you are installing the Git for very first time in your machine, you need to configure the email and the images, your email and your username. So let's say how to configure git config username and email. So search for git config username and email, that will gives you the command how to config. So you need to open your git bash. Once it's successfully installed, open the git bash and configure your user.email globally and configure your user email and name both globally. So that will allows you to connect the GitHub with your Visual Studio Code so that you can push and pull your code at any point of time, right? So, and now let's get back to our profile over here. In this case, I'm going to create a new repository and I'm going to name this repository as Pixabay Clone 2.0, Pixabay Clone 2 something. All right, so I'm going to keep this as a complete public and I'm not going to add a readme file because I already did added my readme file over there. So let me create this repository. All right, so now our repository is created. So let's head back to our Visual Studio Code, and here you can see this git control or source control. So now we need to initialize our repository in the local. So basically git keep tracks your local repository and your online repo. So if there is any changes, it will constantly keep track the changes. So let me initialize that repository over here, and now we can see these are the changes that we made it in our file. So we have readme file in the root and client and server. So I'm just going to say project like day one initiated. Of course we initiated the project, right? So let's hit the commit button. So now the file is committed to the local initiated project. So now we need to connect our remote server instance. So let's get back here and go to the remote and add remote. So if you're first time adding this remote and if you're trying to add remote from your GitHub, so initially it will ask you to authenticate yourself to access your GitHub account directly into your Visual Studio Code. In this case, it's already authenticated. That's the reason it's giving me the list of repositories over here. And you can see the newly created repository over here. And I'm going to select that repository and I'm going to give that name Pixabay Clone 2. Enter. Now we successfully connected that repository now into our project, and let's get back here and let's go here, pull or push. You can see that in this case I'm going to push the project to our GitHub repository. So hit the push to option and that will allows you to push the project to your online. So let me hit the Pixabay Clone 2, and now if you go back here and if you refresh it, and you can able to see your files, and you can see this is the title over here which we added, and you can see the link. If I click this, that will takes me to the web page which I added over there, and you can see the client and server folders are there, and you can see the server folder. So now you can able to see the readme files in each and every sections over here. All right, so now all we have to do is to do the rest things. Now the next important thing that we have to do is we need to go ahead and install the Node.js. Then we need to download our Sanity server. We need to install the Sanity in our project, and that's what we're gonna do next. Here and search for Node.js. So if you haven't installed the Node.js, we can't do anything. So please go ahead and install the Node.js in your machine, and please download the recommended for the most user. So that will keeps us from the unwanted bugs and issues. So go ahead and download and install the Node.js. So once you successfully installed the Node.js in your machine, so please make sure by running this command in your machine, so just say node -- version. So that will give you the version number of the Node.js which you downloaded and installed in your machine. So if you get this version number, so you successfully install the Node.js in your machine. Now let's go back here and search for Sanity. So we're going to use the Sanity latest version. So search for Sanity version 3, which is available in the internet nowadays. We do have two different versions. One is V2 and V3. So we are going to use the version 3, and which is quite more powerful than version 2. And let's go here and you can see this command. So just copy this command and let's get back to here. And I'm just going to navigate to my server folder. So before navigating to my server folder, I'm going to delete the readme file from the server folder. So let me right click the file, delete it, because by defaultly the server files, when it's downloaded from the Sanity, do have the readme file in it, so I don't want to overwrite it. So I'm just going to delete it, and I'm just going to paste that command over here and hit enter. So now it's loaded successfully, and initially it might ask you, do you want to install this create sanity at latest or something? So please press Y and hit enter. In this case, I'm just going to create a new project. So hit enter, create new project. And what is the project name it's going to be? So basically the project name, so you can you should type your project name over here. In this case, I think I made a mistake, because we should navigate into our server folder, because we already created the folder over here. So let me stop this and let me navigate to my server folder. So cd server, change the directory to the server. So now I'm inside the server folder, and here I'm just going to run that command one more time, and it's taking some time. And now I'm going to create a new project, and here the project name, it's going to be like what to say, what exactly, what is the project name it's going to be. So I'm just going to say this Pixabay Clone 2 something, Pixabay Clone 2, hit enter. All right, so that it's now creating that project. And do you want to use the default dataset configuration, which is exactly going to be the production? Of course, yes, I'm going to use the production dataset. Enter. So now that's creating the dataset. So it will ask some kind of questions over here, and it's asking what it's going to be your project output path, and this it's taking the server folder. So I'm just going to keep it as it is. So press enter, and it's asking to choose what kind of schema type, and it's giving us some suggestions also. In this case, I'm going to use the block schema, so that we don't have to write everything completely from the ground. So you can able to understand some kind of key settings and everything just while go through some kind of template. Anyways, I'm going to show you how to customize these templates, so don't worry about it, guys. So choose the block schema and hit enter. And do we want to use the TypeScript? Well, in this project we are not using the TypeScript. I'm going to use the JavaScript. So hit no. And now it's downloading and installing all the necessary files, and it's asking what kind of package manager that you're going to use. Well, of course we are going to use the yarn, so I'm going to choose the yarn. And now it's downloading all the necessary packages for our sanity server. So please be patient, so please maintain your patience, and let's wait until it's successfully downloaded. So I'm just going to pause the video, and I'll join you back in a minute. All right, then. So now my file is created, and now let's see what are the commands that we do have to worry about over here. You can see, to start your Sanity Studio, all you have to say yarn dev. So let's hit the command yarn dev. So that's loading our Sanity developer, and you can see this local host. So let's click that, and that's loading our Sanity, and you can see it's loading our project, and it's asking us to sign in with the providers over here. I'm going to use the Google. Hit the Google sign in and choose the account. All right, so now over here you can see by default it's loading some of the schemas. As I told you, we use the block schema, so that's the reason it's giving you the author and the categories and the post. Currently literally everything is empty. If you want to click new post, and you can see this is the place where you can able to add the new post images and everything, and basically we're gonna customize it completely. So let me close this and close here, and let's get back over here, and let's stop our server. And there is one more thing, that if you hit the sanity docs, if you search for, if you write the command sanity docs, so if you hit enter, and for you initially it will throw an error like sanity is not recognized as a command or external command something. So because we haven't installed the sanity CLI, so before to hit that sanity docs command, you need to install this sanity CLI. So search for sanity CLI so that you can use all the sanity commands directly in your machine. So all you have to do is to install npm install -g at sanity CLI. So now I can use the sanity as a global command, just like the yarn. So now if I hit enter sanity docs, so that will open the Sanity official documentation page where I can able to go through and learn much more about the Sanity. This is the nice documentation provided by the Sanity, and I strongly recommend you guys to go through the Sanity documentation before working on the Sanity projects. Well, anyways, I'm going to show you how to use the chat GPT and along the Sanity documents to increase our productivity to work with this project. All right, so let's get back here. And now let's go here, and if you click the schemas options, and you can see the authors, block contents, categories, and index.js. And basically this is the place where all these schemas are mounted together. So let's delete the unwanted schemas over here, and we can have our own schema files over here. Like what we need to do is, so basically I'm just going to keep the post. All right, so literally I'm just going to keep the post, and I'm going to keep the I don't need this category at all, so let me delete this. And I don't need this block content, so let me delete this. And I don't need this author, so let me delete this. And let's hit the post. So basically now we are going to create a post. All right, so let's go ahead and customize this post. I'm just going to keep it as it is, post and post. I'm not going to change anything, and I'm going to define a field, which is the first field is going to be the title name, and this particular name is the field name, and this title is just the content which you want to display it over there. So this is the field that we need to access it in the front end, right? So, and basically it's going to be the data type of the string. Well, and the second thing, so I don't need the I don't need the slug. So I don't need the slug. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm just going to change this to keywords. So basically the second field that we're going to have is the keywords, and the title is going to be tags or something, and the type basically it's going to be an array. So all you have to say it's an array. Then I'm just going to delete this options. So it's a type, since it's a type array, and we need to mention what kind of array data type it is, whether it's a string or integer, what kind of data type it is. So I'm going to say open the array of brackets and open the object brackets over here and mention the type over here. So basically it's going to be a string, array of strings, right? And then the third field, so over here, so what I'm going to do is I don't need the author at all. So basically I'm just going to delete this author, and I'm going to change this to description, and I'm just going to say description, and this is going to be the type of string, and I'm not going to refer the author over here. I'm not going to add an SN reference. Then we need to add we need to give an option. So let me open our project, official project Sanity over here, right? Let me open that. It's showing an issue. Wait a second. So let me open that particular over here. So let me open this link. There we go. So this is the Pixabay Clone, that this website, the official, this project website, where it is, this project backend server website over here. And you can see if I hit the post, you can see we do have a lot of posts over here. And if I click any of the posts over here, and you can see the title is there, and the keyword is there, and the description is there, and it's showing what kind of file type it is. So if the user wants to upload an image or any other files, so when it comes to Sanity, it will treat the image and the other files in two different ways. So we need to make sure if the user wants to upload an image or a file, we need to make sure. So basically if I click others, so that will gives me another option to choose the different file. But if it is an image, you can see it's giving me an option to keep it as an image. Well, that's what we are trying to do over here. So I need to define the file type here. So basically I'm going to create one more field. I'm going to copy it and paste it, and let's say, and I'm going to keep the field name as a file source. What kind of file source it is? So file source, SOURCE, file source, and the title is going to be file type. What kind of file type it is? and basically the type is going to be the string. But I'm going to add a list of options over here. So options, open it and open the brackets, object brackets, and I'm going to create a list in it, list, and that's going to have an array of values, and I'm going to create an object. So basically the first object title is going to be image, then the value which is going to be image. So this is just for displaying purpose, and this is the value, real value of that list. So let me copy and paste it, and I'm going to say simply others. So apart from the image, if the user uploading a video, or in future if you're trying to integrate the audio or any kind of files, so you can treat it as a files. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it as others, image and others. And you need to give a list of, so if you want to keep it as a drop down, or if you want to keep it as a layout, like I'm just going to choose the layout, how I want to list out this list over there. So basically I'm just going to mention the layout over here as radio button. So I'm just going to keep these two different options as a radio button, just like the way what I'm displaying over here, right? So I'm just going to add that customization for this particular field. So then what I need to do is I need to display the image. So basically you can see when I choose an image, it's displaying the image options where I can able to upload or delete the existing image. If I hit the other options, it's giving me the options to drag and drop the file over here. Basically image and files will be treated in two different ways in Sanity. So we need to upload the image separately and file separately, right? So that's the reason we are displaying that option. So I'm going to keep the main image type is image, and option is going to hotspot true. But what I need to do is when I choose the image, so it needs to display the image. When I choose others, I need to hide the files option. So I'll show you how to do that, but for the currently we just keep on add the rest of the fields. Then later I'll show you according to the values of this, I'll show you how to hide the image and files, right? I will explain it later what I'm talking about. Let me explain it briefly later. So here I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it one more time. And this case, this is going to be other media, and let's say other media, and the type is going to be file. And these options are not necessary, so let me delete it. All right, and then we need to bring the categories, and basically the categories are not going to be a reference type. We are just going to keep it as a string type, string. All right, and then what we need to do, we need to have the users options and everything. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep it simple as that, so I don't need this the rest of the fields. So let me delete these fields, and I don't need this object at all. So let me delete this and save these changes, and let's get back to the index.js, and I don't need anything at all from here to here and all these informations. Let me delete everything, and let me open Sanity manage. So that will open the project managing options over here. So here you can see all the information which is related to your project. Well, we are not supposed to open this, so let's say your developer, and that will open our Sanity developer server, and it's loading, it's checking for the configuration file, and it's successfully done. And now it's going to load our Sanity Studio. And here you go, you can see your schema which we created right now, and let me create a new schema, new post. And basically you can see right now, literally I can able to see the images and the other media also, right? But if I choose the image, I am supposed to display only the main image. If I choose other image, I'm supposed to display the files, other files. I want to hide this main image option, because we never gives the option for the users to upload or choose any kind of files over here. So the same, to upload the both files over here, we need to hide the unnecessary field. Basically we need to hide this field based on this value, right? So anyways, we are not going to give this page options for any other users to upload the videos or images. We're going to build a separate page for the user to upload. So let me log in over here so that you can see what exactly we are up to. Let me log in. and it's loading. Come on, it's taking some time. All right, so now if I hit upload, and you can see this is the page where the user can able to upload the images or any kind of stuff. So anyways, we are not going to show this, but we need to keep it literally clear, right? So let me get back over here, and I'm going to customize the post a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this image field. So basically I need to hide it. So I'm just going to say hidden, open it, and I'm going to open a function over here like this, and inside here I'm going to extract an object called parent. We do have an object over here called parent, and if the parent element, if there is a parent element, then, and if that file source, so basically you need to give the field name. So basically if the field name of file source, copy it, with the field name of file source, it's, I need to display this main image. So I need to display this main image, like what to say, only if this particular field it's need to be hidden if it is not an image. If it is not an image, this field needs to be hidden. So I'm just going to say hide this field if that particular field is not an image. If the user selected the field list option called image, then we need to choose, we need to display this. If it is not an image, then we need to hide this, right? That's what we are up to here. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to get back to the field called type file, and I'm going to paste it over here. If the field is equal to image, if the user selected the image, then I need to hide this field. If the user doesn't select the image, then I need to hide the field. So that's the condition I written over here. So save the changes, and let's get back over here. So now it's being refreshed instantly, and you can able to see the post screen. And now you can see if I choose image, now it's showing the options where I can able to drag and drop the image. If I choose others, and now we can see drag and drop the file here. So that's the option that we need to display the user, right? So now we successfully done that. Then next what we need to do is to, all we have to do is to like how to create a user schema, and how to create the comment schema over here, and how to add it as a reference to the main post schema over here. So that's what we are going to do next. Okay, then since we successfully created the post schema, so let's get back to our server schema over here. So server, and then now we have to create the user schema. So let's go here and right click and create a new file, and I'm going to say users.js, and I'm going to create a new user schema over here. And basically what we are going to do is I'm just going to copy everything from here. So let me copy it, and I'm going to paste it. And basically I'm just going to do some customizations over here. I'm going to change this to users and users, and that's going to be the document. And first it's the basic field that it's going to be the display name. So instead of wasting the time by typing it again and again, I'm just going to copy and paste it completely. So please don't make any mistakes over here, guys. Inside this field, I'm just going to delete it, and I'm going to paste it. You can see here it's just the same field, and I just repeated it for a several number of times, and I customized it like display name, and what is the user ID, and what is the email, and what is the phone number, and what is the image URL. Basically we're going to use the image URL which is provided by the Google itself, so that's why I keep it as a string, because user doesn't have the permissions to upload the image by himself or alter the image by himself. All right, so this is what we are going to keep it as a user object. Well, of course we need to create one more file called comments. So comments.js. All right, so inside the comments.js, I'm just going to copy literally everything from here. I'm going to paste it over here, save changes, and this user's name is going to be comments, and this title is going to be comments, and this is going to be so comment, that means the message, what exact message that the user typed, comment, and type it's going to be string. and the another field. So basically um, we need to make sure whom exactly placed this comment. We need that user information, right? So I'm going to get that user information by adding as a user reference. So users, and title is going to be users, and basically this is going to be a reference where we are going to map the user object from our user schema. Then type, it's going to be a reference, and basically it's going to type of which exact type we are going to refer it to the users type. So users, right? So save these changes. And now all I have to do is to go to the post.js, and I need to add these two fields inside the post. So what are the fields that we have to add? After the categories fields, we need to add the two more fields, which is one users and comments, and along with that the collections fields also. So let's do it one by one. So let's go here, and this is the place where it's getting ended. So let me copy this particular categories and copy it and enter it. And here I'm just going to add the field reference for users, which whom exactly pasted this created this post. So, and this is going to as reference, and you need to create a reference to which object type. So basically the type is going to be the users reference to this particular JS file, right? So that's the object, that's the document that we are creating a field. Then what we need to do is to, after here, I'm going to create one more field, and that is going to be comments. So we need to create this reference to this comments.documents comments, and this is going to be an array of reference. So basically for a single post, multiple user can land the comments. So basically that comments field is going to be an array. So for array of reference, what we need to do is to we need to use the of object and open an array of brackets, enter, and we need to create an object called type, to which exact document that we're trying to create. This is going to be a reference type to which particular document, to open the array of brackets and open the again the normal object bracket, and give the type, what kind of document type it is. Basically that document is going to be the comments. So you need to give the exact same name over here. So guys, please don't make any mistakes over here. Try to understand here. Basically this is an array of fields. We need to understand for a single post, multiple user can drop a comment, right? So we need to keep it as an array of comments. So that comment is going to be a reference field, because the real comment is going to be stored in the comment section, which is going to have the message and along with the user information, which is coming from the users.js. So we are going to maintain the user object as a reference. So over here, so I need to get that information inside the post.js, which is coming from the comments.document. So basically it's a reference field, and we need to mention the type of it, which is exactly the comments. So whenever a new comment is being posted, that comment will be saved in this document, and that reference will be stored inside the post. So we are just storing the references, not the real comment inside the post. Comments will always maintained in a separate table. Like, think about it, it's like a table. We are just getting the reference ID and we are passing it. That's it. Okay. So now the comments is done. So all I have to do is to just copy this one more time. And I'm going to create one more field, which is going to be collections. So user can able to save the multiple posts, right? So that he can able to mark it as a favorite. So collections, and I'm going to say that field as a collections, and basically that is going to be an array and type of a reference. And here I'm just going to keep the user object. So the same post can be saved by the multiple users. So we need to give the user's ID as a reference fields. So that's the reason we are giving it as a users over here. Now if I hit save option, and let me get back over here, and let me stop the server, because we haven't added the users over here in the schema type. So add the users and also add the comments. So that's the reason we are getting the post, the two different fields, the comment and the users are not referenced. So save the changes. Now that field issues has been resolved, and you can see if you get back to the users object, you can see we don't have any users data. So you can see name, email, and everything is empty. And if you get back to the comments section, and you can able to create a new comment, and basically that helps you to create a new, so you can be able to choose the user. So for the time being, I'm just going to create a dummy user over here. So let's say username is going to be Vetrivel, and user ID is going to be something, a very big random number, and Gmail, let's say vetri@gmail.com, and contact number, let's say something random number, and image. For the time being, let me copy any image address from the online over here. So let me copy this image address, right click, copy image address, and let me supply that image address over here, and click publish. Now the new user object is being created. So let me go back here to the new post, click this, and over here I'm just going to say a new title as a sample, new post, and tags. What are the tags that we're going to give? Let's say sample, that's a new, and let's say new item or something. These are the keywords that I keep on, you can keep on add a new items over here. Let's say again new something. All right, so then description, let's say new image post or something. So I'm going to choose an image, and if I want to upload or drag and drop, let me choose upload, and let me choose any kind of image over here. Let me click open, and now that image is being uploaded, and it's also show you some options also. What's happening? Upload, why it's not having that image display, it's not displaying that image, come on, there we go. Basically it's uploaded, we have to select that image. Okay, so now it's uploaded, and now we can see we have that image over here. And if I choose any kind of other files, I can able to browse it from here. If I do already have a file which I already uploaded, that files will be listed out over here, and still I'm just going to upload an image. All right, so here for the categories, let's say anime, and user, who exactly uploaded this speech, this post. Now I can just add the user reference which we already created over here. Let me choose the users. Now you can see we just added that reference. And comments, so far we haven't created any new comment, so in case, so I'm just going to publish it and try to understand here. Now let me go here and create a new comment. Let's say for that particular post, I'm creating a new comment that's really nice comment, and who uploaded this comment, we just need to create a reference of that object. So now a new comment, it's been stored in the comment. Let's get back to the post. Once the comment has been successfully created in that post, all I have to do is to just add the reference of it over here. See, it will show that comment. I just have to add the reference of it, just like the I can keep on add the number of comments over here. And if I want to add any kind of collection, so if I want to mark this particular post for my collection, I really love it, I need to add it in my collection. So all I have to do is to pass the user IDs. If like just like the same way any other user also love this post, and you can just pass the multiple user IDs as a reference. And now here we go. This is how the real-time post, which is the objects that we really needed. So let's have a close look over here. We need the title, we need the tags, we need the description, and we need the what kind of file type that the user is uploading, like whether it's an image or a file. So using this file type, we can able to create a interactive UI, so the user can able to upload the image if he choose image, and if he choose other media, so he can able to upload a video or audio, any kind of files. Then he can able to choose the categories. So basically we will list out the different categories in the UI. In the client side, he can able to choose what kind of category that the post is going to be. Then we need to get the user ID once, because anyway user can able to create a post only if he is successfully logged in. So we will get that user information if he successfully logged in. So we have that user ID. So using that user ID, we will use that as a reference for the user information, so we can make sure that who exactly posted this video. Then we have the two different fields like comments and collections over here. Basically, comments will store in a different table. We are just adding it as a references, and collection, we are just adding the user ID, multiple user IDs as an array, because the same post can be liked by different users. So let's publish it right now. So now you can see this, a new post is successfully published. So basically this UI is entirely created by the Sanity, but anyways, we can't use this UI for our project. We need to create a complete UI like this, completely from the ground, like the title and the categories and the options to upload and choose the keywords and the description. Once we hit the save, we need to basically save everything inside this post over here. So this is what exactly we need to do, right? So finally we finished our server side. That's it. We don't have to do anything at all throughout this project. Completely we finished the server completely. So now it's time to push all these things into the cloud. So let's go back here and hit the commit option. So let's say project server side completed. So hit the commit option and go here, pull or push, click push to, and click this Pixabay Clone. So now everything is being uploaded. So let's get back to our GitHub, where it is over here, and let me click the server folder, and now we can see all these schemas and static files, whatever it's necessary for our server side project. Everything it's being uploaded. All right, so we've successfully finished the server and we pushed everything to the GitHub. So the next thing, what all we have to do is to focus on the client side. So that's what we are going to do in the day 2. So in the day 2, we're gonna build a client side. We're gonna build a complete client side, which is going to be the React.js, and we are going to use the Tailwind CSS for the materialistic UI. So I hope you guys are excited, and I hope you understand a lot from this video. If you're having any questions in this day 1 session, so please drop your questions in the comment section, and stay tuned for the part 2, which is going to be uploaded exactly by tomorrow at the same time. In the previous sessions, we did successfully finish our server-side coding, and today's in this session, we're going to build the authentication part by using the Gmail authentication, the React navigation, and the Redux store, and all those things that we're going to do within the today's sessions. Basically, we're going to create the Redux store to store our user object, and we're going to use the Google authentication provided by the Firebase, and we're going to integrate the Firebase with this project, and we're going to use the Sanity to store the logged in user successfully inside our Sanity platform. Okay, so if I hit this login option, he will be navigated to the separate page, and if I click this login, and he will logged in successfully, the place loaded successfully, and he will head back to the home page again, and that will display the user detail over here. And if I click this option, I will have this bunch of menu options, and if I click logout, the user will be successfully logged out from there. Even if I'm refreshing, it doesn't matter if you are data, you don't have to log in again and again, and I'm not saving any details in the local storage, so you can keep your complete storage empty. Inside the local storage, we don't have any objects open here. All right, so we don't have any objects over here. Completely it's empty, so we don't store anything in the local storage. Everything is completely stored lively. So this is what we're going to keep it in our, so we're going to discuss in the today's session, and you can see we are going to keep all the details in the Redux store, and we are going to use the developer tools to monitor our Redux stores and everything. So that's what we're going to do in the today's session. So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. Okay then, so let's open up our Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to delete this readme.md. Let me delete this. And let me open my terminal, and we need to navigate into our client folder. So cd client, so that will take inside the client folder. Then all we have to do is to say yarn create react -app /. So I need to download all the files necessary for the React applications inside this particular folder. So if I press enter, so that will download all the React files which is related to the React applications inside this folder. So let it download, and we're going to use the Tailwind CSS for our React application. So go to the browser and search for Tailwind CSS with React application. So that will take you to this web page. So click that, And here you can find all the necessary instructions to download and configure the Tailwind CSS with your project. So it's still downloading, so let's wait until it gets done. So I'm going to pass this. Once it's done, I'm going to resume back. All right then, so now the React application is successfully downloaded, and if you expand this folder, and here you can see all the necessary files. So let's clean up this code a little bit. So here I don't need this app.css, so let me delete the app.css, and I don't need this setup.js, so let me delete that one too, and I don't need this report vital, so let me delete that one too, and I don't need this logo svg also, so let me delete that too. All right, so let's delete this app.test.js, delete it. And let's go back to the index.js over here. So let's clean up this a bit, delete this, and we don't need this one, and we don't need, okay, all right, that's fine. So save the changes and let's get back to the app.js, and inside the app.js, so we don't need this anything at all. So let's delete this, and let's delete the, and here I'm just going to say h1 like app or something, save changes. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and download the Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this line. We already created the React application, so let me copy it from here, and I'm just going to say clear the terminal and yawn add, let me make it bigger. All right, so now I hope you can see it much better. So yawn add, paste it, so -d Tailwind CSS, so that will download the Tailwind CSS and install it in our machine. So it's downloading, loading. Actually, I'm feeling my machine is a bit slow today, I don't know why. Right, still it's downloading, so please wait until it's successfully downloaded. It will done in less than a minute or less than 30 seconds also. It depends on your network speed or your operating system speed. All right, so it's done. And now what I need to do is I need to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So yawn Tailwind CSS init. So this will initialize our Tailwind CSS, and it will create the tailwind.config.js in our root folder. Still loading, and here we go. So we have our tailwind config.js over here, and all I have to do is to copy this content from here, copy it, and I have to replace it over here. Save the changes. Then all we have to do is to copy this line from here and open up your index.css and paste that line over at the top of it. Paste it. So then what we have to do is to so before moving further, all we have to do is we need to download two different extensions to work much faster with your Tailwind CSS. So you need to download the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and you need to download the React snippets. So we need to download both extensions. So search for Tailwind CSS. So if you're searching for Tailwind CSS, so that will gives you the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So you can able to download that, this one, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So you need to go ahead and download it and install it in your machine. So this will provides you the suggestions when you're writing the Tailwind CSS. So it will give you the suggestions of your utility classes. So then you need to install the React snippets. So if you search for React snippets, so that will gives you the ES7 React snippets, so which helps you to write all kind of React applications much faster and in a better way. All right, so please go ahead and install those two different extensions. So then what we have to do is to, let me close this, and I don't need this anymore. Let me close this, and here I need to make sure whether this app is completely working fine or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this class name because the class name is not available, and I'm going to say width screen and hatch screen, width screen and hatch screen. It's loading this much. All right, so then I'm going to keep the class name for this It's loading too much. Class name, so text 3xl, and I'm just going to keep the text to blue color. Save the changes. So now let's go ahead and write the command yarn start. So that will triggers the our development server. So it's loading. All right, so we ran into an error. Actually, what's an issue? App.css. All right, because we deleted this line. So let me delete this, and let me delete everything, and let me say RAFCE, and here let's type that class name is equals to, let's say, width screen, touch screen, and inside here let's change this to h1, and let's change this to app. Save the changes, and now let me make sure text 2xl or 3xl something, and text to blue 400 something. Let's save the changes, and you can see that now it's successfully working. So we successfully configured the Tailwind CSS inside our application, and it's working so far so good. All right, so the next part what we have to do is we have to create our main navigation. So if you see here, we have different navigations options over here. If I click this, it will take me to the upload, and if I click this, that will taking to me my collections folder and my media folder. So these are different sets of navigations, right? So we need to create our main navigations first. So let's go ahead and do that main navigation. All right, so let me delete this line, and I'm going to add few more lines over here. So let's say we need to arrange everything in the column directions over here. So let me keep this flex and flex column and item center, and justify it should be in the starting position. All right, so inside here, now what we need to do is, so this is the place where we need to load our header tag, header, and this it's our main content section. All right, this is our main content section. So if you notice here, we have our header section over here, and we have this main content section which is displaying this banner image over here, and it's displaying this the remaining sections over here. So the header is going to remain the same, the rest everything is going to change constantly. That's what we're going to do really. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So for the header, we have to create a new header component. So let's leave it as it is, and for the time being over here, I'm just going to keep it as the main tag. Let's name it as a main tag, and for the main tag, it's going to be width full. Of course, it's going to take the complete width, and height also it should take the complete height, whatever the available height should take it. Flex and everything should be in the center location, and everything should be in the center. Justify both vertical and horizontal, it should be in the center. All right, so here I'm just going to say we need to create all our routes over here, the routes navigations. So to add our routes, we need to add one more package. So let me get into the yarn cd client, and let's say yarn, we need to add the React navigation. So for that, we're going to add the React router DOM, yarn add. So here, let's say yarn add React route hyphen router hyphen DOM. So this will add the React router DOM, so that we can able to add that all the React navigations inside our project. So let's go ahead. So first, what I need to do is, all I have to do is to get back to the index.js. So we need to wrap the complete applications into our router. So let's go ahead and import that. So import from let's say React router DOM. So I'm going to use the browser router. I'm going to import it in the name as router. Now I need to wrap this complete app inside the router, and this is supposed to be completely inside. All right, and let's save these changes, and now the entire stuff is inside over there. And then here I need to create our main route navigation over here. So what we need to do is, so let's go here and let's bring the routes first. Routes, make sure that is imported in the React router. Then inside here I'm going to create the different route one by one. It's a self-closing tag, and I'm going to say path, which is going to be slash star. Anything which is coming through slash star, that means that's our home route. So element equals to, so this is the place where we need to define the components over here. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, all I have to go and create a new folder inside the source folder called components, and I'm going to create one more folder called container. So let's go here and create one more folder called container. So right click the folder called container. Okay, so we do have two different folders called components, and it should be plural. So let me rename it as containers. So inside the containers, so we can keep all our very big files, so very big containers and stuffs and everything. The small parts, we can keep it inside the components. So inside the component containers folder, I'm going to create home containers, home containers.jsx, and RAFC, save the changes, and I'm going to create one more file over here called index.js, and I'm going to export that over here. So all I have to say, export default as home container from dot slash not from home container. Save the changes. Now container is being exported from this folder called container, so I don't have to import every time this object as a separate import statement. I can directly use it as an object import. All right, so that will avoid to import the multiple lines of import statements, so we can import it in a single line itself. So then what I'm going to do is, all I have to go to the components folder and let me create a new file over here and name that file as header.jsx. And inside here, I'm just going to say RAFCE, save the changes, and inside the components also create one more file, index.js, and export that components from here. So export default header from dot slash header.jsx. So close the unnecessary files which is not necessary. Let's remove it, and and here I need to bring that home container, so it's not showing the suggestion. So let's go ahead and import it manually from here. So import from dot slash containers, and I can bring that a home container and I can import it from here. All right, so now if you are saving it, that is supposed to bring our home container over here, because anything which comes through this specific route, it will load the home container. And this is the place where we need to bring our header. So I'm just going to say header. All right, so we need to import our header. Okay, so why it is not exporting? So export default as, oh my bad, I'm sorry, that is inside the components folder. So let's say components, and let's bring the header component, save the changes. All right, now we do have our header component over here and our home container component over here. So just like the same way, all we have to do is to create the different routes. So for the time being, we are just going to focus on our header component and the home containers. Later, once we moving on to the different routes, we'll create each and every route one by one. All right, so let's get back to the header component. So for the header component, what we need to do, we need to design our logo. So we need to design our logo, and as the same way, we need to bring our this user profile sections over here. So let's go ahead and do that. So let me close everything except the header component. So first of all, I'm just going to delete all these things and I'm going to change this to header. So give the proper tag name, everything as a properly. So then what we need to do is we need to bring our logo, and it's the same way. We need to bring our logo, and the same way we need to bring our logo profile options and everything. So for this you need this image. So over here, so I do have that assets folder in the description, so in the description below. So please go ahead and copy and paste that assets folder inside your source folder. Inside the assets folder, I do have the CSS separately and the images separately, and the index.js, which is exporting that assets separately, each and everything, all the necessary files, the banner images which is necessary for that specific project. I exported everything from the assets folder, and you have all the necessary files over here, and including the CSS also for adding our custom slider and everything. All right, so please go ahead and download the assets folder from the description given below. All right, so and keep it inside the source folder, so don't make any mistakes over there. Keep it inside the source folder. All right then. So now what we need to do is, so I need to keep this, and if you notice that when I'm scrolling up a little bit, you can see the header color, it's became from the transparent to it's changing to a white color or something, right? So we need to fix that, then only we can able to understand how exactly it's been working and everything. All right, so let's do that later. So first we start doing the designs first. So I'm just going to say class name. So inside the header we have our image. So we do have two things, image section, and we do have our user profile section. All right, so these are the two sections that we do have. For logo sections, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this link tag which is coming from our React router DOM. So let's go ahead and import that, import from React router DOM, and let's bring that link tag inside. And whenever I'm clicking this should take me to the home route. So whenever I'm clicking that, it should take me to the home route. If I click this home page, so if I click the logo, so that should take me to the home page. So every single time, that's the reason we are adding that. And here I need to bring that image tag. So let's bring that image, and basically we exported that image as a logo. So let me bring that logo, and again it's not taking that logo from the assets folder, so let's import it by manually. All right, so imported it. Then what we need to do is, so we need to customize the styles of it. So in this case, this is going to be main logo or something. All right, so once it's successfully done, then we need to add the custom styles over here. So if I save these changes, so now we have our logo over there. So what I need to do is I just need to change the class name. So width, I'm just going to keep it as 24, 2 by 4, 24. Then height, I'm just going to keep it as auto, and object should contain whatever the size, everything. I need to keep that image completely. So an object contain, that's perfectly fine. So then what we need to do is we need to bring that user profile section. So let's go ahead and start writing the user profile section. So basically what we need to do is, so this is going to be as a complete division. So we need to wrap this stuff, the stuff completely into a division. So if you have a look at it, so in case if the user is signed out, you can see it's showing only the login option. But if the user is signed in successfully, it's showing that the login with the login user profile, and along with that the upload option also. If the user is not signed in, you can't see that upload option, and as well as you can't see that user profile sections also. So to do that, what we need to do is, so we need to wrap that complete stuff into a single division. So I'm just going to say the class name as relative, and the cursor is going to be the pointer, and inside here I'm just going to bring that image tag, image, and basically this is the place where we are going to display that image and everything, right? So what we need to do is for the time being I'm just going to keep it empty. So class name, it's going to be rounded full, and width is going to be 10, and height is going to be 10, and object cover. All right. So, and what we are supposed to do is all right, so currently we don't have any image over here, so that's the reason it's showing like this, because we don't have a, let's say, word apparatus. All right, so here currently we don't have this this user profile. So if there is no user profile, if there is no user, then what we need to do, we just need to, so for the time being, I'm just going to say use state snippet. I'm going to create a user state just for the time being. If the user is null, I'm just going to, instead of loading this stuff, I'm just going to verify. Okay, so here, let me cut it completely. I'm checking that user object. If that is a user object, then load this stuff. If the user object doesn't exist, load this stuff. So if that is user object, we need to bring this and we need to render it. And if there is no user object, all we have to do is to say like login with Gmail or something. So here I'm just going to say, for the time being, I'm just going to say login. So use state is not included, so let's include it, save changes, and now it's showing as the login option over here. So let's bring that login button for the time being. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it as a division here, and inside this division, and I'm going to have two different options. One is the login with Google. If you have a look at it before logging in, here it will shows the option as like login with the Gmail sign, Gmail logo over there. So to do that, we need to install the React icon. So yarn add React icons. Let's install it. So that will download the React icons package and install it in your local machine. So it's downloading and installing it. Let it download and install. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say over here class name. So basically that class name, it's going to be, I'm just going to keep it as a dynamic string literals, because later we need to add a few more changes in it. So let me keep it as a dynamic string literals by opening it in the curly brackets and wrapping it with the backtick option. Then I'm just going to say flex item center, everything should be in the center, and justify it should be in the center, and gap between each and every object should be true. And the border, it's going to, we need to have the border, and the border color is going to be border gray 300, and padding left and right, it's going to be 2 pixels. I enable the word wrap. Okay, 2 pixels. Then py top and bottom, it's going to be 1, and rounded empty. So let's save the changes, and inside here I'm going to bring that FC Google icon, and I'm going to bring one more paragraph called login. All right, FC Google is not important, so let's go and import it from React icons / FC, and we need to import that FC Google icon. Save the changes. Now FC Google still not defined. How come? Packages are added successfully. FC Google. All right, so here we go. So now we have that FC Google icon over here, and we have our login options also over there. So what I need to do, I need to add few more styles. So I'm just going to say backdrop blur as an empty. So whatever the layer which is dropping behind that button, it should be blurred a little bit, and the cursor is going to be a pointer cursor. Whenever I'm hovering it, I need a shadow. So on hover, I need a shadow, a medium. Then on active, if the button is active, I need to reduce the scale percentage to 95. Then transition all, ease in, out, and duration, it's going to be 150 seconds. Save the changes. Now you can see that if I click this, it's having a nice active transitions over there. All right, so this is how we need to define it. If that menu option is not there, this is how it should supposed to looks like. So let's fix this main header properly. So let's go to the top section, and for this header I'm just going to say add the class name, and this is going to have a dynamic string literals. So basically, so I'm just going to keep it as a fixed location. It's supposed to be always in the top of everything, and it's always pinned to the left side inset. So inset x0, so to left and right it will always pinned together on the small devices. So basically on the small device, the px it should be 12, and on the large device the px it's supposed to be 32, and for an excel device the px px it's supposed to be px it's going to be 44, padding left and right. All right, the py it's going to be 4 for each and every screens. So then flex item center, but it should justify the two different objects between, so that it will push everything in the left and right side corners. Then it should be always in the top of every single layer. Then transition all, then duration it's going to be 300. So now you can see you have these two different objects over here. All right, so it's been pushed to the left and right, and it's perfectly in that positions. All right, so then next what we need to do is we need to fix this header options. You can see that when I'm hovering it, it's changing its colors, and it's properly fitting over there. So what I need to do is to do that, all I have to do is to let me go to the app.js or index.js, where it is. App.js. So this is the place where we are displaying the height as a full. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to customize this height as 200 VH or something. So now it is supposed to scroll. So it is should increase height. It is not increasing. No. So let's keep this as 2000 pixels or something. Still the height is not increasing. Why? Let's just keep it as it is. So it's taking the complete length. So what I need to do is I need to change this home router height. So class name width is going to be full, and height it's going to be customized as 500 pixels. Let me customize it, and bg red with some color so that I can able to see this. Okay, so now if I change this to 5000, all right, so now it's scrolling up and down, so you can see that the color is changing right now. All right, so just for the changing purpose, just to show you how exactly it's been working, the color changes and everything, how exactly it's working, just the purpose. For that particular purpose, I just increases the height a little bit. Later I'm just going to remove it everything. So to achieve that, what I need to do is I need to keep track that the scrolling, the window scroll event. So what I need to do is I need to create a function. Basically we are just going to create a function. All right, so basically we are just going to create a function over here. Let's say change color, that's a function I'm just going to create. All right, so inside this function I'm just going to say if, so if the type of window it's not equals to, only if the type of window it's not is equals to undefined. So basically we will get this error if you're trying to do this the same stuff in the Next.js. The window object it always throws an undefined because it's a server side rendering. But if you're working on the client side, so we need to make sure so that the window object is not an undefined. That's the purpose we are adding that particular thing. If the window object is not undefined, then I need to get that window object Then I need to check that scroll y-axis. That point should be greater than or equals to 1. If it is greater than or equals to 1, then I need to change the state. Else I need to revert the state color. All right, so I'm just going to create one more object. So use state snippet color, set color. By default, the color object is going to be false. So if that is greater than 1, that means 100%, 100 pixels, then I'm just going to say set color, it's going to be true, or else the set color is going to be false. Save the changes. So these things should happen automatically whenever, if the type of this window object is undefined. If it is type of the window object is not undefined, then this should add an event listener, window.add event listener, and that listener event is going to be a scroll event, and whenever the scroll event is been happening, trigger this function, change the color. All right, so now whenever this event is happening, the color will get changed. So if the color is getting changed, what I need to do is, by default, so I'm just going to say dollar, open the curly brackets, if the color is true, bg white, else I'm just going to say bg transparent, because by default it is supposed to be transparent, but when the color is getting changed, it's supposed to be, the background color should be white. So now it is transparent. When I'm moving it, you can see that it's changing the color to white color. By default it is transparent. When I'm scrolling up a bit, it's changing the color to white color. All right, so that's how this event is getting triggered. Every time whenever the window is getting scrolled, we are changing the color according to it. All right, so let me go here and let me delete this background color, so I can able to, I know that it's working perfectly fine. All right, so then what else we need to do is, so basically we need to load that banner section, that image section, so that you don't need to every time change the color and trying it by yourself. So basically I'm just going to delete this, and here I'm going to like what we can say, we need to bring that image section, we need to bring this specific image section over here. So let me delete this, and what I'm going to do here is to create one more division, and class name it's going to be, so we need to, this should always take the screen width, and height should always be 420. Okay, so basically it's not showing me the height properties and everything, because we need to add some few more configurations inside the Tailwind config.js. So just copy the from the description, so I just copy it and I'll just paste it inside here, copy and paste it inside the extend section over here. So you can copy this code from the description below and we can keep it over here. So basically I have all the necessary color properties and all the height properties, width properties, and the margin sections, literally everything. All right, so here I'm just going to use the height as 420. So you can see the height 420 property which we created. Then what we need to do, we need to keep this as a flex, and item center and justify center, and the position is going to be a relative position. All right, inside here I'm going to load that image. So basically the image source, it's going to be the banner image, so banner image which is coming from your assets, and this image should always take the width as 100%, and height is also be 100%, and object should cover the entire screen at all costs. So now this is supposed to load it over here. Why it's not loading? Let's inspect the elements. elements, main, we have this object. Where is that image? Why it's not taking? Hmm. Why the banner image? All right, so the problem is because of this specific height which we returned. So if I delete this, so it will what? If I say this, you can see it's not coming over here. That is because of that specific height. So let me delete that, and if I now you can see that image over here. So basically it's loading it in the center of the screen, but it's not supposed to be in the center of the screen, and that issue is probably because of in our app.js. So maybe that mistake it's might coming from let's column item center and justify it in the starting location. Why it's coming over here now? This is the main with the screen, and the minimum height it's going to be the screen height. Yeah, so basically I fixed the height of the screen, so the minimum height only it's going to be screen. All right, so that's fixed the issue. So that will push this image to the top of the section. So now even if I'm adding the height as something like 5000 pixels, so let's see what's happening. Nothing changes. Now you can see we have the still be having that image at the top of the section. All right, so now we can see that it's working fine, but the problem is I can't see this the login option over here. When I scroll up I can able to see it, but normally I can't see it. So we need to fix that issue. So let's get back to the header section, and right after this the place where I'm displaying this class name and everything. So let's go ahead and fix that issue. So where is the header? 1 second. So here now what we need to do is, so I'm just going to add some styles for that login options and everything. So basically the text size is going to be it's going to be base size. So basically we are going to keep the text size as text base, and then text primary color, which is always supposed to be in the primary color, but normally you can't see this text color. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut this completely, dynamic string literals, and paste it. So if that color object is true, then it's going to be text primary. Otherwise it's going to be text gray 200. So it's supposed to work right now. Text what's the issue? Text base, if the color property is true, the text primary it's working. If the color property is false, why we do have this? Yeah, now it's working. The problem is because of that extra double quotes over there. Damn, we're having a lot of mistakes now. All right, so now the issue is solved. Now you can see even if you're hovering it, and if you're hovering it here, it shows that exact options and everything. So now you can see that we have that issue, that problem fixed and everything. So then what we need to do is we need to go for the authentication purpose. So let's go ahead and create a new project called in the Firebase over here. So go to the console and create a new project in the Firebase. So add a new project, and I'm going to name this project as YouTube Pixabay clone or something. So I'm just going to create this, and I don't need this Google Analytics. Close it. So this will take a while to create a project, like maximum 10 to 15 seconds. So please wait until this project creation is successfully done. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a login option. When I click that login, it should authenticate the user to our using our Gmail account. Then we can able to get the user details completely. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So click the continue. So now we are inside the project. So expand this, where it is here, expand this one, and here go to the build and go to the authentication stuff. So basically we are going to use the Gmail authentication provider. So Firebase Firebase gives you the functionalities that you can able to log in by using email or Facebook, Game Center. There are lots of authentication providers over here. So in this case we are going to use the Google. So enable it and choose your Gmail account and click save. So that will create the web client and web client secret. You can configure it with your ID so that you can use it inside your project. All right, this might take a while. So now we do have this options over here. Then what we need to do is go to the project settings, and you need to create a web app. Click this options to create a web app. So here give a name for your web app over here to register it. In this case I'm just going to type it Pixabay YouTube-Pixabay Clone. All right, so I don't need to set up the hostings and everything. Later we can worry about the hosting problems and everything. Just for the time being, create it. Then we need to add this Firebase inside your project. So let's go ahead and add the Firebase inside our project, and all you have to say yarn add Firebase. So that will add the Firebase, and go to the console. And now here you can see all the API key stuffs and everything. So basically we need to keep all these stuffs completely secured, because if you are trying to push this into your GitHub account, this will throw an issue. So we are not supposed to keep all these stuffs over here. So we need to keep all these items as a secured way. So it's still downloading. So all I have to do is to go here and create a new folder called config, and inside this config folder I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.js. right? So now we do have the Firebase config.js. So let me copy this, copy it completely, and I'm going to paste it over here. So basically what we need to do is we need to keep all this the API keys completely in a secured way. So to do that thing, what we need to do is we need to create an environment variable. Then we need to wrap all these stuffs and we need to put it inside that environment variable. So let's go ahead and create a new environment variable inside our source folder. That is supposed to be inside our root folder. So basically right click your client folder and create a new file called .env. So here all I have to say is to React_app_API_key. So instead of doing this, what we can do is copy this stuff completely from here and paste it over here. All right, so then I need to change all these stuffs into equal to sign. Now everything is changed into equal sign. Then all I have to, before each and every letter, I need to create it a React_app, not like this, _app and _. Then we need to change it these stuffs one by one. So basically I'm just going to change this to API_key. This is going to be auth_domain. This is going to be project ID, and this is going to be storage bucket, and this is messaging sender ID, and this is going to be app_ID. Say the changes And now here, instead of all these stuffs, we just need to replace each and everything one by one. So hold your Alt key and then delete everything, select everything, and you can able to create the multi-cursor editor. And I'm going to say process dot env. So what we can do is, I'm just going to copy this stuffs completely from here, replace it here. So make sure that you are using the exact same keys from here, like this. So instead of repeating the same steps again and again, I'm just copying it and pasting it. So make sure that you are using the exact same variables from there and here. Otherwise, it will raise an issue when you're trying to configure your Firebase app. All right, so now we successfully installed the Firebase inside. Then what we need to do is we need to import certain packages. So let's import from Firebase /app. So I need to get the apps, complete apps details. So let's get the apps details completely. Then I need to get the app information. Then I need to initialize the app. These are the things that we needed. Then we need to get the authentication information also. So let's go ahead and import that also from the Firebase /auth. So using from this package, I need to get the authentication information. So get auth. Then once you are having the Firebase configuration, I need to create the app. So I need to get that app's information. If that app's information, if the apps.length is greater than 0, that means already the app it's been initialized. If that is being successfully initialized, already get that app information. Otherwise, initialize this app with this Firebase configuration. So that will create a new app with that specific configuration. Then all I have to do is to export that application, export that app. So along with that, I need to get the Firebase auth also. So I'm just going to get that Firebase authentication information. Then I'm going to get that auth information from our application. So this will give all the provider information over here. Then I need to export that auth also. So now I need to restart our server. So to make sure whether that the environment file is loaded successfully. So just restart whenever you're working with the env file. So you need to restart your server. So now let's head back to the header.jsx. So whenever I'm clicking that sign in option, okay, so when I'm clicking that sign in option, all I have to do is to call a method like a sign in with Google option or something. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method. So this is the place where we are having. So I'm just going to say on click over here. On click, if I click that division, I need to call sign in with Gmail method. This is the customized user method. I'm going to create that method over here. So const, and this method is supposed to be asynchronous method. It should wait until the function, until the user selected the Gmail account. The function should wait until all those processes being successfully done. All right, so I'm just going to make sure that function will wait until it successfully selected and authenticated. So I need to get two information. One, what kind of provider I'm going to use. So const provider is equals new Google auth provider. Basically, we are using Google authentication provider, which is coming from your Firebase auth. Then, all right, so that's the informations we needed. Then await. So I need to wait. So I'm just going to say sign in with pop-up. So basically we do have two different methods to sign in. You can say sign in with pop-up and sign in with redirect. So I need to show you what kind of user record that we are having. So I'm just going to say inspect the elements and go to the console. For the time being, the console is completely empty. So I'm just going to say sign in with SIG and sign in with pop-up. So I need to supply our Firebase auth provider information. Then I need to supply our provider. So that will gives us a promise. So dot then we'll get the result from here, callback function. So I'm just going to say console.log result. Let's see what exact result that we got. Inside the result we will get the user object and we'll get the provider data also. That gives you the array of objects. So let's save the changes. Now if I click this, that should bring the pop-up. If I click this, we are getting an error, illegal URL. Firebase is initialized successfully and we configured it, and we are calling this method sign with Gmail, so asynchronous method, and this is going to wait. So let me refresh this. If I click this, we are getting an error, and caught browser proper or sign in with redirect. Let's try that one. I click this, auth API key is not valid. So okay, so we are getting an issue with our API key now. It's a problem. This is the place where we are getting an issue. Okay, so maybe because of this comma, I forgot to delete this comma. Save the changes, Control J, and restart your server, because whenever you're making some changes in your key, so you need to delete all those actions. So I'm just going to revert this change back. Going to keep the sign in with pop-up itself. Compiling the changes, still waiting for the local host, still it's compiling. So hit the login. Now we can see we are getting that login with pop-up option. So it doesn't matter even if you have small dot or small comma over there, that will make an issue. So use your Gmail account, so that will now it's going to authenticate it, and now you can see we are getting our user profile image and everything. So now what I need to do is, all I have to do is to create this user. So whenever the user signed in successfully, so we need to store this details into our server. So basically we do have our own server. Inside our server we do have this user. If you expand the user, you can see we have the display name, and we have that email, and we have that photo URL. Then we do have that user ID, which these fields. So I need to basically create all these user informations into our what we can say, we need to basically we are trying to create a new user, and we need to store that user informations into our sanity. So now this user, we will get this user information only if the user is successfully successfully logged in successfully. So but every time when the website is being refreshed also, we need to make sure that these things is working perfectly, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to change this sign in with the redirect. Then I'm going to save these changes. Then now I need to get back to the app.js. So inside the app.js, now what I need to do is, I need to create a use effect function. I need to create the use effect hook. Open it. This effect hook will take two different parameters. One is the array functions and another one is array of dependencies. So inside here, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring that Firebase auth. Basically we are going to import that authentication which exported from the firebase.config.js. We are importing it. Then on auth state change, whenever there is a change in the authentication state, I need to get that result. Okay, I need to get that result. If I do have the result object in my hand, then I need to say console.log. We can say user. Then I need to get that user object. So result dot provider data of 0. So now you can see, even if I'm refreshing, I will get that data. So don't worry about this. It's showing the two different times because use effect at the development mode, it will run two times, but when it's pushed to the production mode, it will run only one time only. So don't worry about that. Now I have this user object in my hand. Now all I need to do is I need to configure the sanity in my project. So to configure the sanity in your project, so what you need to do is you need to install two different packages. So let's download that packages first. So I'm just going to say yarn add at sanity / client. So we need the sanity client and we need the sanity image URL also to process the sanity images and everything. / image URL :URL. These are the two different packages that we need to download. Sanity client and sanity image URL. So let's wait until it successfully gets done. All right, then. So now the sanity client is successfully installed. So then what we need to do is, so in the root folder, that means inside your source folder, we need to create a new file called sanity. So let's go ahead and create that file. So here, let me collapse everything, expand the client inside the source folder, sanity.js, and here we need to get that sanity information. So I'm going to bring the two different objects here like this. We need the sanity client to create the client, and we need the image URL for the image URL builder. So we are going to use those two different options. So then what I need to do is I need to create the client. So const client is equals to create client, and you need to supply the array of details over here. So these details you need to give the project IDs and stuffs and everything, so we can get that details from your server. So I'm just going to say cd server and sanity. You can say let's start the sanity server. So yarn before that I can say sanity manage to open the project detail. So that will opens the sanity project details over here. All right, so now we can see this is our project ID. So I'm just going to say project ID : it's a same string. So let me copy this ID and let me paste it over here. That's the project ID. And the data set, basically the data set what we are using, that's a production data set. Okay, so the data set which we are using, that's a production data set. This is the data set that we are using. So data set is going to be production. So type the exact same name without any spelling mistakes. That's the data set that we are using. All right, production. Then you need to give the API version. So API version. So basically you can type your current date 2023 -23 -05. All right. So then we need to add one more link over here, use CDN. Basically, once you deployed your server in a live URL, if you want to use, instead of localhost, if you want to use that live URL, you need to use this link. But for time being, I'm just going to hide it because I'm going to use the local host only. All right, so let me save these changes. Then what you need to do is you need to get the access token. You need to get the access token. So here you need to add that URL so that then only you can access the APIs and everything. So basically we are trying to access that project in our local URL, this local host. So let me copy this and go to the sanity over here and add cross origin and add that URL and make sure that you are enabling all the credentials for that. So save it. So that will add the React localhost to in the cross origin platform. So it will doesn't throws that issue whenever you're trying to call the API. It doesn't throws that issue. And do the same thing for your access token also. So this is going to be admin. So I'm the admin who is going to have all kind of permissions and everything. So here access to deploy sanity. So in this case, I'm going to keep the editor permission read and as well as the write the data into our sanity. So I'm just going to save it. So this is my access token, copy it, and I'm going to keep it inside of the React environment folder. So let's say React_app underscore sanity underscore token equals to double quotes, paste that token, save the changes, and make sure that you are restarting your server. So restart your server so that you can able to access this token in your, so that token will make some changes over there. So then I need to say token is going to be process.env react sanity token. So by this way we can make sure that we can keep all our tokens and the details, everything in a secured way. So now I have that. So then what I need to do is I need to create a builder. So basically we need to access a builder to create to generate the URL for our image which is coming from the sanity. So const builder, it's going to be image URL builder. So I need to supply that client app information. Then I need to export const URL for. This is a custom hook which we are creating for our own purposes. It's a function which we are creating for our own purpose. URL, it's a function. Then I'm getting the source. Then using that builder dot image, I'm going to extract that image and I'm going to get that source. Okay, so this is what that we are basically doing over here. Save the changes. So this is just for our extracting the CDN link from our image, right? So if you're directly trying to access, if you're receiving the from the sanity, if you're receiving as an image object to extract that CDN link, you need to use the builder to extract that image CDN link. All right, so that's the reason we are having that builder and the URL for method. All right, so now what I need to do is basically in this app.js we are getting this provider data. So I need to save this provider data into our sanity, right? So let me start the local host of our server. So yarn developer, so that will trigger the local host of our server, and you can see that takes us to the sanity studio. And inside this sanity studio you can see we have this user object. User, currently the user details, it's completely empty except this, the dummy information which I created. So basically I'm just going to delete this information. Where it is, delete it. I'm going to delete that document completely. So it's showing that it's already referred in this two different thing. So let me keep it anyways, because otherwise I need to delete those two posts also. All right, so let me keep it as it is. So here now what I need to do is, so I'm just going to say export const create new user. Basically we are trying to create a new user, and that is going to be asynchronous method, and inside this method I will get that user data object. So basically we are trying to send this user data object into this method. So using this I'm going to create a document doc. So inside the doc I'm going to have a field called underscore id. That's the reference id which is created by the sanity. So I'm going to change the default id into our own customized id, because inside that we are going to supply this user id. So data dot user id uid. Okay, so and then we are going to access the type, what kind of document type that we are trying to access. We are trying to access the schema type of users, this specific users. So we are trying to access that. So comma underscore type object is going to be users. That's the document type that we are trying to access. Then the rest of the field is going to be exactly the same, so which is going to be the user id, photo URL, display email name, and display name, email. Everything is going to be exactly the same. I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. So take your time and then type it exactly as it is from here. So once you have the document in your hand, what I'm going to say, wait until I'm creating a new client. So using the client object, I'm going to create a new create if not exist. It's not create if not exist. I'm trying to create a new user only if that new user is not exist. So I'm going to send that documentation over here, doc, create this doc. Then once you have that successfully created, return that data. I'm just going to say return that response. Save the changes. So now what I need to do is I need to call this method. So whenever the user is being logged in successfully, so over here I'm trying to create a new user. Create new user from the sanity. Then I'm sending that provider details over here, result of provider details into this method. That's the data, and that will going to log in, and that will gives the return data. If the user everything is successfully logged in, I'm just going to say console for the time being. I'm just going to say console.log new user created. All right, save these changes. Now if I refresh this, it's loading and we are getting an error. API version, it's showing an issue. So sanity over here, API version is showing an issue. Why? Dataset is the production, API version. Oh my bad, this is supposed to be month 05 and 23. My bad, I'm sorry. All right, so now everything is fine, no issues over there, and you can see we are getting a message as new user created. And if you go here, and you can see now the Vetrivel Ravi is there, and you can see this is the photo URL. Contact, we don't have any contact, and we have this galaxy, and I have that ID. So my user profile is successfully created. So you can see that, right? So now the user profile is successfully created. So I need to repeat the same stuff. I'm just going to copy this. Every time whenever the user, even he's logging in also, we need to repeat the same stuff over here. So I'm just going to delete this. I need to say copy this object and paste it over here. Optional rendering, delete it and import this package. Now the user is created message will be here. All right, so now we logged in successfully and we successfully created the user. But what's the problem is, even though now you are successfully logged in, what we have to do is we have to, once the user successfully logged in, we have to push it to our React Redux store so that we can access that user object globally throughout anywhere. So that's what we need to do next. So what we have to do is we need to install two different packages. So we have to install two different packages, which is Redux and React Redux. So let's say yarn add Redux, React-Redux. These are the two different packages that we need to supposed to install. So it's successfully added. So then what I need to do is I need to go to our source folder. Let me collapse everything. And inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called context. Inside this folder, I'm going to create one more folder called actions. Inside that folder, context folder, I'm going to create one more folder called reduces. And inside this context folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js. So inside the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file called user actions.js. So basically here we are going to export different functions, which is going to be the user actions. So we need to set the user in our React store, and we need to get the user details, and we need to set the user object as a null. So I'm going to say export const set underscore user, that's the function, and we need to send the user object inside that function. So basically that is going to return two different objects. One, it's going to be the type, what exact type that the user it's been trying to trigger it. So let's copy it and paste it. That's a user, and I need to send that object along with our action. So basically this is the action triggered by the user. So whenever I'm calling the set user, he will send the user detail, this detail. So I need to pass this action to our reducer. So I will pass the action and along with the user object which the user passed to this action. So these two things will be passed to the reducers. Then the reducer will react according to the action which we are passing. So then I'm going to copy this function and I'm going to paste it 2 more times. So basically it's not going to be set, it's going to be get. Copy this, copy and paste it. And when you're getting the informations, I don't need to set any object, so I don't need this. And this is going to be set to user null to remove the user from the state. I'm simply going to send the value as null, so I don't need this object. So save these changes. So this action is to set new user in our Redux store. So we are passing the user detail, and this action is to get the user detail from our Redux store. And this action is to set the user object as a null. So we are sending the user null and we are sending the user data as null. These are the actions. Now we need to write the reducers, user reducer. So we need to create one more file inside the reducer called user reducer.js. So let's go to and write the user reducer. Const user reducer is equals to, we need to send two different parameters. One, the initial state. The initial state of the user is going to be null. Then the action which is triggered by the user. Okay, the initial state of the user is going to be null. And the action, what kind of action? If the user sending the action dot type, we are going to send the action dot type inside our switch case. So case type is equals to set user. If the user sending the action type as set user, then we need to return the action dot user object. So if the user sending the type like this, we need to set the user. And so we are returning that user object to our Redux store. So that's the object it's being written. So in case if the user is saying get user, if the user action is saying get user, so basically we need to return the state, because we are trying to access whatever the value which is inside the state. Then if the user is trying to send the set user object as null, so what I need to do, I need to return the user object which is exactly as it is. If the user is it's null, so we need to send the user object as null, because by the time when we are sending it from here, we are returning the data as null. So that's the reason I'm returning the exact same object. So if none of the options are coming, what I need to do, I need to return the default state, whatever it is. Then none of the options are coming, I just need to return the state exactly. So by the end, I need to export this defaultly as user reducer. All right, so now the reducer is done. Now the action is done. So in a real-time project, you might have a n number of reducers. So what you need to do is it's better to combine everything together. So that's the reason we are using this package from the combine reducer from the Redux option. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create my own reducer over here. Is equals to my reducer equals to combine reducer, open the bracket, an array of other functions. So initially I'm going to send the user state as a user reducer. So user reducer will be returned as user state over here. So save these changes and you need to export your reducer. Export default as my reducer. Save the changes. Now everything is being exported. Now all you have to do is to get back your app.js. Where is your app.js? So here basically you need to create here, no, not in the app.js. We need to go to the index.js. Go to the client index.js, control P client index.js in the client/src over here. So what I need to do is, so basically I need to create the Redux store over here by using the create store method by using the Redux option. So right after here, I'm going to create a store. So const my store equals to create store, open it, and I'm going to send my own reducers which I created. So every time whenever the Redux, if you're working with Redux, I need to keep on monitor with our Redux developer tools. So if you want to install this React developers tools, so search for Redux dev tools. So if you search for Redux dev tools, you can see this GitHub link. So click that. And if you scroll down, you can understand what is the GitHub tool, the developer tools, and how to use it in your Google Chrome browser. So click the browser extension and installation configurations, and there you can find for Chrome, so or Safari or Firefox. So click this, and that will takes you to the Redux extension, so the Chrome extension, so that you can download that Redux dev tools and install it in your extensions. Then if you scroll down, you can see how to configure by using it to our Redux store. So I'm just going to copy this line completely from here, and I'm going to paste it straight away over here, right, like this. Then save the changes. Now I need to wrap this complete application inside a provider. So basically we need a provider to provide our store throughout the components, right? So I'm going to install that, import that package from the Redux store called provider. So provider is the component, so we are going to wrap that complete store and our app here. Store object, not this one, store object is going to be my store. Save the changes. Now if everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, refresh it. So we are getting an error because not use reducer. Somewhere I made a mistake. Instead of user reducer, I made a mistake as use reducer. User reducer over here, where it is context here, not use reducer. This is supposed to be user reducer. That's the reason. Now it's imported. Now the problem is solved, I think so. If everything is working perfectly, you can able to see this green icon. That means your Redux developer tool captured your Redux store, and you can see we have that user object as null because that's the initial value of our state. So what I need to do is now I have to push our user details into that state. This is the place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the use dispatch hook because we need to dispatch our action to our store. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch. So that's the hook. And once this new user is successfully created, this is the place that I need to send that user information to our Redux store. So all I'm just going to say is to dispatch dot dispatch. I'm just going to say set user. Basically that's the action which is coming from our user action. Set user, open it, that's a method, and I need to supply that result colon question mark dot provide as data of 0. If I save these changes, now the user data will be pushed to our Redux store. You can see that we have that data right now in our hand. Now I can use this data throughout the component whenever I needed it. So now I have this data, so I'm just going to copy this exact same line whenever the user is successfully logged in with our Gmail. So this should return over there also. So here also you need to get that dispatch link, copy that dispatch object and import that use dispatch, refresh it. All right, that issue is being successfully solved. Now what I need to do is I need to get that user object from the user state. So instead of this user state, I'm just going to get const. Okay, so const user is equals to use selector. That's the hook which provided by our React store. So I'm going to get the state object completely, and I need only the state dot user object because that's the user object that we do have right now inside our Redux store. So let's get that object. So now you can see that it's showing that image because now we do have the active data in our user. So what I need to do is, instead of leaving it as empty, if the user does have that profile. Of course, every user do have the user profile, this photo URL, because we are using only this photo URL only, that Gmail login only. Of course, you will get that photo URL object. So user object dot photo URL. So use this conditional rendering, otherwise it will throw us as undefined initially, because first our component will get mounted, then only you will get the data, because it's a client side rendering. To avoid the undefined issue, use the conditional rendering over there. Save these changes, and now you will get your image over there. Look at that. And I'm just going to add few more thing over here, which is going to be the referrer policy. So referrer policy, it's going to be no referrer. So enable this option, because that sometimes the user profile will not load it properly from the Gmail. So that to avoid that issue, use this referrer policy as a no referrer. All right. So now we have that. What is that? We are having our user details, user image over there. So right after that, what I need to display is I need to bring that upload option also. So this is the place where is our user object is being successfully finished over here. This is the place. So here I need to bring only if that is a user object, then I need to bring that button option. So basically, yes, one second. This complete stuff, basically what we need to do is this complete stuff should be inside a division, so that we can keep the two different objects together, because right now this is separately. So if I add upload over here, what happens, this image will be pushed over here. So I'm going to wrap that upload button and this image into a single division, a common division. That's why I did, that's what I did. Okay, so here I'm just going to bring a button which is going to be an upload button. So I'm just going to bring that link tag one more time, link. And whenever the user clicks this link, we need to navigate that user to new post slash upload. This is the link that we are trying to push the user. Okay, and it's the name is going to be upload. Save the changes. Now you can see we have that upload link over there. And since it's inside a common division, so what we need to do is we need to say this division as class name, which is going to be flex item center and justify center, and gap between it's going to be 2. Save the changes. Now we have the gap, enough gap over there. All right. So then what I need to do, I need to upload, I need to change the some class names for this. So class name is going to be px padding left and right, it's going to be 4, and padding top and bottom it's going to be 2, and rounded it's going to be full. All right, and the text size is going to be base. Now we can see some changes over there, and font is going to be semi bold, and the text is going to be the primary color, and the cursor is going to be the pointer, and bg, the background color is going to be bg emerald 200 or something, 200. And whenever I'm hovering it, I'm just going to say bg emerald, it's going to be 300. Save the changes. Now we can see we have that upload button over there. All right, so when I click this, I need to bring that navigation, that menu option. If you see here, if I click this option, you can see we have some navigational options over there. So that's what we need to do now. So that thing you need to do it right over here, this place. This is the place where we are having that divisions. So this is the place we need to bring that options and everything. So let's go ahead and do that menu option. So what I'm going to do is this is the place, right? This is the image is being completed. So here division, I'm going to create a division. So this division is going to be in the absolute location. So basically this is the division which is going to be in an absolute location. So class name is going to be absolute, and it should be always in the right side. It's fixed to the right side of this division, right, 0. And from the top, I'm just going to keep it 12, rounded empty, shadow empty, and the width I'm just going to mention it as 64, and then px is going to be 4, py is going to be 3, and bg color, it's going to be a customized color. Okay, so let me copy that color code and I'm just going to paste it over here like this. That's the color, and everything is going to be from the flex column direction, item center, and justify center, and gap between everything is going to be 3. Save the changes, and now you can see we have a nice black color over here, or not a pure black color, a dark blue black color or something. Inside here, I'm going to bring that user object, which is from our user state. So I'm going to bring that user state over here like this. Now it will shows the username over here. So when I click this, you can see we are seeing this user object. So that's what we are getting exactly over here. But this is not supposed to be in the, so this should be item start. Now you can see everything in the left side column. All right, not center, it should be item start. All right, so then what I'm going to do is, so basically this stuff over here, this is a group of menu options. So whatever I'm having, the my media, upload, statistics, profile. If you go here, for instance, if I go to my media, we can see these are the group of menu options that we do have. So here also I need to repeat the same stuff, and here also I need to repeat the same stuff. So avoiding repeating the same stuff again and again. So what I can do is, so I can literally create a utilities folder, and I can basically maintain that unique menus over there. So what I need to do is, I'm going to create a new folder called utils, and inside this utils folder, I'm going to create a new file called supports.js. All right, so here I need to create an array, export an array. So I'm just going to copy that array completely, copy it and paste it. So you can see we have the my name as the URL, the menu name is media, and the slug, basically slug is nothing but when I click that menu, that's taking to me that specific URL. So that's the slug which I created over here. All right, so it's working perfectly. So then what we need to do is unique identifier. So every time I don't want to type the ID as 1001, 1002 or something. So we need to create a unique identifier by ourselves. To do this, what you need to do is you need to install a package called what's that package name? UUID, I think so. UUID or UUID4, UUID. So we need to install that package called UUID. So let's, where is that? Come on. Yeah, here it is. So yarn add UUID. So add this package inside your client folder. Once you successfully add that package, you need to import that package from UID. We are going to get that the version 4, and we are going to keep it inside this, the name as UUID4. Save the changes. Now we have this main menu. So I need to render this main menu inside our header tag. So this is the place right after here only I need to render our main menu option. So if I do have that main menu, if I do have some data inside the main menu, then I need to render it by using that map function. So I'm going to get that each menu and I'm going to render it. So don't give the normal parenthesis. That is not a normal functional, because this is a component. We are trying to render a component. Use the normal brackets over here. So I'm going to get that link, and inside here I'm going to bring that menu name. So menu dot name. Then every time it should be unique. So key is going to be menu dot ID, and 2, it's need to navigate to somewhere. So curly brackets, so slash new post. Whenever the user clicks that, it should take the user to new post, then slash, it should append our slug over here, slug. All right, then I need to add some styles for it. So class name, it's going to be text base basically, and the text color is going to be gray 300. Save the changes. So right now it's supposed to render it, but it's not doing anything. Here we go. You can see now we are getting the details and complete thing. Okay, so now if you are refreshing it, you might notice that we are getting that slight delay unloading that data, because that's because of the client side rendering. So during that thing, what we need to do, we need to add some placeholder options and everything. That we'll do it later. And right now we added that menu option. Then what I need to do is I need to bring one straight line right after here, just like this. So that will bring a straight line over there. Then I need to add the logout option. So I'm going to bring the logout option. So on click, whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to call a method to logout successfully. So const logout is equals, and that function is supposed to be an asynchronous function. So async arrow function. Then await Firebase auth dot sign out and dot then the promise. If it is successfully executed, then all we have to say dispatch set the user as null. So dispatch set user null. We don't want the user object should be there, so we need to set the user object null. Once it's successfully done, we need to navigate the user to the home route, because it doesn't matter where the user is being sign out. Once the user successfully signed out, we need to push the user to the home route. So const navigate equals to use navigate hook, which is provided by the React router. Then here I need to say navigate the user to this specific route, that means the home route. If everything is done, then replace the URL true. Save the changes. Now you have this logout option. If I click this, now the user is successfully logged out, and you don't have that user object inside our menu option. And even if you're refreshing this login, if I click this login, that user is successfully logged out. And now if I click this post option, he will be navigated to the home route, and we are getting it's loading. And here we go, we got that user object and we got that user details over here. All right, so this menu functionality, it's not supposed to display every single time. So what we need to do is we need to hide that menu functions. So what I need to do is, so I need to display this main menu only if my state object is active. Only if my state object is active, I'm supposed to display this menu option, this division, complete division. This division is supposed to be displayed only if my main menu is active. So I'm just going to cut this stuff completely from here. So this is for user menu options. All right, and here I'm just going to create a new state right after here. Use state snippet is menu. By default it's going to be false. So here, if is menu option is true, then I need to render this menu option. Save these changes. Now that will be removed. So what I need to do is on click, whenever I'm clicking this image, on click, I need to set that is menu option state to true or not is menu. That means if it is true, we will set it active. If it is false, we set it as true. Save the changes. Now if I click this, it will come. If I click it again, it will go on like this. All right, so now everything is working perfectly fine. So, and this menu needs to be deactivated. Even if I move outside of this box, if I bring my cursor outside of this box, this menu needs to be deactivated, right? So what I need to do is so this is the place. So I'm just going to say on mouse leave event. So I'm going to call the on mouse leave event. I'm going to copy this method and I'm going to paste it. And I'm going to set this method as a false. So now if I click this, it will come inside. If I bring my mouse outside, that menu will be disappeared. All right. So now we successfully did that, all the functionalities and everything. The only thing that we have to do it over here is to load that main loader. That's what we are supposed to do. So to bring that main loader, what we need to do is I'm going to create one more component over here. I'm going to say main loader.js and RAFCE, save the changes. All right. So what we need to do is, so in the state, in the header, that is the app over here. So I'm going to say use state snippet is loading. By default, it's going to be false. So this is the place where we are rendering all our objects and everything, right? So if the complete data it's been rendering, so I don't want to display this complete stuff over here. So I'm just going to say if it's loading, then display this stuff. Otherwise, display this React fragments. So paste it. If it is not loading only, we need to display all these things. So we need to import it. And if it is loading, I'm going to bring that main loader over here. Okay, main loader, which is coming from our, we are not exported that thing. That's the reason it's imported separately. Let's get to the index. And here we need to export it. So basically it's going to be main loader. And let me copy this and let me paste it here, save the changes. And from there, we need to bring that main loader and let's import that main loader and save the changes. Now the issues, everything it's been resolved. All right. So what I need to do is here, I need to say set is loading as true. So once the user, the user effect started rendering, the set state will become true so that it will start rendering the main loader. Once it successfully dispatched the user object, set interval to 2 seconds. Right after immediately 2 seconds, I need to set that is loading object as false. So false. Now if I refresh it, it's showing that main loader, the new user is created. Now you can see it's showing that object. So we need to customize this main loader. So what I can say here is, so basically inside the main loader, in the assets folder under the image folder, you can see we have this loader.svg. Basically that's the loader svg that we are trying to bring it inside. So I'm going to add that loader svg. So basically this main loader is going to be fixed. Always it's going to be fixed, and it's going to take the complete pin to the complete all the corners. Then it's going to be flex, item center, justify center, and backdrop, blur, medium. And inside that division, I'm going to bring one image source, img. So let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it. Okay, inside this image source, I'm going to bring that loader image, which is going to be loader, which we already exported inside our assets folder. And if I say this changes, now whenever if I refresh this, you can able to see this loader animation. Then you have your data. Bingo. So now we successfully logged in, we successfully authenticated the user. Come on. Log out. So we successfully authenticated the user and we logged out the user from the user profile, and we already saved the details into our user profile. You can see it doesn't create the user multiple times. It does create the user only one time. That's because we created the user only if the user does not exist. So we successfully created the user in our data and it's stored successfully, and we finished the authentication part and the navigation part and the main loader part. So I hope you understand today's session. If you have any questions in this session, just drop your questions in the comment sections and I will help you out. Okay, and stay tuned for the next upcoming sessions. Well, we finished the server-side coding and we finished the React navigations and the authentications, and we configured the Redux successfully in this project so far. Well, in this series today that we're gonna finish our new post where the user can able to add a new post, upload the video or audio or images or whatever. The user can able to upload it by using this user interface. Well, that's the thing we're gonna do it right now. We're gonna implement this nice slider, and we're gonna implement the place where the user can choose a file where he wants to, which file that he wants to upload it. Well, without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. All right then, so if you look at our project so far, if you click this, that will take us to the new post upload. Currently we haven't configured this route so far, that's the reason we can't see it over here. So what we need to do is I need to open the app.js. So let me open the app.js in the client folder, and this is that file. So what we need to do is we need to configure our main file, so the place where the user can able to see our new post so far. So if you see here, currently it's going to the new post and it's going to the upload route, so the user can have see the place where he can upload it. And right the same way we can see I am having the my media, so where I can able to see all the media posts and collections which I have saved it so far, and I can go to the uploads. So we need to build this sub level menu functions and as well as main level menu functions also. So don't worry about these things, we'll worry about it later. Let's focus on these things first. All right, so to do that, first we need to create the main route for our new post where the user can able to navigate between my media, upload, statistics, collections, and so far. So let's go here, and inside the components folder, or it's going to be, all right, so let's keep it where we can create it. Let's create it inside the containers folder. That will be better because new post is going to be a very big file. So let's create it inside a container. So right click your containers folder and create new post. So here, new file, new post.jsx and or AFCE, and go to the index.js, and here we have to export that file. So new post, let me copy this file and paste it over here, save the changes and save this changes too. All right, so now what we need to do is let me close every other file and open the app.js. So right after here, I'm just going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to import our new post. And this route is going to be basically it's need to go to new post, and it needs to go to the upload or whatever the URL it might be. It's need to go to the new post first. So new post slash star. So whatever it's coming after this new post and star, it might be upload or statistics or my media or collection or whatever it is. So that's need to load the component in this area. Depends on that URL, right? So save the changes. Now if I click this, now you can see we are inside the new post, right? You can see we are inside the new post. So here we need to configure the bunch of stuffs inside the new post, how exactly the new post should look like. Let's go to the new post. All right, and of course what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write the styles for this class name. Well, of course it should always take the screen length, so type screen, window screen, and height is going to be auto, so let's leave it auto in this case. And of course it's going to be flex, and flex it should be in the column direction, and everything should be in the center, and it should be starting in the center, and the position should be relative position. So let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it completely. All right, here we go. Save the changes. Fine, now everything is exactly as it is same, so you can't see any difference in it. And then what I need to do is, if you have a close look over here, we can see we have a nice banner section over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that banner section exactly from our home container, I think. So here we go. This is the thing. So I'm just going to copy this completely, and I'm going to paste it exactly over here. And we need to bring this banner image, import it, save the changes, and now we have that banner image over here. But in this case, I'm not going to use this banner image. I'm going to bring this asset exactly. Where is that index file? So I'm going to bring this new post, which I already shared with you so that you can download it and you can use it. And all right, so here we can change this to new post pg. So I don't need this banner. Save the changes. All right, so now here we go. So we have that exact image over there. Look at that. But the problem over here is, so what we need to do is I need to change the height of it, and I need to fix some things over here. So I can't keep this image exactly as it is over there, because that will it's too bright. So I need to reduce the brightness level. To do that, what we can do is let's wrap this thing completely into one more division, like this div, and keep this division as class name. This is going to take the width completely, and height it's going to be 320 or 340 something, 340, and I'm going to keep it as a relative position so that we can bring one exact layer top of that banner image absolute by using the absolute position. Right, instead of using the screen, this is also going to be widthful, and height is also going to be widthful. All right, so I think why I need to keep a division inside a division, that's not necessary. Well, in that case, I'm sorry, so let's revert the changes. This division is unnecessary because I failed to notice that it is already inside a division. Let's bring it back, okay, over here. So let's change this to width as full, and let's keep this height as 340. All right, so then instead of flex and everything, so I'm just going to remove these things. All right, so now here I'm going to bring one more division, class name, and this division is going to be absolute position, absolute, and it's going to be pinned to each and every corner, top, left, right, and bottom. So insert 0 and bg overlay 4. Save the changes, and now we can see we have that background image, and as well as it's reduced the height, and it's having some mild background layer at the top of it. That's looking good as it's supposed to be good. So then what we need to do, we need to bring this filter section, which is going to be common for both in our home section, and as well as it is common for our upload section. So don't worry about this thing right now, so we'll take care of it later. Let's move on to this sub level menu functions. So right after this division, this is the place where we need to bring that filter section. Let's add a comment and we'll bring it back to this position later. So then what I'm going to do, and this is going to be a complete section, so let's create one section over here, class name, and inside this section only we're going to render these different like what is that, the routes, upload statistics and everything, right? So for this it's going to be to instead of typing it completely, I'm just going to copy and paste that CSS classes. So please take your time, pause the video and type these complete classes, everything. So if I save the changes, currently it will be here. You can't see anything so far because we haven't added anything inside so far. Then inside here, I'm going to bring one more division. Basically this you can see here, we have, this is the entire section, right? Wait a second. That is my screen brush. All right, so here you can see this is the complete section, right? This is the complete section, and inside that section we have two different divisions. This is one division, and the rest of the stuff is going to be the another divisions. So these are the things. This is how we need to wireframe it. So basically we finished this entire outside division. Now we need to worry about this inner divisions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring two different divisions over here, division and division. So the first division is going to be for our sub level menu functions, which is basically it is in a row direction. All right, so what we need to do is, so I'm just going to make sure it's going to take the complete width available of that section, and height it's going to be auto, and I'm going to bring everything in the flex direction. So flex item center, and justify content is going to be in the starting position. I don't want to keep it in the center position because it's need to be in the starting position. Then I'm going to say overflow X, it's going to be scroll. Overflow X is going to be scroll, because when it's compressed into a mobile division, when it's loaded in the mobile devices, these menus should be icon able to scroll left and right. So that's the reason we are keeping it in the overflow X scroll positions. So inside here, I'm going to create one unordered list. So you will tag class list, and we're gonna add flex, and items, everything should be in the center, and the gap, each and every element, these gap, it should be 6, and justify it in the center. So inside this here, what we are going to do is basically we are going to load the li tags, right? So but what I'm going to do is, instead of writing these repeated li tags, I'm going to create one array, and let's go here, supports, and the utils folder, just like the same way what exactly we did for main menu. I'm going to bring one more sub menu here, just like exactly the same thing. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to copy it and paste it, which I already have. So please take your time and then repeat the same stuff, just a few alterations over here. Quite everything is same, just the last two is the different thing. Okay, so save the changes, and I'm going to use this sub menu over here to do that, to render that menu options and everything. So what I'm going to do is, if we have that sub menu, if we do have that sub menu, then I need to render it, sub menu dot map. All right, so I need to get the menu from it, menu, then I need to render it. Don't forget to add the normal brackets over here, because we are rendering a the HTML codes over here, so that's supposed to be a normal parenthesis. Then I'm going to bring the nav link, which is from our React router DOM, enter, and inside here key is going to be menu dot id, because we do have the unique field over here. Then let's add the class name. So class name, it's going to be like, we need to make sure which menu is active, because if you have a look at here, so we need to make sure which menu is active and which menu is inactive over here. So to do that, so now link itself provides you an object over here. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a function, okay, and this is going to give you an object which is going to be is active. So this is an object that we are getting it from our React router DOM itself, and I'm going to check if is active. If this is active, then I need to do something, or else I need to do something. So basically, if the menu is active, so it's going to use a very specific styles. Let me copy those styles and paste it over here. Like text, it should be big blue color. When I'm hovering it, it should be a darker blue or something. Like it should be a darker blue like this. And if it is not active, I'm going to display a different color over here, which is going to be a primary color, primary. So basically, if it is active, it's going to be in a blue color, or else it's going to be in this color. So let's save these changes, save it, and I'm going to keep it exactly the same 400 itself. All right, so over here currently we don't see anything because we haven't rendered anything inside. So here what I need to do, I need to bring that name, so menu dot name, save the changes. Now you can see this thing, and it is not supposed to looks like this. So what is the mistake that we did? To menu dot slug, it should take the user to that specific URL. Save the changes, All right, so now once you added that to property, you can able to see that menu options it's working as it's supposed to be, right? You can see here, cool, right? So now when I click this, it takes to the statistics, collections, upload, and each and everything, but I can't see those specific component which is not rendering over here because we haven't create that part yet. We just finished with the routing, but we haven't mentioned for which particular route, which particular component needs to be loaded. We just instructed our app.js. If anything is coming through this news post, just render this new post component. But for each and every specific route, upload or statistics or whatever it is, we need to render each and every component in this specific area. That's the reason we created this division over here. So that's what we are going to do next. All right. So inside this division, now what we need to do is I'm going to create a class name. So class name, which is going to be width, it's going to be full. Width is going to be full, and flex, and everything is going to be in a column direction. The reason is because inside this division, you can see everything is coming in the column direction. So just like the same way, and items, everything should be in the starting point, and justify, it should be in the starting point, and height, it's going to be at auto, and py, the both top and bottom, it's going to be a 4 or something. And inside here, I'm going to bring that routes, and inside this route, I'm going to bring each and every route one after another. All right, so first thing is going to be our upload. So this path is going to be slash, sorry for that noise. All right, so there we go. So slash upload path is going to be slash upload. Then, and when this specific route is active, what particular component that I need to show over here, that is going to be the create post. So whenever user navigate to this specific route, we need to create a separate component for it, which is going to be create post.jsx or afce, and let's go to the index. Let me save this. And where is that index? So this is the component index.js, right? Yes, component. So let me copy and paste it, and I'm going to say create post, copy this, paste it here, save the changes, and let's close this. And just like the same way for create post, what else we need? We need the my media. So I'm just going to say my media.jsx or afce, save the changes. And what is that? What is a collection? So we need to create the collections.jsx or afce, save the changes. And let's get back to the index.js and export the remaining two also. So this is going to be my media, copy and paste it here too. And this is going to be collection, copy this and paste it here. Save the changes. Now let's get back here, and I'm going to say create post. Yes, it is. So make sure that is rendered from the components. Yes, exactly. So copy it and paste it few more time, and this is going to be collections. When it's collections, it should render the collections component, and when it's my underscore media, so don't make any mistakes because these things are coming from here, these slugs. Make sure that you're using the exact same name of these slugs. All right, so save these changes, and now it is supposed to refresh it. If I refresh it, statistics, collections, nothing is rendering over here. Why? Route, am I using the proper route? Yes, everything is coming from nav link routes and routes. Everything is perfect, fine. So what is the problem is, yep, this is a component, but we just give it as a reference. We should make sure that it should load as a component. My bad, it is supposed to look like this. Sorry. There we go. Look at that. Now we are inside the upload part. So we are getting the create post. If I go to the collections, I can see collections. If I go to my media, I can see the my media. So this is not going to be create post. It is going to be my media. Yeah. Silly mistakes. Cool. Right. So we finish our main routing parts and everything. Now what we need to do, all we have to jump back to the create post, the place where we are going to create the post one after. So I create the post to where the user can able to upload their new post or images or anything else. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. Whew. All right then, so let's get back to the create post like this. All right, so now we are inside the create post. So here what we are going to do is, so I'm just going to say something like over here, like width is going to be full and height it's going to be auto, and flex item center, justify center or starting position, make sure that it's a starting position, and it's going to be flex in a column direction, and the gap between each and every element should be this gap 4. All right, so then what we need to do is inside here, what are the stuffs that we need to layer it? So first it's going to be alert notification. So we need to bring the alert notification. Later we worry about it. Then what else we have? We have the title. So we need to bring the title. Then what else? We need to bring this slider, which is going to be a slider, and we can name this as what? Categories sections. Then we need to bring the file upload part, the place where we are uploading the file, and we need to bring that keyword section. We need to bring the keywords section, and last but not least, which is going to be the description here. All right, and final part is going to be the button, which is of course the last layer. All right, these are the stuffs that we need to bring it inside one after another. So let's worry about this alert section later. So let's bring the title first. So to bring the title, all we have to do is to create an input field. That's it. That's all we need to do. And I'm going to keep it as a text format, and I'm going to bring it as a placeholder over here. And you just need to type your post title here, your post title here, just like this. If I save these changes, let's see what we got. We are inside. Okay, go to the upload. Here we go. We got your post title here, something like this. So what we need to do is we need to make some changes over here. So let's go ahead and do that customizations for these fields one by one. All right, so let me go to this input field and let's say class name. So for this class, which is going to be a nice design, you can see here it's having some inner shadow and nice borderline, and it's having this nice outline also over there. So let's do it now. Let's go back here. All right, so for this, what we need to do, make sure that it's taking the complete width first. All right, save. Then padding in the left and right, it's going to be this, and the top and bottom is going to be this. All right, so now we can see it's having this padding and the width completely full. Then I need to make sure this is rounded MD, and BG it's going to be we don't need to worry about that. Let's leave it. Border, let's keep it as the same color, and the border gray color, it's going to be 200. Save the changes, and now you can see a nice border line over there. Then what we need to do is we need to bring the shadow inside. So I'm going to add shadow inner. Then I'm going to make the text as a large text, and text color is going to be primary, and font is going to be the semibold. Save the changes like this. Look at that. We finished that look and feel over here. Cool, right? Then we need to create a state to monitor this input field. So that we need to do now. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that state. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to the top and right over here, I'm going to create a state. So let's create use state. Let's import it. Make sure that is imported. Then I'm going to create this use state snippet. So don't click or type anything. So without clicking anywhere outside, just type the state name, what name you want to create it. So here I'm going to create it like what we can say, this is just title. So title, press the tab key. Initially the title is going to be an empty string. Cool. So then for this I'm going to supply the value. The value is going to be the title, and on change, whenever that changes are happening, I'm going to get an event from here and set title the event dot target dot value property. Whatever that value I'm getting from this input field, collect it and update to the state itself, and that state will update that value immediately to your input field. Cool. So this is what we are trying to do over here. So what we need to do is we need to bring this category section. So if you have a look at this category section, you can see that we're having this nice drag slider over here. So this is what we need to build right now. So for this, what we are going to use is we are going to use this swiper.js. So search for this swiper and you can find this very first link over here. So I'm going to click this swiper demos over here, and we're going to use this drag slider. So where it is, here, this grab cursor, this is the one which we are going to use. This is the style that we are going to use for that specific design. So if you click this React over here, so that will takes you to the sandbox where you can see the official code of that exact example, so that we can use that exact example inside our React over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and install this swiper.js. So let me open up the terminal and let me say yarn add swiper. So that will install the swiper in our project. All right, so it's downloaded and it's almost finished. Yes, here we go. So we installed the swiper in our project. So then what we need to do is, all we have to do is to just copy this code completely and we have to paste it over here. Cool, right? So and what are the things? Let's add some of the things. So first we need to add the where is that? Let me make it big screen. Why it's looking like this? Let me. Well, there is some quite changes happened in this, so I can't see that navigation menu or anything. So how can I open these styles.css? All right, so this, okay, so now these are the styles that we need to copy for this example over here. But don't worry guys, which I already shared with you. So open up your assets folder. So inside the assets folder, I do have this style CSS, and you can see we have that styles swiper styles.css. Right, so don't worry about those styles and everything. So now what we need to do is we need to copy certain things. So let me copy and paste it. We need to copy those import statements over here, these import statements from here. So let me paste those changes. So we need the swiper and the swiper slider, and we need the swiper CSS from this available packages, and we need to bring the swiper CSS bundle, and also we need to bring our own styles.css, the swiper styles. All right, so then what we need, we don't need these page nations and all those things. I don't need to bring this page nations and all those effects and everything. Just we need to bring those the swiper options and everything. So to, you can see here it's quite a large number of categories list and everything. So what we need to do is, so let me bring those categories first, categories list. So I'm going to copy that array and I'm going to paste it over here, copy, and I'm going to paste it over here, this This is the category list. Don't worry about these, the code, whatever which I copied it and pasted it. I will drop that link in the description below, so don't worry about it. So save the changes and create the post. Go to the create post, and right now what we need to do is, so over here I need to bring that category list first. So I need to make sure whether I do have that category list or not. Only if I do have that categories list, then I need to render it categories list dot map. I need to get the each and every value, or you can say it's a menu item, or I'm just going to get it as a value, as an array. Render it inside here. So here I need to bring that the swiper. Basically this is how we need to render it. You can see swiper is the main class. Inside that we having the swiper slide, like each and every one by one slide. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to wrap this complete stuff inside a swiper. First we need to bring the swiper object inside. So let's bring the swiper, enter, and inside here now what we need to do is we need to bring that the swiper objects and everything. So what are the objects that we need to bring? So first thing, let's see here, what is the property? Slides per view. So basically this is going to be a grab cursor. So basically grab cursor is going to be true. I need the grab cursor. Then space between, so the spaces between each and every object, it's going to be 10. And I need to centralize each and every, so by default whenever you're using the slides of the swiper, by default the slides, everything is centralized. So I need to make it false. So I need to make sure the slides and everything is starting from the end of the screen. So that's the reason we are making it to centralized as a false. Then what we need to do, we need to bring the class name. So class name by default, you can see this is going to be your class name. Let me paste that code inside here, and I'm just going to copy this my swiper and I'm going to paste it, because this is by defaultly it's coming from the swiper bundle CSS, so we don't need to change that name. Then slides per view, in the single view how many slides you need to see. Maximum I need to see slides per view, I can able to see the 8 slides. You can see we can maximum able to see the maximum the 8 slides over here. So that's the reason we are adding the 8 slides. Then, and I think this is more than enough. Then inside here now I need to bring each and every swiper sliders. So swiper slide, enter, and this swiper slide key is going, everything should be key. So value dot id, everything should be unique. So value dot id. Then class name is going to be py. So top and bottom we are just adding some padding, so we need to increase the padding for the swiper sliders. Then inside here I'm just going to bring that one division. Inside that division, and I'm going to bring one value, which is going to be the name, value dot name. Save the changes. So right now we are supposed to see here. Now you can see the grab slider is working perfectly, right? See, when I'm scrolling left and right, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. But the problem is it's not looking as good as over here. But even though if you're when you're clicking it, it's changing the selected, the highlighted text. We can make sure that's the one which is selected category. So we need to do that one also, right? So that we can do it by the state managements and everything. So but first I need to bring this normal look over here. So to do that, what I need to do is I'm going to add some styles for this. Let me bring the conditional rendering and I bring the string literals over here. Okay, so px left and right, it's going to be 2, and top and bottom it's going to be 1, and then flex it's going item center, and it's going to be justify center, and rounded empty, and border gray 200 or 300, we can keep it 200. Whenever I'm hovering it, I need to show the shadow. Then by default it should show this shadow, shadow inner, right? Save the changes. So let's go here and look at it. Right now it's looking like this. But what I need to do is whenever I'm going to set the category, I'm going to get the category. So here I'm going to get the category. So let me create a category first. Use state snippet category. By default, it's going to be an empty string. So over here, what I'm going to do is, so whenever I'm going to create an on click event, when I click this, I'm going to set that category, the name, exact name. So if the value whatever that we are loading over here and the state whatever we are updated, if both are same, then we need to highlight it. That means only if the user click this, the state will get updated, then only the value of the state and the value of that particular menu will be same. If both are same, we need to change this color. That's what we are trying to do over here. So here, what I'm trying to say is, so condition render it, if the category is equals to value.name, then what color we need to do, if not, what color we need to do. So otherwise we can just say only that both are same, I need to change the bg color. Like this also you can do just the true statement. If you don't need the false statement, you can just use the true statement just like this way. So bg gray is going to be 200. All right, just like that. So save the changes. Still it doesn't make any changes. So what I need to do, I need to add an on click event for this. So on click, whenever I'm clicking this division, on click, I'm going to set the category, set category, open it, value.name. So now you can see when I click this, the color will get changed. See, because the state is being updated. So this both values will be same. The category state will have the music and the value of the name is also music. So that's the reason it's highlighted, right? So now we can see the slider is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Cool, right? Then we just need to make some changes for this names. So let's say class name, and let's say text is going to be base, the text size, and the text is going to be the primary color. Cursor it's going to be the pointer if you need. Now we can see we have the pointer, so that user when clicks it, it looks like this. When you click and drag it, you can keep it like this. Cool, right? So we successfully finished this slider part. So the next what we need to do is we need to bring this file upload section. So that's what we are going to do next. So right after this, we have this file upload section. So we are going to do that now. So what we need to do is we need to create a division. So class name. So that is going to be a very big class. So instead of typing it completely, I'm just going to copy it and paste it over here. So please pause the video and type it completely. Once you finish saving it, you can able to see this design exactly over here. All right. So inside here, what I need to do is I need to bring a spinner animation. So basically, when the user it's uploading an image, it shows a loading option over here, right? So we need to bring that loading option. All right. If the user is not loading it, then only we need to bring that the rest of the stuffs and everything. So let's go here. So if you want to download the spinner animation, so basically we can say Tailwind CSS spinner. You can see this floor byte. So click this. There you can find a lots and lots of styles of the spinner animations. Just you have to copy that SVG code and you can directly use it inside your coding stuffs and everything. All right. So this is the place where you can copy it. In this case, I'm going to copy the styles which I already do have in my hand. So I'm just going to create a new component over here called spinner.jsx or AFCE, and I'm just going to copy this styles which I do already copied it from this floor byte website, which I'm using it currently like this, but I changed the colors. So copy this. All you have to do is to change the color like over here. You can change the color over here just like this. All right. So by default it's blue and dark color and something. So I just changed that color. So save the changes, and in the index.js we need to export it spinner so that we can use it spinner. Then let's go here. I need to get that state. So we need to monitor one state for this upload option. So I'm going to get one more state over here. Use state snippet is loading. By default, it's going to be false. So here, what I need to do is I need to check that specific part over here. So if it is loading, then what I need to do, I need to bring that spinner option. Spinner, let's bring that spinner. So the spinner is being imported from directly, so I don't want to import it directly. All I have to say is /components, and that is going to be the spinner object which is exported from the components. If not, what I need to do, all right, so save the changes. So here right now, if this state is true, if I make this state as true, you can able to see that spinner option over here, right? So that's what we did, because if it is loading, it should load that spinner object, or not, I need to load this React fragments. So we need to update that React fragments now. So I'm going to change the state false back. If that state is not loading, what I need to do inside here, I need to write these stuffs which I want to show over here. So basically, if the user is not, if the file is not uploading, so it's not going to show that loading option. So if the file is chosen by the user, so we need to display that file. If the file is not even selected, we need to display the different options. So I can see by default it's showing this option, but when I click it, it goes to the file upload option. User can able to choose a file. If this file is being uploaded, this file will be displayed in that location, right? So that's what we need to do. So to monitor that, we need one more state called asset. So use state snippet. Use state snippet, let's say asset. By default, it's going to be null. So what I'm going to say here is, inside here, if I do have the asset, or if I don't have the asset, what I need to do, if I do have the asset, what I need to do, so adding the React fragments over there. If I don't have an asset, so all I have to do is to create a label box over here. So label, so delete this for option, we don't need that for option. So label, then inside this label, all I'm going to do is to create a division. So for this label, I'm going to add some class styles, so which is going to be, of course, width is going to take the complete width, cursor is going to be pointer, and height is going to be full. And this division is also going to take the width and height completely as it's supposed to be. So let's say it's going to be flex column, item center, justify center, and height is going to be full. Then inside this, I'm going to create one more division, which is going to be flex column, then justify center, item center, then cursor is going to be pointer, and inside this division we're going to bring a paragraph tag, and inside this paragraph tag I'm going to bring a cloud upload option. So we're going to bring a menu option. So let me import that. Import from React icons /bi, and I'm going to bring this bi cloud upload option inside this paragraph. Right, for this paragraph, I'm just going to say class name, font bold, and text to Excel. And right after this paragraph, I'm going to bring one more paragraph, and I'm going to say click to upload. So this is going to be text LG. Save these changes. So let's see what do we got. Look at that. We can able to see that the click to upload option, right? So then what we need to do is right after this division, that means before the label. So we need to bring an input field. When I click that, I need to make sure that the user can able to choose the file. So we need to bring an input tag. So input tag, and that is going to be type of a file. Say the changes. So now you can see that input file, but I don't want to display this like this. So what I can do is class name, and we can say this as width as 0, width as going to be 0, and height it's going to be 0, like this. Now you can't able to see that option. Now if I click this, that will brings this option. If you click anywhere inside, you can able to see that the choose file option, right? Because this input field is completely inside this label box. So if I click anywhere inside that label box, I can able to bring that selection option. Cool, right? So then what I need to do is I need to make sure that the user is supposed to select only the image files and the video files and all those things, right? So we need to make sure that the user is allowed to select only a very specific files, like MP3 files, MP4 files, AVI files, or JPEG, PNG, GIF files. These are the file types that we need to allow the user to choose. So accept. So I'm just going to give the extensions over here, the allowed file extensions. So these are the file extensions the user can able to choose. .mp3, .wa wave file, .avi, .mp4, .jpeg, png, and GIF files. These are the files that the user can able to choose over here, right? So save the changes. All right, so now that will display the files only the user. You can see it will not show all the kinds of files. If I go here, if I go to this, these are JPEG files or the downloads. See, it doesn't show, these files are not visible for the users. Cool. So let's finish it now. So then we finish the UI part. Now next what I need to do is whenever I click this user, that means user selected a file. So I'm going to create an event for this. What file event? On click event, whenever this is an input field, so this is supposed to be not on click, this is supposed to be on change. Whenever there are some changes being happening for this input field, I need to call this handle file select. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create that method, const handle file select, open it. So whenever that event is being triggered, so we need to call this method, and this method is going to be an asynchronous method because we're going to upload this to our Sanity cloud. When a file selected by the user, we need to upload it to the Sanity cloud. Then only we can able to get back that URL and we can display it over here. All right. So then we can delete that URL by using that URL. We can delete that file from the Sanity data cloud also. Cool. So here I'm going to get that event over here. Then all I'm going to say is set loading as true. Once the user clicked it and selected that file, if the changes has happened, we are going to change the state as loading. Then what I need to do is I need to get that file. So const file is equals to event dot target. From the event we will get the target, and from that we'll get the files. Close it, and I'm just going to say console.log that file. Save the changes. Now let's make sure whether everything is working fine or not. Let's open it and let's go to the console. Let's choose a file over here. Close this. Let's choose a file. Select this. Open it. The state is now changed, and you can see we are getting that file informations, complete file informations. Cool, right? So here we are getting the type informations also. Using this type, we can restrict the users if the file extension is not properly selected, so we can restrict those actions and everything. Already we double checked with this on, it will accept only a very specific file format, even though we need to make it double check. Cool. All right, so let me refresh this because otherwise the state will constantly be the same. Now we have that files informations which is uploaded by the user, right? We do have the file information. So then what we need to do is we need to make sure this is an allowed file or not. So we need to create one more function to make sure that is an allowed file. So I'm going to create one more function. So I'm going to copy that function and paste it over here. So I'm going to create one more function called is allowed, and I'm going to send that file information inside here. I'm going to make sure that allowed types. So these are the allowed types that we are having. The file type, once I selected a file, you can see it's having that file type over here. So I'm going to cross verify that if this file type is inside this allowed type, then that means we are returning that object back. So this includes make sure if this file type is inside any of this array, this will returns true. So here I'm going to check, I need to have the file, and as the same way it should be true is allowed file. So basically I'm sending this file inside here. If that file type is inside any of this, it matches any of the strings inside this array, then it will returns true. Then this condition will become true. Then this if condition will be opened over here. So basically this function will return either true or false. This function will return either true or false only. Okay. So that's what, because if the file type is matches in this array, then it will return true, or else it will return false. So if it is if we have the file object and we are getting the object as true, then only this condition will be triggered over here. All right. So if we don't have that file, if that file instance, in case if that any file type is not matches over here, what we need to do, I need to say set loading is loading as false. We need to make sure that set loading is false. Then we need to what we can say, we need to set that asset. We need to set the asset as null. Anyways, it's going to be null only. Let's make it null anyways. Then we need to make an alert message. Initially I told you we need to bring an alert message. So let's go here and bring an alert message over here. So to bring an alert, so we need to create an state for that. So I'm going to create a state for that alert. Use state snippet alert, and that alert is going to be an null. Initially it's going to be null, and this is the place we are going to check that alert. If I do have the alert message, then I need to render this div inside this div. I'm going to create one paragraph tag, and I'm going to bring that alert text over here. So for this class name equals to, let's keep this initially as true just for the time being. Let's keep it true. So if that is true, then we can able to see that. So for this class name, what I'm going to say is, like, I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, say the changes. Let me add something inside this paragraph. Why can't I see anything? Refresh this. I can't see anything over here. By default, alert is null. Oops. It's just going to be, I changed the asset instead of the alert. That's the reason. Yeah, now we are seeing that alert over there. So alert is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? We are seeing the alert message. And the alert text styles, it's going to be a little bit different. So for the paragraph we need to add some styles. So now if you are having any text or inside here, that styles looks like this. All right, so the state is updated perfectly, save the changes. So, and let's revert back this alert into a null. So now that alert message will not be displayed. So in case if there is anything going wrong when you're choosing this file, so here set alert, we need to set the alert like invalid file types or something, invalid file type. Then after a specific interval time, we need to, like after 3 seconds or 2 seconds, we need to remove that alert. So set alert into null. All right, so this message will be displayed, and immediately after 3 seconds this will be reverted back. Then set is loading, it's already false only, right? So no issues. Cool. So now else part is completed. Now we need to do the main part, which is we are going to upload this file to the cloud. So let's go ahead and do that upload part now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload this thing to the cloud, but the problem is you need to figure it out whether the user is selecting an image or whether the user is selecting a video. So that's the important thing, we need to figure it out. So if so, that thing we can check it through in the Sanity backend at the backend part. But what we need to do is once you selected the file, inside that file I already shown you that we are having a very specific object called type. Using that type we can separate the file objects. If the type is equals to that image, then we can make sure that's an image, or else it's a video or an audio, something like that. But in Sanity, only image will be treated as an image data type, and the rest everything will be treated as a file data type. So we don't need to worry about it. Just we need to figure it out which is image and which is file. That's what we need to do. So here I'm going to let's open that Sanity. Where is that Sanity? Here, sanity.js in our root folder. This is the place. So right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create export const upload asset equals to a function, and this function is going to be an asynchronous function, async, and I'm going to send a file inside, and that is going to be our asset. Enter. So here I'm going to get the data object. So let's keep it at the response. Once it's uploaded, it will give that response. So let's keep it as a keep it outside. And here I'm going to write an if condition. If that it's equals to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an empty array. So I'm going to create an array like if the asset type, if the type object is inside any of these strings, then that means it's an image, or else it is a file. So we can separate it in that way. So if the user selected image, then of course the asset file type is going to be either GIF or PNG or JPG or JPEG, any file format. If it is inside this any file format, then it will be an image. So we need to upload it as an image. So what I'm going to do is data equals to await client object dot asset dot upload. We are going to upload that assets, and basically we are sending it as an image. Then we are sending that file, which file that we shared it inside, and then we need to open we need to specify the object, because we need to make sure what file type that we are uploading and what file name that we are uploading. So I'm going to send the content type. Content type, it's going to be asset dot type. Then file name is going to be asset dot name. So these two properties are coming from your files which we uploaded, which we selected. All right, if it is done, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return the data. I'm going to return the data. Cool. Okay, so if the user selected and file, then what we need to do is, all I have to do is to copy this part completely and paste it over here. Just change this to a file. That's all we need to do. Save the changes. Now this part is successfully done. So let's go back to our create post and the place where we need to upload it over here. So what I'm going to do is await. I'm going to await until the assets uploaded successfully to our Sanity. Upload asset, send the file which we selected, then it's going to return a promise and we are going to gather that data. Open it and I'm going to console log it. Console.log, we can say that is as uploaded asset, comma data. Say the changes. So now if I click this, it's opened. If I click this, it should update the state. Right now it is being uploaded to our Sanity, and now we can see it's giving back that asset ID and metadata information, MIME type, what type it's showing us, it is an image, and what is the uploaded ID and URL. We can see that we are having the URL, which is really important. This is the URL, we need to collect it back and we need to display it over here. So now we have that informations over there, right? So I need to set that information to our asset. So set asset, set this data. Then now after this interval, say after this very specific time period of interval, like after 2 seconds or 3 seconds, I need to say set loading as false. Save the changes. Let's refresh it and let's try it now. So now the data will be pushed to the state so that we can use that state also. If I choose this image, now it's being uploaded. All right, it's uploaded. So after 3 seconds, the state loading, it's changed and it's not showing that upload option also because it is uploaded. So it is uploaded. Now we have something inside the asset. So that's the reason it's not showing this option, click to upload. It's loading this empty fragments over here. So let's go ahead and display that empty fragments. So here also we need to check two different informations. So if that asset having the MIME type of image, so we need to display it as an image, or else if it is as a video, we need to display it as a video, right? So we need to check that thing over here also. So here, if we do have that asset, then if that's included inside this, so here you need to check which object you need to check. We need to check the MIME type. So let's go here and copy this part completely and paste it here. If that asset is equals to this MIME type, basically I need to make sure that I do have this asset. Only if I do have this asset, I need to check that. If that's so, if the asset and this, then I need to render this. What I'm going to show, I'm going to bring that image URL and I'm going to display it. I'm going to display the image. Inside the asset, we have this URL object. So we need to display that URL object. Let's save the changes. Now it's showing an error. We are getting the error. Asset dot includes, I need to add one more and over here. That's the reason. It's loading. Let me upload it one more time because these two conditions needs to be true. We need to have the asset object and it should match this any one of this type, then only we need to display this object. I missed this and property over here also, because these two conditions should be true. Let me choose one more image, upload it. If that image is uploaded successfully, now that should display the image over here. Look at that, it is displaying the image over here. Cool, right? So if it is a video, then what we need to do, we need to check this exact same thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it right after here. So what is that? Let me copy that and paste it over here. So if that is equals to the video controller of any of this file extensions, then I need to display this video. That's it. Just instead of image, you need to display the video. That's all you need to do. All right. So cool. Save the changes. Fine. So what we need to do is, and this is the place where it's being, this division, where is the division? This is the division, right? File upload. All right, this is the division. And one second. Right here we need to display that the trash option, that delete button option. We need to delete this image, right? We need to delete this part right here. We need to delete that part. Now once the user selected that delete option, this is supposed to be deleted, but we need to figure it out where exactly we need to add that, because this is the complete file upload division, this overall division. And yeah, we need to keep that thing over here right after here. At the end of the division, we need to keep that. If I do have the asset, then only I need to display this division. Div, we need to bring that div. All right, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. And I need to add this icon. So where is that icon? Right here. Import from React icons. That is going to be font awesome icon. So I need to import the font awesome. And for this button, I created a delete asset method and I'm sending the ID. You can see we are sending this ID, which exact ID that we need to delete to that. So we need to create a method over here, right after here, const delete asset. So here I'm just going to keep it as an asynchronous function, so we don't need any error right now. If I save these changes, okay, you can see that we do have this delete button over here. We can see that we're having the delete button. All right, so now when the user clicks this delete asset method, we are sharing that ID to that method. Using this ID, we need to delete it from the data cloud, because otherwise the user will constantly upload that image every time. So whenever the user is uploading because right now the user selected the image and this image is being uploaded to our Sanity cloud, and we are getting the URL and we are displaying it. If the user might want to change this image, he needs to delete it first from the cloud. We need to remove that image from the cloud. So that's the reason we are sharing that ID to delete it from the cloud. So I'm getting that ID over here, then enter. I'm going to say set is loading as true. Then I'm going to write a code to delete an asset from the Sanity. So here I'm going to add this delete uploaded asset. I'm sending that ID and I'm going to client using the client object, I'm going to delete that specific ID from that. Then we are returning the data object. Save the changes, and here I'm just going to say await delete uploaded assets. I will send that ID to that method, and that will returns the promise, and I will get that data object from there. Let's open it, and once it's successfully deleted, we just need to make that set asset as null. Then we need to make sure that set interval as, then we will say set is loading as false. Save changes. Now if I click this, I can choose a file that is uploaded, and you can see that icon right now, and the image is loaded. If I click this again, look at that, that thing is successfully deleted from the cloud, and it's get back to this form over here. So if you want to make sure that you deleted successfully, let me console log that data too, and let me give an ID for this, like deleted asset something. So if I choose this, upload it, it will be uploaded. It's uploaded. And if I click this, and you can see it's deleted that asset. Document ID, which document is deleted, and what is the result, and you can see the array of objects, which object is being deleted successfully, right? So we now successfully uploaded the image, and we displayed it, and we deleted it also. Now we need to make sure whether we are displaying the videos also properly. So let me go to the downloads. Do I have any videos over here? Videos, yeah, here I do have some videos. So let me choose any one video. This is 4 MB video. Let me open it, and it's uploading, and it's displaying that image. Cool. And it's displaying that video over here, and it's playing that video also, right? It's displaying the controls completely. If I need to delete this, that is successfully deleted, and you can see the deleted asset, which is successfully deleted from the cloud. Cool. So now we successfully finished this upload part. The next part is going to be your tag section. So let's go ahead and do the tag section. So which is not that much tougher than this particular part, which we already successfully finished. So let's go here, and what we have to do is, you can see we're having a division over here. All right, basically this is a division. Inside the division we have one input field, and we have this clear button option also. And now all I have to do is, I need to type the tag separated by the comma. For instance, let's say nice comma animated character or something, and 3D stuff. Once I press enter, you can see it's splitted everything, and it's displaying that this option for each and every the tags elements. And if I want to delete it, I can delete the tag element from that array, right? This is what that we need to do it in the tag section. So let's go ahead and do that particular part. So first we need to create the division. So div, inside that division only we have two different sections, like the input and the clear option. But probably you can see we have one more section over here that is also inside the tag section only. Basically this, you can see these two is a complete section, and inside that we have one more division, and inside this division we have one input field, and we have one clear button, like this. So this is what that we need to do right now. All right, so let's go here, and let's add some styles for this division. Basically we're going to bring two different this is one division and this one divisions. So let's bring two main divisions over here, division number 1 and division number 2, and this is going to be width full, and flex column. Gap between both objects, both these division is 4. Then item center, justify center. And for this division, the first part for this division, class name, and that is also going to be the exactly the same thing. Copy it, paste it, and I'm going to say it as a relative positions. And inside this division, first thing is going to be the input, and I'm just basically to copy the placeholder part, copy it, paste it, and we need to create a state to monitor this tags. Let's go to the top and let's create the tags and everything. So basically we need to create 2 different states over here. One is for tags, the separated tags, and another one is the keyword which I am typing in this input field. So use state snippets keywords. This is for your input field, and use state snippet, and this is the separated tags from that input field, like this. Nice and 3D. This is going to be each and everything. It's going to be an array, just going to be an empty array initially. All right, so then for this input field, where is that input field? For this input field, we are going to say the value is going to be the keywords. Then on change, we'll get that event and we'll update that set keywords using method target dot value. We'll update that keywords. Then we'll give some styles for these things. Class name. So let me copy that styles completely and let me paste it over here. Save these changes and let's see how it looks like. All right, it looks like this. Good. Then what we need to do is we need to bring that the one more option, which is going to be, I'm just going to copy this import method, and that is going to be AI, and we're going to bring that AI outline clear, this one. So let's bring that icon inside right after this input tag, AI outline clear. For this, we are going to add some class name, styles property. Let's add the styles. Then for this, I'm going to say on click. Whenever I'm clicking it, I need to set the keywords completely as an empty. So set keywords to an empty string. That means basically we need to bring this input field as an empty, and it's the same way set tags as an empty array. All right, so now we can able to see that clear options also. Cool, right? So then what I need to do is, if you notice that if I delete this, it's being deleted, and if I am typing something and if I am separated by comma and if I press enter, you can see this entire operation is being done. So to do that, what we need to do is, for this input field, I'm going to create one more field called on key up. On key up, I need to say I need to handle that specific event. So handle key up, I'm going to create one more method called handle key up. So let me copy this, and then we need to create a function. So at the top, right after this delete assets, so const handle key up, open it. So we are going to get that event, and inside here, if that event dot key is equals to enter, if the key is equals to enter, then only these stuffs needs to be executed. Otherwise these things should not be executed. So what I'm going to say, I'm just going to say set keywords as an empty string, as an empty string. Then split that set tags from the keywords. I need to split the keywords completely. Dot split, using split method, I'm going to split everything by comma. So save the changes. So if everything is splitted, then it will be displayed in the tags. It will be stored in the tags as each and every separated, each and everything will be separated as an array. So like this, let me console.log the tags. Now if I type something, sample, comma, something, comma, something, if I press enter, we are getting an empty array where we are making the mistakes. My bad. Basically, we are setting that keywords empty first. This is supposed to be right after that. My mistake. Comma, enter, and now we can see we're having these things over here. So refresh it. Let's try it one more time. I'm just going to cite sample, something, enter. What's the issue? Enter. Okay, the problem is only after the second time when I'm pressing the enter key, it's getting that particular value. Then probably this is because of this event. Where is it? It is supposed to be then on key down. So now let's try something. No, now also it's getting the previous value only. On key press. So only at the second time, whenever I'm pressing that second time only, it's getting that value. I'm not sure why, but it's working perfectly. What will be the mistake? Let's keep it as on key up itself. What mistake I made? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why it's showing like that? Okay, let's check it out first. Let's try to display it, then later let's figure it out what exactly why it's happening. Because every time, probably because of the event firing. Let's see. First let's try to display it. If it is displaying it properly, then we are fine. Otherwise we need to figure it out a different way of approach for it. All right, cool. This is the division, and this is the division. The first division is completed, and this is the place we need to check. This division is supposed to be displayed only if I do have the tags. If the tags dot length is greater than 0, then only it is supposed to be displayed. So here paste the division, and for this I'm going to add some class name which is exactly the same as for this upload section. Enter, and now you can see we have the tags. That's the reason it's showing over here. Then here, if the tags dot map, then we need to get that tag and along with that index also. So we need to maintain the unique, right? So that's the reason. So tag, open it, and this is should be condition the normal brackets for rendering the component, not the array of, not the normal parenthesis, functional parenthesis. Enter. And here I'm going to bring that division. And for this key, I'm going to use that index for unique key. And for class name, and I'm going to bring the class name for it, because inside this division I'm going to have two different things. One is that paragraph to display that tag name, tag, and another one is that icon, the close icon. I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to paste it over here, import it. This is the style. On click, what I'm going to do is, whenever I'm clicking that close button, if I click this close button, basically this stuff is supposed to be removed from the tags. So that's the reason I'm filtering. So when I filter it, so I'm trying to filter it. If that value, it's not, so basically I'm trying to remove this, except this, I need to keep everything inside that array. If I click this, I need to remove this nice. So that value should not be equal to that particular name. That means except this particular nice keyword from that array, we need to remove everything. That's what we are trying to do. All right. So if I click this, that will be removed from there. So I'm just going to say sample nice love or something, enter, and now it's working. How come? Okay, it's working somehow. So if I click this, now you can see that particular term will be excluded from that array, and the rest of the stuffs will be displayed over here. It's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? And if I click this, that will keep the complete tags as an empty tags. Cool, right? So we finished the tags part. Then the rest is going to be our description part. So let's go here, and right after here, I'm just going to bring the description. So let me copy this and paste it over there. Okay, this is the description that we are trying to do. So I need to create the description state. So let's go here to the top, and let's create use state snippet description, and it's going to be an empty description, and that will displays the description over here. Cool. Then last but not least, we need to bring the button over here, and for that button I'm going to create a division. Inside that division, I'm going to bring this save data. So let's create that function. So basically it's going to display this button over there, but it will throws an error for the save data function because we haven't created that function. So let's go here, and right after here, const save data is equals to asynchronous function. Enter, save it, and now we can see we have that button over here. So close this. So if you close this, you can see that button at the right corner. In the normal screens, it will take the complete length over here. Cool. So now when I need to save this complete documents, I need to push this complete documents to the cloud. So that's what we are going to do now, which is going to be the most important part. So if any of the fields that haven't been selected, I need to display the alert. So if not title, if I don't have the title, or if I don't have the asset, or if I don't have the category, the user doesn't choose a category, that's an important thing, or if I don't have the tags, because that's also an important thing, then what I need to do is I need to display the alert as required fields are missing. Required fields are missing, else I need to move on to the upload part. So say this changes. If this functions, everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, then what else it's need to happen? It should throw the alert message right now. If I click this, you can see the required fields are missing. Cool. The alert message is working perfectly now. And inside this else part, so what I'm going to do is, if it is an image, we need to do something. If it is an file, we need to upload it in a different way, right? So we need to make sure that the user is uploading an image or the user is uploading the video. So how can we get that? So you can, so by the time when we are uploading, we can see we will get this MIME type, right? Inside this MIME type, we will get the video /mp4 or image /png, something like that. It doesn't matter what it's coming after that slash. So we need to extract that slash and we can able to figure it out whether it is video or it's an image. That's what we are going to do here. So here I'm going to check one more time if the asset condition render it, then mime type dot split. I'm going to split it. How? I'm going to split by using slash. If it is splitted, then the first index is going to be equals to that term called image, right? If it is equal to that, then it is an image, or else it is a video, or else it is a what is that? It is a any other kind of file, right? So let's try to do that here. Let's make it like console.log. It's an image, or let's console log it this itself. Save the changes. Now let me give some let's give some title. Let's choose something and come on over here. Now we have some tags. Let's upload some what's that? Let me go to the desktop images. Let me choose any one image. It's loading. Now we have that asset and everything. Description is optional, that's up to you. So now if I save it, still it's showing required fields are missing. I choose the category, asset tags. How come? Title is there, asset, oh, okay, my bad. It is not, only if the tags are not there, then only, my bad, sorry. If I click this now you can see it's displaying the option as image, because basically the mime type will show as image slash JPEG. So we excluded that JPEG from by separated it, and we are just printing it by the first index. So if I'm not printing this first index, see what's happening. If I'm not printing it, you can see image slash PNG. So we are selecting only the first index, because in that first index only we will get that whether it is an image or video. So now we can be able to separate, isolate it. Then what we are going to do, we are going to upload this into the cloud. So before uploading into it, I'm going to create a doc. So doc const doc is equals to open an object underscore type. So basically the type of the document is it's based on your schema. So what we can say, what is that, post, yeah. So this is based on this particular name. So copy this, and type is going to be post. Then what are the fields that we need to share? First thing is going to be the title, because that's the thing, exact same field that we do have, title. So I don't need to mention the title colon title, just title, that's enough. Then what is the second field that we do have here? Keywords. So copy this, and for the keywords, what is that? Tags. We need to send the tags array, because that's an array of fields. You can see here, what is that? That's an array of fields. So you need to send an array. Then you need to send the description, which is exactly the same description, no changes in it. Then what is that? File source. What is that file source? It is basically file source. It's going to be, if it is an image, then you need to send it as an image. If it is not an image, then you need to send it as an others. We have only these two options over here, because yeah, because I need to right now, let's open that Pixabay sanity, this one. Okay, what is that? Live URL. I think we need to open the sanity right now. Let's open this localhost. All right, so let's go to the post over here, and if I go to the new post option, and you can see here, if the user selected the image, it will keep the value as image, or others, it will keep the value as others, right? So for this particular field only, we need to write that. So here, so what is that field name here? File source. So let's copy that file source, go here, comma file source colon. So basically that file source, we can extract it from the asset mime type itself. So asset mime, let's copy this. If that file source will get that first index, if it is equals to the image, if it is equals to the image, basically if it is equal to that image, then what we need to do, we need to keep it as an image itself, or else we need to keep it as an others, right? Because that's what we are keeping as the value over here for others. Copy that others and give it over here. Then after the file source, what do we have? We do have the main image. So we make sure that is an image. So here I'm going to send the main image field, because basically the main image field is going to be an object, and underscore the type, it's going to be the main image. Okay, and you need to send the asset, what exact asset that we do have, asset, and we are going to send the type as a reference for that asset, reference, and you need to send the ID as a reference, ref. Inside the asset, we do have the field called underscore ID, asset question mark dot underscore ID. We are sending that asset as a reference, so we can later collect it, use it use that asset as a reference inside this field, and I can get that URL from that references later in the front end to display that image, right? Then what the field that we are missing? We are missing the categories. So I need to get I don't need to upload the other media since it's an image. So I'm going to leave that other media as an empty. So I need to get the categories, colon, I need to get that category. Then we need to make sure who uploaded this image. Basically, we have that user in state, which is storing that user image. So we need to get that user state from here. So I'm just going to say const user equals to use selector hook, get the state object. From the state, I need to get only the state dot user, right? So let's go here, and here I'm going to say that is going to be users, which is here users. Copy this users field, colon, open it, and underscore type is going to be as a reference. Don't make any spelling mistake over here. Let me copy it and paste it here, then enter, and I need to send that reference ID, which is basically user question mark dot user ID, UID, because inside this user table you can see we have this user, and I kept this user ID. I'm sending this user UID field. Basically that is that unique ID. So 16006 something. If you go and check out over here, that is the UID field. We are sending that UID, reference ID, as a reference for the user object. So we can keep track this post which being uploaded by which specific user. So this is that object document. Then now what I need to do, I need to save this document into the sanity. So to save this post, I'm going to create one more method called save post. Let's go to the sanity over here, and here I'm just going to say export const save post equals to async, open it, doc, a function. So here it doesn't matter whether it is coming as an image or a video, it doesn't matter, because we are just going to save it, because we already filtered it. It's an image or it's a video or an audio, whatever it is. So we just creating the doc according to that. Then we are sending that doc to that particular function, which is going to save that document into the specific type. So here I'm just going to say await client dot create, open it, and I'm going to share that document over here, dot then open it. Then we will get that response object, open that, then console doc log saved doc colon. Then right after here I'm going to say response, and right after here return that response. Save it, and over here I'm just going to say Now the page might is refreshed. Okay, that's fine, totally fine over here. Now what we need to do is we need to instruct this function to await save post and send that doc to that function that will return the data, return a promise. Then open it. Here I need to set all the fields to empty. So first I need to set the alert message, like set alert as data saved, then set interval, like after 3 seconds I need to say set alert into null. So before this display, what I need to do, I need to say set title as an empty field. Then what else? Set category as null. Then what's this thing? Set keywords empty. Set tags as an empty array. Set description as an empty string. Save the changes. Now let's try to save a new post here. So let's say cute baby firefighter. Let's say, where's the baby? Here, baby. Click it, select the image, choose it. Now it's being uploaded. It's uploaded over here. And I'm just going to say baby cute firefighter. That's enough. All right, so some new firefighter, new adorable firefighter, something like this. If I hit the save, it's showing data saved, and I think I forgot to remove the asset. Yeah, everything is removed except the asset. So I need to remove the asset. Set asset into null. So let's go here and let's go to the posts. Now a new post should be created. Look at that. It's created, firefighter, and you can see all the keywords is stored as an array, and description is there, and file type is image, and we do have that file, and we have the categories, and we have the user who's uploaded it, and the comments and collection object is still empty because we haven't added that, because that's supposed to be added through the front end, not over here. Cool, right? So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So let me delete this empty document. We don't need it. Delete it. All right, so now the image, the upload option is working fine. Let's do the same thing for the videos also. So what we need to do is, so all I have to do is to copy this doc completely from there, copy it, and right after this else block, paste it. But this time what we are going to do is, for the, instead of main image, it is going to be other media. So I'm just going to keep it as another media, because the reason, you can see, if it is not an image, then it's another media. Then we need to keep this other media only over there. So other media, and the file type is going to be other media, and the reference and the asset ID, everything is going to be changed. Then it's same, and this is also going to be same, and categories, nothing is going to change. And this method, let's copy this method also from here, and right after this doc over here, I'm going to save the changes. Let's save the changes, and this time I'm going to upload a new video over here. Let's say, what video do we have? Downloads, videos. Let's say beach, nice beach, something. Let's say, okay, let's keep it as nature over here. Beach, sea, nice. Enter. Let's keep it as nice beach itself. And if I hit save, it's showing data saved, and everything is saved perfectly right now. And if I go here, and you can see we have it as a nice beach. If I open it, you can see everything is fine, and the file type is others, and you can see the file other media, the file which we uploaded, and the user and the category. Cool. So we successfully finished the part where the user can able to upload their own post and it's successfully saved in the Sanity cloud. Cool, right? So if we successfully finished it, then all we have to do is to fetch the data from the Sanity and we need to display it like this. And later we need to add the delete functionality, add the collection functionality. Then if you open any one for post from here, you need to display the option to select download that video, and we need to display the suggested post, and we need to display the related post, and we need to add the comment feature also. And the one more main important feed that we need to add this filtering option, and we need to integrate this search functionality over here. These are the stuffs that is for the next video, so stay tuned. If you're having any questions or any doubts related to this video, drop the questions in the comments. I will definitely reply you back. And for your reference, all the copied and paste code and the files, everything is attached in the description below. So please go ahead and open it, and you can able to copy and paste that code, or you can able to type it by yourself also. All right, so I'll see you then in the next video. So far we have completed the Gmail authentication, server-side coding, and the UI component for uploading the post and everything. And now what we have to do is, so we have to build this nice masonry layout, and when I tap this, it's take us to the another page where the user can able to see the post and the description about the post, and able to allow the user to download the post and show the top 5 suggestions, and it will give the related post also. And we need to add the comment sections. So these are the things that we have to do in this session, and without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. But before that, if you haven't watched any of this series before, so just click the description below and you can find the complete playlist, and please go ahead and watch that complete series first. All right, let's jump into the video. All right, so first of all, what we need to do is we need to create the we need to make the Redux configurations for fetching the feeds from our server side. So let me go here and let me close everything, close all. All right, so let's keep the editor clean, and over here I'm going to open the context client arrows context over here, and actions and reducers. So inside the actions and reducers, so now first what we need to do, I need to create a new reducer over here. So let me create called feed reducer over here, new file, feed reducer.js, and I need to create one more file called feed actions.js. All right, so in the feed reducer, now what we need to do is, let me open the user reducer over here. Just like exactly the same stuff we need to create in our feed reducer. So let's go here and let's say const feed reducer equals to, open it, an arrow function, and here this function goes to needs to take 2 different parameters. One is going to be state. Initially the feed state is going to be null, and we need to pass the action along with that. All right, so now inside here I'm going to use the switch case, so the user can so we can able to switch between the multiple actions according to the actions being triggered. All right, so okay then, so now here inside the switch case we have to supply the action dot type. Then so we need 3 different sets of action. One, we need an action to get the state, and we need an action to set the complete feeds. We need to update the states, and we need to set the feed completely null. If I want to clear the feed completely, I need to keep the feed completely null. So what I need to do is I'm going to create 3 different states. So let me copy these things completely from here, and I'm going to paste it over here. So instead of set user, I'm just going to update everything into feed. All right, feed. Oops, it should be capital feed. And this thing, it's going to be feeds and feeds. So basically this is the object that we need to send it through the actions over here. right? So this object is going to come through the actions, and we have three different sets of actions: set feed, get feed, and set feed null. All right, so let's export this. Export default as feed reducer. Save the changes, and let's get back to the feed actions. So let me bring the feed actions, sorry, user actions. Where is it? User actions. Okay, let's keep it for our reference over here. And now we don't need the user reducer. So you can see that we have three sets of actions over here, just like exactly the same thing for our feed actions also. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it inside the feed actions. Instead of set user, I'm going to change this to feed. Hold your Alt or Option key in your MacBook and change it to feed. Set feed, get feed, and set feed. Okay, we have to replace the same thing over here also. Copy and paste it over here, and copy and paste it over here. So the type, everything should be exactly the same, because these are the types. Where is it? Here, these are the type. This type and this type should be exactly the same. Get feed and get feed, and get feed null, sorry, what is this? Set feed null. All right, so, and this object, instead of user object, you need to send feeds. All right, and here I'm going to get the feeds and I'm going to share it over here. All right, so now our actions and everything is done. Let's get back to the index.js of your reducer folder, and we need to combine our reducer, otherwise it won't work. So here I'm just going to say feeds colon, I'm going to get the feed reducer from the, and save the changes. Now the entire page will refresh. All right, it's refreshing. And if you check your Redux developer tool, and you can see the feeds object right now, it's null because we haven't fetched it and we haven't to dispatched it to the state. You can see the state is null. So of course the state should be null because the initial state value is null. All right, so that's the reason it's null. So right now the Redux configuration, everything is done, so we don't have to worry about this now. So now what we need to do is we need to move on to the sanity over here, the sanity.js right now, but we don't have any work in it. So what we need to do is let's start our server. In my case, my server is already running in the local host. So let me open that local host. Open it. All right, so now it's opening. Okay, so here we are. So post, users, and everything. We do have some post inside in it. Now what we need to do is we need to write some queries to fetch. Basically, we need to write a query to fetch it from the sanity. So what we need to do is, you can see this vision tab over here, which helps you to write the queries and everything. So click the vision tab and that will load this. So over here, now what we need to do is, so this is the place where we need to write the query. So if you want to learn much more about the sanity GraphQL query, search for sanity GraphQL. This is the query language that Sanity is using to write the queries and everything in the vision tab, so that you can fetch the data from your Sanity itself. So here, please go through this documentation so that you can understand how to use the Sanity query and everything, and search for query like this. So here you can understand how the query works and how to use the GraphQL queries and everything. You can understand the query completely. All right, so please take your time and go through this documentation so that will really helpful for you. So here in this case, I'm just going to say start. So basically start, and what we can, so okay, start, then open a square bracket, underscore type what kind of document that we are trying to access. So if you open our server, where is our server, and go to the schema folder, and there you can find the post.js. What is the document name we are trying to access? Post. So if the type is equals to post, then what I need to do is I need to open it, enter, and I need to specify the fields. What are the fields that I need to access over here? So in this case, right now, I'm just going to say everything. So use the spread operator to fetch everything from that document. So this will fetch everything. Later, we can choose what are the specified fields that we need. So I'm just going to say fetch. And you can see it's giving the complete details over here. We have the keywords and we have the user object reference over here and other media and the keywords descriptions. Basically, it's giving us everything. But here I can give the specific details that what are the fields that we need. So instead of fetching everything, because you can see some of the unwanted fields also over inside here, like what I'm saying, like created ad, updated ad, these are the bunch of fields that I don't need it. So instead of fetching those fields, I need to give the specific field which I need. So underscore ID, this is the field which is really necessary. Then I need the title. Basically, I need the title. So you can give the title. Then I need keywords. Keywords. Then I need categories. We need the categories, and then we need to fetch the assets. We need to fetch the media. Okay, so we can understand that some of the data, some of the feeds, some of the record having other media, and some of the record having the main image. Basically, main image is nothing but our image attribute, and other media is nothing but the videos or audios assets. So if you open any one of the field, inside that you can see we do have assets. And inside the assets, we are having only the reference file of that particular uploaded file from the data cloud. So, but what we need to do is we need to get the URL of that asset. All right. So what I need to do is, so let me going to fetch the other media here, other media, and then open the curly brackets. Inside the other media, we do have the asset object, asset, and inside this object reference, we have the URL object. I need to fetch that URL object. So that will gives me the URL property of that particular asset. Now, right after this other media, this is the place it's getting ended. Then I need to fetch the main image. If it's having the if that object is also having the main image, then of course we need to fetch the main image URL also. Let me copy and paste it one more time. And I'm just going to change this into main image. All right. And right after this comma, what are the things? We already fetched the keywords, categories, and now we need to fetch the description about it. And then of course I need at what point it gets created. So underscore created at. Then of course I need the user who created that particular post. So I need to get the user's information. So copy the users colon, sorry, not colon, and open the object, because inside the users object, inside this users reference object, of course it's a reference, so you need to use this arrow mark. If it is a reference object, you need to use this. If you are having a multiple objects inside, so you don't have to add this particular field. So, and inside this users object, you can able to see that we do have, where it is, you can see it's having a reference. And if you go to the users object, where it is users, inside this users field, what are the field that we need? We need the display name, and we need the user ID, we need the photo URL. These are the things that is really necessary for us, because since you can see this is a reference, users object is a reference, this is a reference, so of course it will take this document as a reference object over there. So now inside here, now what are the things that we need? We need to get the underscore ID. Of course, underscore ID is going to be exactly the same as this UID, so no issues for that. So underscore ID. Then we need the display name of it, display name. Then we need the photo URL. All right. So now we have this complete informations. And if you go here, you can able to see that collections also. Inside the collections, so if we add like if I save the post or anything, if I mark it as a favorite, so that will comes under the collection object. So of course I need to fetch the collection object also. So here what I need to do is, after this users object add comma, then I need to fetch the collection array. Copy, basically the collections is an array. So if you go here and check the post, you can see that we do have the collections where it is users. Here you can see collections, and you can see the reference of it, because collections is nothing but which user saved that particular post. So all the users informations will be stored in the collections part. So here I'm just going to say collections, and it's an array field. So open an array and then fetch it. Inside that, I need the exact same information of that user. Apart from that, I don't need anything else, because that's not necessary to have it. Then of course we need to get the comments also. Who made the comment, who are all commented in that particular post. So far only one comment it's been added, because we tested it when we are creating the server-side coding, and you can see only one comment, and inside the comment also you can get only the reference of that user who made that comment. So we need to fetch that reference informations also. So to do that, what we need to do is, let's add the comments array, get the comments array, and you can see the comments is also the it's referring the document of comments. You can see it's going to refer the documents of the comments, and inside the comment you can see what particular comment and who made that particular comment, right? So we need to fetch the comments array. So it's going to be an array for that. And then inside that comments array, what are the things I need to fetch? I need to fetch the ID of that comment. Then what is the comment message? I need to fetch that comment message. Then, and when that particular comment it's being created at, of course this field will be generated by the MongoDB, the Sanity itself. Then who made that comment? Of course we need to get that user information. So I'm going to copy this users object completely, and I'm going to keep it inside this comment array. So users ID, display URL, photo URL. So this is going to be your fetch query. All right, so don't worry about this query completely. I already dropped it in the link in the description below, so please go ahead and copy and paste it. It will work perfectly fine. All right, so now if I fetch it, it's loading, and here we go. So now you can see inside the users object, you can see the user ID, display and photo URL, and collections is of course null, comments is of course null, because these objects are completely empty, and main image is empty because we don't have the main image object for that particular post, because we do have the video URL for that particular post. All right, so this query is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, but that is only one problem, because it's not arranging it any order. It's just giving you as exactly what it's saved, at what point it gets saved. But I need to get each and every post in a descending order, because the new post should always comes in the top of it. So what we need to do is, after here, and you can see that we do have the created at object, right? So this keep track the timestamp. So using this, I'm going to arrange it in the descending order. So here I'm just going to say or property and order. That is a method called order, and inside this method open it, and I'm going to supply the field. On what field I'm just going to use this field. Then I'm just going to arrange it in the descending order, DESC. All right, so now let's rerun this post, rerun this. Okay, why we are getting not getting any? Okay, let's create that. Again, what is the mistake? Oh my goodness, this is not supposed to be here, my bad. This thing completely should be chopped out, and it should be over here after this square bracket, my bad. All right, so now let's fetch it, and you can see now everything is arranged it in the descending order. The newly created post will be in the top of the order. So what we have the nice beach when you are adding the descending order. What happens if I don't add this? If I remove it and if I'm fetching it, still it's giving the same thing. How come? Let's run it and let's fetch it. Create at, it's giving us the nice beach property. Okay, so if I am not using this, oops, if I am not using that one, what object it's been returning now? Speech. All right, so we can't follow through this in this right now. So anyway, I'll keep it and later we'll check that. Okay, we'll keep that thing and later we'll check it whether it is giving the descending or ascending. We'll check that query part later. All right, so I'm just going to copy it, and inside the sanity, let's go to the sanity. Where it is sanity, let's open the sanity. All right, so through the sanity I need to execute this query. So instead of keeping it this complete query inside over here, so the best approach is to keep it somewhere else so we can keep it clean. So where is the supports.js utils folder, supports.js, and here we are going to write that query. So what we can say, export const fetch query. Basically this is a fetch query which is going to fetch the complete details from the sanity, and you need to use the dynamic string literals, which is going to be this backtick semicolon, and inside here I'm going to paste that queries. All right, just like that, paste it, and then this you can use this fetch query object inside the sanity, so we can fetch these details completely from the sanity cloud. All right, so now what we need to do is, just 1 second. All right, so let's go to the sanity. Okay, here now what we need to do is, I need to say export const. I'm going to create a method called fetch feeds equals to open an object, and here we are going to fetch the details from the sanity. So I'm just going to say, using the client object, client.fetch method fetch, and I'm going to use that fetch query over here, which is coming from our utils folder, and this is going to return the data. So let's keep it like let data equals to, and we need to return that data. So return data, so basically that will returns the data. So now let's get back to the home container, because that's the container which is being gets loaded very first time. So we need to fetch that detail over there, home container, and let's go to the home container, and inside this home container only we need to fetch the details. So let's do that work here. So here I'm just going to say, we need to fetch the details from the state. So const feeds equals to use selector. Okay, it's not showing that use selector hook. So basically that use selector hook, it's coming from React Redux, and we need to fetch the use selector hook. Using that hook, I'm going to fetch the state value, and from the state value I'm going to fetch the feeds. You can see that this is the state that we are trying to fetch, right? Feeds. All right, so now we do have the feeds object in our hand. Then we need to dispatch the actions to the feeds, to the Redux state. So to dispatch that, I'm going to create dispatch, and I'm going to use the use dispatch method. Dispatch, that's the hook which is coming from React Redux itself. Make sure that is coming from React Redux. Then what we need to do, we need to use the use effect hook, because this use effect will be rendered every time before the component is being mounted to your to the website. But the problem is, during the development mode, the use effect will run 2 times, but when it comes to production, it will run only 1 time. Okay, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. This use effect will take 2 different parameters. One is the function and another one is the array dependencies. So I need to run this use effect for only if there is any specific changes for any particular state, or it should run only one time. I don't want to run this or re-render this use effect every single time if there is any changes is happening inside this component. So don't leave this array dependency without giving, if you fail to give this array dependency, so what happens, this will run every single time, even if there is any changes happen inside anywhere inside this component. So it's better to keep this empty array dependencies. All right, so inside here I'm going to check if I don't have this feed. So when the feed will be empty, if the feed is empty, I need to fetch it. If the feed is already there, that means if I have something, then I don't have to fetch it, right? That's the point. So we can reduce the cost. Like if you don't check this condition over here, what happens every time the server will try to fetch the API, and the number of read and writes will be increased. So that will increase the cost of your. So to avoid that, please check every single time. Only if there is no objects inside the feeds, then we need to fetch it, right? So here I'm going to fetch the data. So what we need to do is, so let's use one more state. So here I'm going to create a state called use loading. So use state snippet is loading. The state is loading, by default it's going to be false, and here I'm just going to say set is loading, it's going to be true, and I'm going to fetch the query. So fetch feeds, that's the method we are going to use it from the sanity. Fetch the feed, and of course that is going to return a promise dot then, and inside here I'm going to get the data which being thrown from that method, and currently I'm just going to do the console.log that data. Instead of that, we can say home container fetch feeds, and then let's join the data along with that. So we need to know from which particular component that console log it's been happening, so later we can able to remove those console logs and everything. And then what I need to do is I need to dispatch this to our state. So let's go to our feed actions. So inside the feed actions, you can see this option set feed method. So I'm going to copy this set feed method, and I'm just going to say dispatch the set feed action. So basically that actions need to be imported, set feed action, and this feed, it's taking the object feeds as an object called feeds, and it can be anything. So I'm going to supply the data which we fetched from there. All right, and now once it's been successfully dispatched, set interval, using the set interval. So after 2 seconds, I'm going to change the state of is loading as false. All right, and then we can see this is the place where we are displaying this banner image, and after that we are displaying this hi messages and everything. So this is the place I need to check that object. So over here I'm going to check is loading. If it is loading, then we need to set display something, or else we need to display something. So here I'm just going to say feeds so far, and if it is loading, then I need to bring that spinner object which we are already having inside spinner component. Let's bring the spinner component where it is, components folder. We do have the spinner, but why it's not being imported? So let's import it by ourselves then. So import from double dots components, and let's get that spinner component, spinner, and I'm just going to import it spinner, and close it. And now if I say the changes, okay, so nothing is happening so far. Why? If I refresh, okay, use state is not included. It's use state, where it is, here it is. Let's import it, save the changes. So now we can see it's been loading and it's trying to fetch the data, and now it's showing the feeds object. And let's go to the inspect elements and go to the console. Let me bring it to the bottom layer, and you can see home container feeds object. As I said, you can see the use effect rendered 2 different times. This is the problem that we do have in the this current version. The use effect, it's being rendered 2 different times in the development, but when you deployed it in the production, it's running only 1 time only. So now we don't need to worry about it. But here right now we can see we have all the data which we needed, and it's successfully dispatched to our Redux state. So now we can globally access this feeds anywhere at any point in the components, inside the components. All right, so we successfully fetch the details. Then what we need to do, we just need to create this masonry layout, and then we need to supply our feeds object into it. All right, so that's what we are going to do next. Okay then, so now let's jump on to the feed section. So if you have it look at here, you can see we have this nice masonry layout. So let's go ahead and install this masonry layout first. So to achieve this, so we are going to use this React masonry CSS. That's the package that we're going to use. So go ahead and please install this package in our project. So I'm just going to copy this stuff, its name from here, and I'm going to open our client, and I'm just going to say yarn add React masonry CSS. So that will download it and install it. So let's fire up our server. So let's say yarn dev. So that will start our localhost server, and let's start our client also, yarn start. So that will refresh our development server, and here we go. So it's been refreshing now. All right, so let's go here and have a look at it. So you can see here we're having this nice layout, and you can see when I hover it, you can see at the bottom, you can see that keywords, and you can see the save collections option, and you can see this the button where the user can able to delete it. But this delete option is supposed to show only if that user is uploaded this post, then it's need to display it for that particular user. So this button should be displayed only for the owner of this post, right? Cool. So let's go ahead and achieve that. And later we need to fix this search box and this filter sections and everything. Let's do one by one. Let's first finish this masonry layout. All right. So now we do have this data in our hand, which is feeds. So this is the place where we need to display those feeds. So let's fix that area first. All right. So here and if you notice that, if you refresh this, and for me right now it will loads this, it's loading this feeds instantly. The reason is because we are refreshing it, right? But if you have a look at it, you can see if I make some changes, like for instance, how can I show this things like let's see if I make this loading as true. You can see it's displaying that loading option at the end, but it's supposed to display over here in the center, right? So what we can do is we can wrap this completely into a division, div, and paste it, and we can make, say, this is going to be width full, and padding it's going to be 12, flex right in center, justify center, and that will display the content in the center somehow over here. That's make it more reasonable so the user can able to see it much better, right? And now I'm just going to revert this thing back to false. By default it is supposed to be false. Now I can see the feeds over there. Let's do the same thing over here, like division, and let's add the class for it, class name, and of course it's going to be width full, and the items, everything would be the center, justify it's going to be between, and flex it's going to be wrap, and gap between each and every element it's going to be 3, and px it's going to be 8, and py it's going to be 6. These are just trial and error, so you can adjust your designs according to the content later what we are going to display over here. All right, so now enter. Inside here I need to bring that masonry layout, so let's go ahead and create our masonry layout. So masonry layout, basically this is the component that we need to design, which we haven't designed yet. Masonry layout, and I'm going to create a property called feeds, and I'm going to supply our feeds over here. So let me copy this component, and let's go here and create that component. New file, masonry layout.jsx, rafce, save changes, index, and let me duplicate this file, and let me say masonry. Let's copy this and replace it over here. Now it's been successfully exported. And now let's go here, go to the home component, and let's import it from the components folder, save the changes. Now that error, it's been gone, but it's supposed to display the records, right? But we can't see anything over here. It's supposed to be displayed masonry layout, so let me refresh it. Now you can see it showing that masonry layout. Okay, so now inside this masonry layout, we need to update few changes over here, right? So if you have a look at it, you can see when you're adjusting the screen size, you can see when you're adjusting the screen size, it's been reducing that masonry layout automatically. That means when it comes to mobile view, it's taking the complete length, but when it comes to the medium devices, you can see it's adjusting that masonry layout, and when you're expanding it, it's adjusting according to the screen size whatever we're having. So we need to add those breakpoints, right? So first what we need to do is we need to get that masonry first. So here, import masonry from React masonry CSS. Maybe it is, yeah, masonry. And then inside here, I'm just going to change everything into that masonry object. Masonry, enter. And right after here, now what we need to do is I'm going to get the properties over here, basically, which is going to be the feeds. We need to get that feeds. All right, save the changes. All right, and then I'm going to define the breakpoints over here. I'm going to define the breakpoints. So const breakpoints object equals to open it. And by default, the breakpoints object, it's going to have default, because this is the breakpoints object that you need to supply for your masonry layout. So it's going to be 4, and when it's crossed 3000 pixels, it's going to be 6. And for 2000, 12,000, you can adjust this layout according to your wish, but in this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. All right, and I'm going to supply this over here. So class name, it's going to be flex. All right, and inside here, breakpoints object based columns, it's going to be the breakpoints object, which we do have. All right, and then inside here, according to the feed records, we need to display the feeds, right? Of course, we will fetch the feeds from there, and we are sending it over here. And I'm just going to render it feeds conditional.map open it. I need to get the feed. Along with that, I need to get the index, so I can use that index for a unique key, so that we don't get that warning. Then over here, instead of giving the custom divisions, for instance, let's say, and if I'm giving the key over here, key and and then I can say feeds, just a feeds, save the changes. And what is this? Okay, so I haven't imported properly. All right, and now we can see we have 3 times the feeds object. The reason is because we only have 3 objects inside of it, right? That's the thing. So what we're supposed to do is basically we need to create one more component over here. Let's create a new component. New, and let's keep it as feed.jsx array.fce, save it, and let's go to the index.js, and let's copy this and export it, and let's change this to feed, and here also to feed. All right, cool. Now save the changes, and let's get back here, and in this masonry layout, instead of this stuff, I'm going to use the feed, which is coming from the component stuff, but not from here. Component, and this is supposed to be an object. Yes, and here I need to get the key. So key is going to be that index. Then I need to get the data property, and I'm going to supply that feed property over here. Each feed will be passed on to this particular component. So let's get back to the feed component. Still you will get the exact same output, because inside here also we do have the feed. Now what inside this feed, what we are supposed to do is we need to create that complete design over here. So for that, if you have a look at it, you can see overall it's taking that complete image or a video, right? It's taking that image or a video and it's displaying it. So let's go ahead and do that. So here for the class name, of course, I'm just going to say margin. So around that each and every division, I'm just going to keep a margin, and I'm going to keep it as a relative space. And inside here, enter, I'm going to create a division div, which is going to have a class name as a relative position and cursor pointer, and width is going to be auto according to the breakpoints. It should adjust it, and round LG, rounded, it's going to be LG, rounded LG. Then shadow empty, and overflow, it's supposed to be hidden. All right, so let's enable the word wrap over here. Cool. Now inside this division, if I do have a data.main image, that means if you can see here, few feeds having the image property and few feeds having the other media property. So if your feed, for instance, if your feed is a video, so we need to add the video tag over there. If the feed is an image, we need to keep the image tag over here. So I'm just going to conditional render it. So if that data does have that main image, let me open any one thing, and you can see if the data have this main image. So let me copy. I can't do anything over there. All right, so let me keep it. So I'm just going to pin this change is where it is, pin it. All right, now I can see this. Okay, still I can't copy it. Come on. Okay, let me type it then. Main image. If it does have the main image, then let's render it. And I'm just going to create a link tag, basically, because when you click that, it's supposed to redirect to that specific pin ID, right? So that's the thing we are going to do. So let's bring that link tag from the React.js. Make sure that is being imported from the React.js. Then to object. So what we are going to do is it's going to take the user to the feed -detail, which this particular route which has not been yet created, and we need to create it later. I'll show you how. And I need to supply the, let's bring the string, dynamic string literals, the backtick, not the normal string, single quotes. And here I'm just going to say feed detail $, open the curly brackets, data underscore ID. So we are supplying the ID with this specific route, and later from there we can fetch that ID and we can get that complete feed details, right? Inside this link tag, I'm going to bring that image tag, and over here this class name is going to be like Vetrivel and hatchful. And for this image source, I'm going to get that data dot main image dot asset dot URL property, because by the time when we fetch the query from here, what is the thing that we do have? See, inside that we have this URL property, and that's the thing that we are supplying. All right, and then for this class name, what we are going to do, width is going to be full, and height is going to be full, and object is going to be cover. That should take the complete length. Save changes, and data, it's showing an error for us. The reason is because we haven't get that data prop, because that is the data prop that we are sending it from here, data. So let's go ahead and get that data prop. Save the changes, and now it's supposed to show that image, because the video is not showing because we don't have that video property yet. So we need to add that video property too. I'm just going to copy this completely, copy it and paste it. Instead of main image, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show other media, because that's the property that we do have for videos. so other media, but instead of image tag, I'm going to keep it as a video tag. And source is going to be exactly the same, class name is going to be exactly the same, but along with that I'm going to add few properties over here called loop, video should keep on running, and autoplay, and of course it should be muted. So save the changes, and now you can see it's displaying that video, and the video is also playing. Cool, right? So then what we need to do is, now we need to bring that the hovering stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. So what we need to do is, this is the place where that media it's been. Okay, so now here I'm going to say okay, let's bring that division first, then we'll do the hover part. So class name, I'm going to keep it as an absolute, and inset x0, that means it should be pinned to the left and right and over the top also, and px3, py2, flex, item center. So all right, so then inside here, now we need to create one more division class name, and this is going to be dynamic string literals. What is that? Give me a second, 1 second. All right, so over here, so what we do have, you can see we have this collections object, right? But if you notice here, if that collection is not yet saved, if you haven't added this to your favorite collections, you can see it's displaying a white color, but it's saved, you can see it's showing as a green color. So we need to show some differentiations over there, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state to monitor that. So over here, we're going to create a state. So use state snippet already saved. Then if that's so, I'm just going to, for the time being, I'm going to keep it null. All right, I'm going to keep it null, or yeah, for the time being we can keep it null. And then let's go down, scroll down, and over here I'm going to bring the dynamic string literals. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write these styles based on the two different colors over here. By default, it is going to be width 8, and height is also going to be 8, and rounded empty, flex, and item center, justify center, and of course it's going to have a border. So border space, and if that is already saved, then the border color should be green. If it is not, it should be gray. So I'm going to say dollar if already saved, then border gray, not border emerald 200, or what we can say, we can keep it as 400. I think that would be enough. And if it is not saved, then border should be gray 100. All right, inside this division, save the changes, and now you can see some borders over here. And inside this division, I need to bring that bookmarks. So that is also going to be two different icons, right? So what we can do is, so maybe what we can do is we can bring that bookmark. So that bookmark is going to be coming from your icons, React icons. So let's go ahead and import that, import from React icons /md, and that is going to be md bookmark. So md bookmarks. Copy this, paste here, slash it, and class name, and this is going to be dynamic string literals. And then inside here, basically it's going to be text Excel only. Then if it is already saved, then it is supposed to be in a green color. So text emerald 400. If it is not, then it is supposed to be text gray 100. So that's the problem. So save the changes. Now it's supposed to display it white color because none of this posts have been saved and we haven't written any of this logic for that particular thing. So now it's displaying the icon over here. So let's leave it right up there, and later we will put this part like how we need to make sure that is already saved or not. All right. So then what's the next part that we have to do? We have to display this keywords, and we have to display this delete option if that particular ID was created by this logged in user. All right. So we need to make sure who's the owner of that particular post, and make sure that post is displaying only for that owner. All right. No, sorry, not that post, that delete option. All right. So then this is the top section, and right after here I'm going to create one more division, which is absolutely going to be the bottom section. And for this particular division, I'm going to copy the CSS class, and of course, which is going to be a very big one. So please take your time, pause the video and write this complete CSS stuff. So basically what I'm going to create it, I'm going to create a bottommost layer, and I'm going to add a gradient style for it, which is going to be a mild gray color and the background blur options and everything. All right. So please take your time, pass it and add that particular stuff over there. And here I need to display the keywords. So if you open your keywords, if you open any post, you can see the keywords, and we do have certain types of arrays object over here, right? So we need to display those arrays details over here, and you can see it's displaying at the top, but it's supposed to be at the bottom, right? So what do we miss? This is supposed to be what are we missing? Okay, let's try to add, and then we'll fix that issue. Let's fix that issue later. Let's try to add this thing first. Insert X, and this is going to be the top. It's quite confusing. All right, so let's fix this. So data dot keywords. If we do have the keywords, then only we are supposed to display it. So we need to wrap this thing. Enter. We need to. This is supposed to be, this entire division is supposed to be inside this condition. So let me push this up and let me bring this division. So basically this complete division should be displayed only if you have the keywords. All right, and inside here I'm going to say data.keywords.map, because that's an array, right? So if it is an array, and you need to make sure that keywords is not more than 3, because we are not going to display all the keywords. You might want us, a user might add 10 to 20 keywords. We can't display everything over there. So I need to slice it up. So that is a method called slice. I'm going to use that property. So starting point is going to be 0, first index, and it makes sure it's getting only the third index. Until that, I'm going to get that, and I'm going to map it. I'm going to re-render it completely by using the object tag, get that particular tag name and the index property, and I'm going to get the callback function. Inside here, I'm going to get the paragraph tag, and I'm going to display that tag name. And we also make sure that tag name is not more than a very specific character length. Right now it is totally fine, right? But sometimes it might have a very big text letters like 16 to 12 to 14 letters continuously. So I need to check that also. So that's what I'm going to do. Open it and use the dynamic string literals. I'm going to get that tag name, tag. If the tag dot length is greater than like 10 or something, let's keep it in that way, 10, then I need to slice it up. So dollar, let's use the backtick, dollar, open it. Then I'm just going to say tag dot slice from 0 to 10th index, 10th character. After that, I'm just going to add 3 simple dots. If not, what I need to do, if not, then I just need to add the tag name. Simply just keep that tag alone. Save the changes, and right now you can see it's showing beach, nice, and everything. Let me check the character like 2, and you can see it's just adding that triple dot over there, that 2 different dots over there, right? So that's the point over here. If that character length is more than 10, so we can add the 2 dots. So user can make sure, like, understand that that's having a very big character length sequence. And I'm going to add some styles for this paragraph tag, class name. And of course, this class, it's going to have a key object, which is going to be the index, which we fetched from the loop. And the text size is going to be small. And the font is going to be semi-bold. And the text is going to be gray 50. Save the changes. Now you can see that text color. But the problem is this is supposed to be at the bottom. But why it's not getting to the end? The reason is probably because of that layer. You can see that is not taking the parent layer, which is this anchor tag. All right, so I understand the problem. This entire thing is supposed to be inside the link tag. That's the thing. So this is that. Where is that division? This is the division. All right, this is the division. I get this as an absolute layer. Okay. This is top. And where is that bottom layer? Copy this, inspect elements. And this is the bottom layer. Where is it? That. And that's the top layer. Okay, so I think I confused you guys over here. All right, this is at the top, right? And this come on, it's confusing right now. This is supposed to be inset 0, and for this particular division we should keep it, save these changes, and so I confused a bit over here. This is absolute layer, right? This is what that we do have absolute. Now it's taking the absolute layer, flex everything in the item center, and let's keep it in the justify between, save the changes, and instead of keeping this as an absolute, let's delete it, save the changes, and this is going to be flex column. No, that will be a problem, because otherwise you can't be able to click that background image, so it will not navigate to the separate section. That will become a problem now then. All right, I think the best solution will be, let's keep that particular division completely at the top. let's keep this complete division at the top, and let's keep this section completely at the bottom, right after here. There we go. Look at that. The problem is I wrap this complete stuff inside this division, this layer. That's what it's keep on confusing it. So this is complete top section and this is complete bottom section, right? That's good. Now we do have the two different objects over there. All right. So now what I need to do is I need to bring that delete option. So let's go ahead and bring that delete option. Okay. So we need to display this delete option top of it, even when you're hovering it or not hovering it, that doesn't matter. We need to bring that delete option. So before jumping into that delete option, let's fix this hovering first. You can see here, when I'm hovering it, I can able to see that the two different options, right? So let's go ahead and finish that first. So I'm going to create a state over here. Use state snippet is hovered. It's hovered. By default, it's going to be false. So what I'm going to do is, so basically, whenever my mouse enters this complete division, it's need to be true, and then when it's leave, we need to make it false. So this is the entire division, the parent division, right? So on mouse enter, I'm going to call a callback function, and that's going to say set is hovered as false. And on mouse leave, I'm going to copy this. On mouse leave, I'm going to space it, and I'm going to say it as true. When the mouse enter, it should be true. On the mouse released, and then it should be false. So this will make the state update. And then what we need to do is this division, and then this division is supposed to be displayed only if it is forward. So dollar is forward, and then we need to display those sections. And basically you can see these are two different divisions. So if we want to wrap it inside a single thing, we can't create a division. We can create a React fragments, because you can keep two separate divisions inside these things. So I'm just going to create a React fragments, and I'm going to paste it, save the changes. Now we can see it's hidden, and when I'm hovering it, it will come inside like this. Cool, right? And let's go ahead and do that. What's that? Division part. All right. So this is the place that division is being getting entered, and right after here, I'm going to bring that the delete option at the top of it. So we need to display that delete option only if that user, we need to get the user state also. So from the use state, so const user equals to use selector, and then we need to get the state object. From the state, I'm just going to fetch the user details. Okay, so if the user object is there, then, and that user UID, the user ID should be equals to data dot users dot underscore ID. If the post is created by that logged in user, then he's the owner. So we need to display that part. We need to render this division, and basically this division is going to be in the absolute position. So I'm just going to copy the code which I created. Basically we are going to create a circle shape with a background white color, and inside here I'm going to bring an icon which is going to be a delete icon. Copy it and paste it here, and we have to import this empty delete, save the changes. Now you can see that delete options. Okay, option over here, the delete, and this is the post which is not created by ourselves, because this is created by the sample ID which we created initially. By the time when you are checking that server code, I created a sample user, so that's the reason it's not showing that delete option over there. That means our code which we written, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? then all we have to do is to add those functionalities one by one, one after another. So let's fix that delete option first. Let's fix this delete option. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a delete event for this particular division. For this division, I'm going to add an on-click event. Whenever I'm clicking it, I'm just going to say feed delete. I'm going to create a function to delete this feed. And basically, this feed delete. So to this feed delete, what we need to do, we need to send the data ID, which we do have it in the global object. So I'm going to create const feed delete equals to, and inside this method, I'm not going to send any property because we can directly access that particular ID, this particular feed ID from the global object of our property, right? So I'm going to create a method in the sanity. So let's open the sanity.js, where it is, yeah, here it is. And right after here, I'm going to write a code to delete a feed. So export const delete feed, because there itself I use the term called field delete. So I'm just going to reverse it and I'm going to use it over here, async, and that method is going to take an ID, which is going to be the data ID, the feed data ID, a callback function, and I'm just going to make sure that it's completely waiting. That's the this until it's successfully removed from the cloud. That needs to be wait. Let's need to wait until it's successfully removed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this function as an asynchronous function. So this function will wait until this action is being successfully done. So client await client dot delete ID, and that's going to return a promise. So let data equals that, and let's return that promise to the main, the function where it's being get called. Save changes, and let's get back to the feed. And over here, I'm just going to call that method, and that method is going to be delete feed, and I'm going to send the data ID. So data dot underscore ID, then that's going to return a promise, and I'm going to get a callback function in it. And then now what I need to do, I just need to either we can refresh this current page, because once the post is successfully deleted, we need to refresh it. So I'm just going to say window dot location dot reload. So current location will get completely reload. So to make sure whether it is successfully working or not, so what we need to do, we just need to try it. Let's hit it. I think I deleted this video. So now it's being refreshed, and the data, proper data, will be fetched, and it's not deleted. Why? Let's go to the state still we do have. So let's go to our desktop, go to the post. Here the data, it's been successfully deleted and it's not being fetched properly. Here we go. That's taking few seconds to get some changes. All right, so now that means our delete function is successfully working, right? So that's the reason it's successfully being deleted from that particular post. So delete function is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now what we need to do is we need to add this add to collections. That means if I want to save this post, that's supposed to be added to, marked as a collection that I saved that post, right? So to do that, what I'm going to do is I already created a state over here, right, to mark that changes and everything. So I'm just going to update it. All right, so I'm just going to update it. So if this particular post, which is already added to my collections, for instance, every post have a separate object called collections. So I just need to add the reference users data as a reference. So whoever the users who already saved this post, I need to add that user ID as a reference over here. Just I need to save the user ID to this particular post inside the collection object, and later I can check that users object. If that logged in user already inside this collections array, then he already saved this post. So that's what we are going to do now. So what I need to do when I click this, that supposed to push the logged in user ID to the collection object of this particular post. So let's go ahead and do that thing. So where is that thing? So we need to call on click event. So where we are supposed to call that on click event, and this is the division. So for this division, I'm just going to say on click, and whenever I'm clicking it, I'm going to call a callback function, and that is going to call this method save to collections, and I'm going to send the data dot id underscore id for the which particular post. Then I need to send the user ID, what particular user it's currently being logged in. That we can fetch it from the user state, UID. So copy this function, and I'm going to create that function at the top of it. Here, const save to collection, and basically that is going to be an asynchronous function, async, and that's taking two different ID and user ID and a callback function. Make sure that you're sending the ID first. I'm sending the post ID first, then I'm sending the user ID, right? So the first ID is for post ID, and the second parameter is for our user ID. And inside here, all we have to do is to make sure that whether we need to figure it out whether the user already saved the post or not, right? So how we can make sure? So I'm just going to display it. So if the user is already saved this post, already did save this post, what we have to do, we have to display it in a different color. So that we can do it in the use effect function. So whenever the document is being, this component is being rendered, if this logged in user, if he already saved it, then that particular user ID will be inside the collections array. So we need to check that, and then we have to display that coloring property. Before that, let's fix this. So if that, we have to save it to the collection only if that is not already saved. So if not already saved, then I need to save it to the collection. So I'm going to create an add to collections in the sanity. So let's go here and let's create that API functions first. So over here, what I need to do is I'm going to say, let me copy it and paste here, and let me explain it. So we are creating a function called add to collections, and then sending the post ID and the user ID, and I make sure await client. So to update anything, you need to use the patch method. I'm going to update this particular post and set if missing that collection object. If that post ID doesn't have that collection array, then it will create that collection array, and it will try to insert after the collection -1. That means -1 indicates the last index. So that's the reason. And the key, we are trying to create a unique reference for that particular reference ID, what we are trying to do. Then we need to give it what kind of type that we are going to do. It's a reference type, and we are adding the reference object as the user ID. That particular logged in user ID, we are passing it as a references. So that will add it to the collection object. So let's go ahead and make sure whether it is working properly or not. It's showing the user ID. It's not, of course, it is not imported. So what we need to do is, let's go to the top and let's add this line over there, that user ID, the unique identifier. So now you can see that error is being gone. And what I need to do, I need to call this method straight away in the feed section over here. If it is already saved, then over here, add to collection. So send the ID property and the user ID property in a perfect order, and that is going to return a promise. Open it, and it's going to get the callback function. Enter, and here also I'm just going to say window.reload, window.location reload, window.location.reload, save the post. Now what it's supposed to be happen is, if I click this, it should reload. It's reloading. I hope there is no mistakes. So currently it's not showing, the color is not changing, but if I have to make sure, and if I go here and if I scroll down and under the collections object, you can see that user reference, because this particular user, it's marked this particular post as a favorite post. So I can get that user ID. Just like the same way I can add multiple different users. So I just keep on that the user reference will be added over here. So now the functionality which we implemented, it's working fine, but the coloring changes is not happening properly. So to do that, what I need to do is I need to write a use effect hook, then inside this use effect hook, I'm just going to implement a functionality. So basically it's an array, right? The collection object is an array. So we need to return, we need to make sure we need to use the filter function. So if that ID, the login user ID inside that collection array, then of course it's going to return the object, it's going to return an array back. That means, for instance, let's say I'm searching for the value 1. Let's assume that 1 is the ID, the login user ID, and we do have the array objects like 3, 4 and 1, right? So then if you're trying to filter it, then 1 is inside. So 1 is inside, so filter method is going to throw that array which is having that matching filter functionality. So you will get the array, outside array, as 1, right? So then if you're trying to check the length of that particular array, it's going to be 1, because we have only one matching field. So the filter function will return only one array value. So the length will, of course, it's going to be 1. But 1 officially means it's true, but we can't use that number. So I need to change this number into a boolean. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say not 1. If you're saying it is a not 1, that means it will change it as a false. So I need to convert this into a not false, then it will be converted into a true, right? So number will be converted, then we will change it as a not 1, so it will gives you the value as false. If you change it to not false, then it will gives you the value as true. We can't directly convert a number, but we can approach this method. We can convert, we will get the true or false result, right? So just like the same way, assume it that now if I'm searching for 5, of course 5 is not inside this array, right? And over here, if I'm trying to get that array, it will return an empty array. So the empty array length, of course, it will be 0. If you're checking for not 0, then you will get the value as true. If you are checking for not true, then you will get the value as false, right? This is the logic that we are trying to implement at this particular place. So I'm just going to say set already saved, open it, and all I'm going to do is to find the length of this particular state. So you can see here we are applying the not functionality 2 times. So if you are feeling struggle to understand this, the not option like 2 different times, you can approach it in a single way, just like this. We can do this thing in a simple term, right? So what we can do is just like this way. Let's say that you're having the array called 2, 4, 1, and you're trying to apply the filter method, and then I'm going to get the number 1 by 1. I'm going to call back the function. If the number dot value or something, the number dot value property, it's equals to 1. That's the ID that I'm looking for. If the number dot value is equals to 1, then I need to get that length. So I'll get that length. So that will give this option. Then I need to apply 2 times the not function. So let me wrap this into a bracket, and I will add the not 2 times in front. That also will gives me the exact result what I'm applying over here. So over here, I'm just going to say data dot collections object. I'm going to filter it, and I will get the item inside. That each collections item if that collection items dot underscore id, if it is equals to the logged in user dot underscore id, so that means uid, then we will get the length of it. We will get the length of it, dot length. We will get the length of it. And if I console log it instead of directly applying the changes right now, console.log, paste it. I added extra brackets over there, that's the reason. Now if I open the console.log, over here we are getting the errors. We can see we are getting the values as 0 and 0 because initially it is undefined. The reason is because the component is not been mounted, and later we are getting the value as 0 and 0. So if I wrap this completely, if I wrap this like this, 2 times not, then we can see we're having the value as false and false, right? So we are getting the value as false and false. So let me refresh this and let's recheck it one more time. We are getting the values and you can see true, false, true, false. Reason is because this is successfully already saved. That's the reason we are getting true, and this is not saved yet. That's the reason we are getting false. So that means the option that we are applied over here, it's working perfectly. And I'm just going to push this to set already saved state, not over, set already saved. Save the changes, and now if you have a look at here, you will get the color changes over here because this post, it's successfully been saved. And if I want to save this post also, all I have to do is to click this functionality and that will refresh it. And let's go here and let's see this post is updated now. And let's go here and let me check the collection property, and you can see 2 users already successfully saved this collections, saved it inside to the collections. And let's go here and still it's not updated. Let's refresh it one more time, and now you can see the collection property, it's successfully there. Cool, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this into cursor as a pointer cursor, and now yeah, here why it's not showing the cursor pointer? Here it's working perfectly, but why? Let me add the, I already added the cursor pointer over there, but it's not changing the cursor pointer for some reason. I'm not sure why it's changed, and it's, let's refresh it. Don't know why. I added the cursor pointer, but it's not changing. Don't understand quite now. Okay, so anyways, okay, the cursor property, it's not working for, okay, it's working over here, but why it's not working? Oh, now it's working, but for that only it's working. What's happening right now? See, now it's working. Don't understand what is happening. Maybe there is some lag or anything. No, my PC, everything is fine. All right, so let's see. So the add collections object and the delete functionality is successfully working. Cool. Now all you have to do is to, so please pause this video and go ahead and add few more objects over there, so that we can able to we can able to see the multiple objects over here, right? Just like this, like the multiple feeds. So take your time and add multiple feeds over here. So in this case, I'm just going to pause the video and I'm going to add multiple feeds. Okay, then so now I added few videos and images over here, and you can see we have a bunch of options, like bunch of videos and everything I can able to see over here. Cool, right? So now what I need to do when I'm uploading it, I face some issue. That means once I saved it, it's not fetching the details back. That's the thing I faced, and it's an issue, right? So once I upload a new video or anything, it's not fetching the data back. So the better approach, it's better either fetch the details and upload dispatch the state, or just reload the page. Okay, in this case what I'm going to do is right after this is the place that where we are saving the detail, saving the post, and this is the place where we are saving the post, right? So right after the saving, I'm just going to say window dot location and dot reload. So after saving the post, every single time this page will get refreshed, so that will fetch the detail from the web page. Okay, and that is some slight delay in the sanity, so I'm not sure why it's happening, but for the time being, just now only I'm facing that issue, because the reflection, it's been uploaded directly, but when you're trying to fetch the details from the sanity, it's not getting the details instantly. All right, so I think I'm not sure where the problem is, that 2 to 3 seconds delay, like after 2 times when you refresh your data, the data is fetching properly. Maybe now even I disable the CDN link, because if you enable this option, what happens, it will try to look for whether you deployed the sanity server or not. So like the sanity server, currently it's running in a local host, but even at the local host, it's taking like 2 to 3 seconds delay, maybe because of my internet connections. If you are if you also facing this exact same issues, drop that in my comment section. So let me know how many of you facing that exact issue, so that we need to figure it out what exact that mistake is. Otherwise, I'm the only person right now getting that mistake. All right, so now we added this post. Now problem is, when I tap it, you can see it's navigating to a very specific ID, so we need to create that particular route. So that's what we need to do next. All right, so what we need to do is, so that's leave us to I think that is inside our new post containers. No, not there. Then it is inside our home container. Where is our route? Main route. I think that is inside our main route. So we need to go to our app.js. So let's navigate to the app.js. So this is the place. So right after here, copy and save these changes. And if it is coming through where? If you are clicking it, it's taking the user to this feed details, right? Copy this. If should take the details to the feed details, and here I'm going to get that specific ID. So that ID is going to be underscore ID. Make sure that you're adding this colon over here, then only you can get it from the URL props. All right, so, and this is not going to render the new post. This is going to display that feed detail, complete feed detail. So let's create a new component called feed detail.jsx or AFCE. Let's click the index, copy this, and make sure this is as a feed detail. Copy it and paste it over here. Save the changes, not necessary of that method. Close this, and I'm just going to get that feed detail, save the changes, and now we are inside the feed details. Cool, right? So what we can do is, so I'm just going to work with the feed detail, and the first thing what we do have when I tap this, so I'm having this menu option over here, just exactly the same way what we did for new post. So let's go there. Where is that new post container? Over here, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to, okay, create post is not necessary. And where is that? New post is also, we copied it. Feed, where is the feed detail? I haven't opened it. Here it is. So just replace this, leave the last division because we haven't copied that division. Okay, now it will throw the error for this new post. Save the changes, and now here we go. Cool, right? So now we do have that option, and the feed detail, now it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, but I don't need this 340 size. I'm just going to make it to 240 pixels custom size. So now it's reduced to that particular size. All right, so this division is successfully done. Enter. So then what we need to do, we need to bring these options over here. Like we need to bring this filter section. Worry about it later. We need to bring this image, and we need to bring this the right side sections and everything. So basically what we can do it, we can keep it as a grid. So I'm going to create a division, and inside that division I'm going to have a grid options. So we are going to keep a grid, and inside that grid we are going to create two different columns like this. Width is going to act as a full grid column 1. That means normally it is grid column 1, but from the large device onwards it's need to divide it into two different columns, and these are the pixels for each and every screen wise level. All right, we'll wrap. And now inside here I'm going to create a two divisions. Inside here I'm going to have two different divisions, division 1 and division 2, like two different divisions inside here. Div, I'm going to keep it 1, and div, and I'm going to keep it as 2. You can see we have two equal partitions over there. So first let's finish the first part, then we'll move on to the second part. So for this division I'm just going to say class flex. Everything is going to be in a column direction, because you can see here we are displaying the image, and below that we are displaying the comment sections also, right? So we need to do that. So flex, and flex is going to be in the column direction, and then everything should be in the items starting position, and then justify starting position, and gap it's going to be 4. And instead of this 1, what I'm supposed to do is I'm going to bring one complete division. I'm going to wrap it inside the division. I'm going to bring a video, or I'm going to bring the image, right? So first we need to create a division. Inside here we need to bring a division, and I'm going to copy that class name which I created. All right, so basically I created a class with the height as an auto, but on the large device the height is going to be 600, and in super large device and the height is going to be 800 pixels. So the rest of the thing, everything is going to be just for adjusting the image's height and width, and then the flex property, and then overflow options and everything. Inside here we need to bring that image or whatever it is. So how exactly we displayed inside the media. So I'm just going to copy this completely from here, and I'm going to paste it. But instead of this, the link property, we don't need this link property. Let's delete it and delete it. And I don't need this link over here also. Okay, instead of data, what we need to do is we need to keep it as a feed. Okay, instead of data, we need to keep it as a very particular field, because we haven't fetched that feed from that this particular ID. We haven't fetched that feed from that particular ID. So what's the easiest option is, it's better to fetch that particular feed detail from the data. All right, better to get the feed detail from the data. So for that, what we need to do is I'm just going to change this to feed for the time being, because we are going to create a state here. Use state snippet feed. It's going to be null initially. All right, make sure that you are rendering it with a conditional rendering option. All right, so save the changes. This will not be displayed, and over here. Currently nothing will be displayed because feed option is currently empty. That's the reason it's not displaying anything. So let's go ahead and get that feed first. So first I need to access that ID from that, because that is what we are sending it. The parameter what we are sending, that's the ID. So over here, what I need to do is, I'm just going to say const underscore ID is equals to, that is going to get an object. Inside that object only, we need to get that use params. We need to use the use params hook. We need to get the use param hook from the React router DOM. Use params hook from the React router DOM. So that's going to get that complete object, parameter object and query object. You will get the params, query objects and everything. I need the params. So I'm just going to access only that particular ID, right? So now I have that ID. So then what I need to do is, I need to get that user detail, that get, sorry, not user, get that particular feed detail. So I do have that ID. So inside the use effect, hook, I'm going to call a callback function, and inside here I need to write a fetch detailed query. Just exactly, it's going to be same as the fetch query, but what we are going to do, we are going to send an ID along with that. Just exactly, it's going to be same, just like this. But along with this, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to send an ID like double dot. So if I'm fetching this, what's happening? See here, if I'm fetching this, that is going to give me the multiple objects results over here. But I need to fetch only this particular ID. In that sense, what I need to do is, after this post and underscore ID field, I'm going to apply a conditional rendering for that particular ID field, and inside here, inside the single post, pass that ID and click fetch option. Now you can see we are getting only that particular ID. How simple as that? Just after the post, we just need to add this ID option, but this ID, it's not going to be the same ID, it's going to be dynamically updated. So we just need to make some changes in this query format to work with it in a more realistic way. So let's go here, go to the supports, and what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to copy this string, because right now it's a single string object, but we need to create a function. So export const fetch detail query equals to an arrow function, and through this function I'm just going to share the feed ID inside, and here I'm just going to write a query const query equals to, paste it, so that thing, and instead of this, I don't need to arrange it in any order. Then inside here I'm going to say this property, copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. But instead of this string data, I'm going to pass that dynamic feed ID inside. All right, so now this string will get replaced every single time whenever the parameters keep on changing, and at the end, right after here, we need to return that query, otherwise the query will never get executed. Return that query, save the changes. Now the support file is done. Let's get back to the feed. That support is done, the query is done. Now let's get back to the sanity, and we need to fetch that single query, just like the same way how we fetch the complete deals. So what we need to do is, let's get back to the sanity. We need to get the feed detail, right? So I'm going to say fetch feed detail. So I'm just going to copy and paste that function. So please pause this video and write this function. You can see I'm creating a function and I'm passing that feed ID. First I'm fetching the query, which we are successfully going to execute it. So this is the query. I'm passing that ID and I'm getting that query completely fast. Then once we got the query in our hand, if you have that query, then we need to fetch that query. So we will get the data, then we are returning that data, right? That's good. Simple as that. Then let's get back to the feed details. So inside the feed details, now inside this use effect method, what I need to do, I need to call that feed fetch feed details from the sanity feed details, and I'm going to pass that underscore ID which we fetched from the parameter. Then it's going to return the data, a promise. Inside that promise, I'm going to get the data, and I'm going to set that data to our feed. So set feed the data and the first index, because we are getting the array in that we are getting only one index, so I need the 0th index only. So save the changes. Now once you got the detail, it's not imported, fetch detail, and I think it's showing an error over here because I haven't imported it yet. Save the changes. And fetch queries, detail queries, not defined. Why we are getting that? Support. I added the, so let me refresh this and let's check it out. Expected a following expression, that means we are getting some error in the query. Query is so far working in the top layer, then where we missed. Query is so far, what's the problem? Let's go to the console. In a promise, that means over here. Let's hide this. Console.log data, let's console log it. So there is some problem with the query only. See, the query only, there is some issue. So by the time when I'm copying and pasting, did I made any mistakes? So this is the query, right? Copy, replace it. All right, and inside this string, dollar feed ID, save the changes. Yeah, now the problem is solved. You can see we got that ID and we got that index, and now what we need to do is we need to push it to the feed details. The problem is, look at that, now that image it's being displayed. So sometime when I'm copying that from that particular place, from the previous this location, I think I deleted this bracket over there, or I missed something. So when you're copying and pasting this query, so please make sure that you're copying it perfectly, otherwise it will lead to these kinds of silly mistakes. All right, so now we are good over here. So we able to display this image over here. So that is so far so good. So now we display this image, and right after this we need to display this comment section. So before moving into the comment section, let's move on to the right side section so that we can able to display these parts, because these are the things that we already have. We just need to take it, we need to display it over there. So let's go ahead and do that. Then we can come back to the comment section. We'll come back to that later. All right, so let's go ahead and do that, the next part, which is the remaining right side section. So this is the part, I think so. Not that one, I don't think so. This, yeah, here we go. This is the second part. All right, so what we are going to do is, so basically I'm just going to make that complete division, so it should take the complete flex, complete width, and it should use the flex item, column direction, everything. Then inside here I'm going to create a division. So if you notice here, this is one division, this is one, and this is one, and this is one. So everything is a separate division. So first we need to bring the user profile section. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to copy and paste that code part over here, so to avoid the timing issues. So here you can see I created one division, like I created one, let me expand this. So you can see I created one division, and inside the division I kept it as a flex and justify and a gap. You can see I increased the gap, and I added that image, and I added that paragraph, so I can able to see the user who uploaded that thing. So right after that, what we need to do, we need to bring this thing. So basically this is a complete division. You can see this is a complete division, and inside that you can see this is a complete division, and inside that division we have one more division, and inside this division we have this two different one icon and one text, and we have this collection object, right? Cool. So this is the thing that we have to do. So right after this user profile division, right after this division over here, now what I need to do is I need to bring that division over here. So let's go ahead and create the division first. So basically that is going to have that flex property and everything. So let's go ahead and create the division, copy, and let me bring that division over here. It's taking some time to load now, I don't know why. Paste it. Maybe because my laptop it's being loaded, that's the reason it's not fetching the property immediately. Okay, inside this division div here, I'm going to bring that copy and paste that styles, so we don't need to wait for writing the styles. Cool. So now you can able to see a bracket, a small border box over there, and I'm going to bring the icon. This is the icon that I'm going to bring it inside, and I'm going to insert, and now that will brings that icon. And right after here, so if that collection property dot length is greater than 0, that means it's having something, then only we need to display it. Otherwise we are not supposed to display that count or whatever it is. Otherwise, if I just need to display the count as 0, that's totally fine. So I'm going to display a paragraph tag if that collection object dot length, if that feed collection dot length is greater than 0, that means if I do have any objects inside, if I saved it, then the collection length will be different. So I will display that length. Otherwise, I'm simply display the value as 0. Save the changes. So currently you can see it's showing the answer as 0, right? Because none of them saved this post. So then over here, right after here, so we need to implement the exact same stuff, exactly the same stuff what we did for that feed detail section. So we need to bring that exact same stuff what we did in the feed detail. So from the feed, if you check the feed for already saved what we did, all this stuff, we need to bring that exact same stuff for whatever we did for that. So I'm just going to copy this state, and I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to copy this method, and I'm going to paste that method over there right after this use effect function, and we need to import this one. All right, fine. And then what else we need to do? We need to copy that use effect method also. So I'm just going to copy that use effect to monitor this one separately, and this is that method, and this feed object, which is this, there is no changes in it. And we need to get the users object, because this is the place where we are checking the user detail also. So we need to get that user thing also. So user, and I'm going to import it. Then what else we need? Yeah, now all I have to do is to bring that the division. You have to bring that division, that bookmark division. So this is the place, right? So right after here, save, and then we need to import this one also. Save the changes. So now you can able to see that. See, since this is not successfully saved already in my post, so it's not changing that color. If I try to, it's trying to fetch that detail. So somehow I did save some post. You can see this post is saved. So let me refresh it. All right, so I did refreshed it now, and if I opened it, if I refresh this one, so it's something. All right, so so whenever this ID is also updated, yeah, now it's okay. So whenever there is a changes in the ID, that coloring option should be also be re-rendered. That the use effect needs to be re-rendered, and it should work perfectly. Now you can see it's working perfectly. So this is what it will be displayed. If the user, if that thing is not saved, then it will display it in a different color. Okay, so cool. It will not be, if it is not saved, it will display it in like this. If it is saved, it will be displayed like this. So then what we need to do, we need to bring this tags section. So let's go ahead and bring that tags section. So where is that? This division is being finished over here, and this, then the complete section is finished over there. And right after here, I'm going to fetch feed keywords dot length. If the keywords dot length is greater than 0, then we need to display that. All right. Okay, so now what I need to do is, here I need to display a paragraph tag, and this paragraph tag is going to have a class property, like text size is going to be a base property, and text color is going to be a primary color, and font, everything is going to be semi bold. Inside this, I'm going to display the tags colon, and right over here I'm going to render that. I'm going to render it as using a span tag. So feed dot keywords dot map. I'm going to get that tag along with that index, and I'm going to render these span tags over there. And this span tag is going to have a class name. Padding left and right, it's going to be 1, and padding top and bottom, it's going to be 1 pixel, and mx, so left and right, the margin, I'm going to increase it, and rounded, it's going to be empty, and I'm going to add the border, and the border gray color is going to be 100 or 200. Border gray 200, and inside here we need to get the key, and I'm going to supply the key, that index, and I'm going to display the tag name over here. Say the changes. Now that will display the tag name over here. Cool. Now we have the tag name over there. Fine. So next, after the tag name over here, only if the user is logged in, we need to display this free download option. So what we need to do is, over here, if I do have that user object, then only if I do have that user object, I need to render this. All right, either if it is an image or video, it depends. All right, so open the React fragments. Inside this React fragments, so what I'm going to say is, if the feed have that main image property, then open this. I'm going to bring a free download option, copy, and I'm going to paste it, which is an anchor tag, which having a quite impressive button style. And you can see href feed image asset URL, and I'm joining this question mark DL. That means the anchor tag allow us to download that URL, whatever we do have. So that will download that file in our local storage. Okay, so just exactly the same thing we have to do it for our the other media, that means the video or whatever it is. Save changes. Now you should be able to see that button. Now if you click this button, what happens, that will download that image directly from the server. You can see if I open it and I can bring it, you can see this is the downloaded image. Cool, right? So we successfully implemented the free download option also. So this download option will be displayed only if the user is logged in. Otherwise, you can't see that free download option. So right after that free download option, what I need to do, I need to bring a small line, right? So I'm going to create a line. I'm not going to use any HR tag or anything to create a horizontal line. I'm going to create a division with a specific height, with a specific color. So that will increase that. Come on, why it's taking this much long? It's taking too long. All right, so then right after this division, we need to bring that description sections also. So that is going to be a simple paragraph tag. Inside that paragraph tag, we are going to get that description. So save these changes. So why this is taking this much long? The server is not being loaded properly, or my web page it's being slow, or I'm not sure which one is consuming my lot of memory. I can feel that my laptop it's been lagging a little bit now because of my memory pressure. You can see it's lagging because the node is currently consuming a lot of memory space. So if I open this, here we go. Now we can see that horizontal line and everything is working as it's supposed to be. Cool, that I can see the description option over there, the lorem ipsum, it's fine. Then after that, what I need to do is I need to get this suggestion post, the suggested post, right? So basically this suggested post is nothing but exactly the same feeds only, but we are displaying only the top 5 of it. That's the suggested feed that we are doing. That's the top 5 feeds. Okay, so but the problem is over here. So we need to make sure if that feed is a video, if it is a video, then we need to display the top 5 video things. If it is not a video, then we need to display the top 5 images, because we do have 2 different set of categories over here. So what we need to do is, so I'm going to create a division. So initially, because of my laptop speed issues, so I'm just going to stop it a little bit because of the heavy load. Stop it, and let me check the activity monitor. And now the memory pressure, it's being released a little bit because of the node. Now it's stopped successfully, and Chrome is also taking a lot of memory space in it. All right, so now it's fine. And here, let's restart this thing one more time, and let's restart this server. So that will restart the server. So it's restarting the development window, and it's successfully compiled. All right, so now it's much faster than before. Cool. All right, so now what I need to do is, after this paragraph division, I'm going to bring one more division, and for that division, I'm going to add a class name. Width is going to be full, and item center, justify center, and flex wrap, and gap it's going to be 3. All right, so now over here I'm going to bring that masonry layout. All right, inside this masonry layout, we are going to supply this feeds property. We are going to supply the data for our feeds property. And for this feeds property, basically what we are going to do is we need to check, because right now this is an image. We are not supposed to display, when you are giving us suggestions for an image, you are not supposed to display the videos also. So we need to ignore the videos. So from the feed, I'm going to check others media. If it is have that others media data, then what we are supposed to do, we need to get the feeds completely from that. We need to filter it. So copy this, and I'm going to say feeds, and feeds from the state we are getting the feeds, both feeds. Then over here, if that single feed having the other media, that means it's a video. So from the feeds dot filter, from the feeds we are going to slice it, then we are going to filter it. From the feeds dot slice, I'm going to get maximum 6 or 8 of it, top 8 suggestions or top 5 suggestions, that's up to you. So 0 comma 6, I'm going to keep it 6. All right, so 6. Then I'm going to filter it, dot filter. Then I'm going to extract that particular item. Then if that item it's having that other media, okay, only that particular, if that item having other media, we will filter it. Otherwise we will get that main images. So if this condition is true, we are going to get the feed only if it is having the other media. That means if it is having a video or audio, we are going to fetch it. If it is not, I'm going to fetch the main images. So save the changes. Now, right now, that is supposed to display the, come on, why you're taking so long today to display the data? It's not displaying anything. Why? Inspect elements, console. Nothing is happening. Why? Let me save the changes. Still I can't see it. Okay, I can see something right now. It's refreshing. Okay, the compiling, it's taking some time. Okay, so masonry layout, it's now okay. How come? Let's check whether it is displaying some details or what. Let's open the console.log over here. Here console.log feeds, inspect elements. Let's go to the inspect elements console. We are getting undefined. That's a problem. What's the problem over here? We are getting undefined other media. Or okay, the feeds object itself null over here. Why that is the issue? We are not even getting the feeds object itself. Why? Then how come it is working now? Okay, so now we have the feeds object. Now if I go here, we can see that now we are getting the details. Okay, so you can see here now we are getting these details completely. But the problem is with this masonry layout is that that means our query is working perfectly. That filter method, what we are trying to do is it's working perfectly. So let me remove this console.log. I don't need that. And you can see that we are getting this detail. But the problem with this masonry layout is like it is trying to keep, because since this is a large breakpoint, like you can see we added the breakpoints, right? Because since now it's right now it's a large screen, so still it's trying to keep that six feed details over there. It's trying to fit all those 6 feet details inside this location, but I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more hook over here like is suggestions. So if this suggestion object is true, if the suggestion object is true, then inside this masonry layout, inside that masonry layout, what we are trying to do, we are going to extract that, copy this suggestion and go here. I'm going to get that. All right, so if that is true, if I do have, only if I am not having that is suggestion, if it is not suggestion, if it is not suggestion, then we need to use the normal breakpoints, otherwise the breakpoints should be only true. So if this false, it will display this 6, otherwise it will display only these 2. Look at that, how cool is that? Now we are getting the top 6 suggestions. So we need to display the text like suggested post. So what I'm need to do is right after this copy and paste it. Instead of field description, I'm just going to say suggested post. So that will display the suggested post text over there, but that is supposed to be something bigger and font semi-bold. So like that, now we have the suggested post. So right after that, where is it? So where is the grid is being starting? This is the grid is being get started, and right after this division completely, we need to display all the related posts. You can see right after here we are having all the related posts, right? So we need to bring all the related posts over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a division, basically division, and that is going to access all the complete class, width, full, and px is going to be 12. On Excel device, the px is going to be the 32, and flex column, item start, justify start. And inside this division, I'm going to do the exact same stuff what I did over here, that paragraph. So I'm going to copy this paragraph along with this division, and I'm just going to change this to related post, and I don't need to slice it, but I need to filter it. Just remove the slice and keep all of them, save the changes. So now at the bottom you should be able to see, and I don't need this suggestions properties also, you should be able to see all the related posts. Cool, right? Look at that, how cool is that? Now here you can see only top 6 suggestions, and below you can see all the related images post. All right, so it's working how it's supposed to work. All right, so everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Let's get back. Few of them doesn't having the keyword. Okay, I think I forgot to add a keyword. So if it is not having the keyword, you can see it's displaying that black mark, so we don't need that. So what we need to do is, let's go here. If that particular layer is not having that keywords, okay, so this is supposed to display only having a keyword. So we render it properly, but why we are not getting the data? Why are we not having that data over there? So where is the dog post? Let's go to the dog post. I think the sanity, for my sanity local server itself, it's too slow. Dog tags, yeah, for the dog I don't have the tags, the keyword, I don't have the keyword. If the keywords dot length is greater than 0, only if it is greater than 0 we are supposed to display it. So now it will not show that black mark. Okay, so for few of them I think I failed to add that. Yeah, All right, that's not an issue. Now that problem is solved. If it doesn't having a keyword, then it will be ignored. All right, so now we finish the most of the part. So if I click this, that's taking it to the separate thing, and you can see this is not marked as a collection. It's working fine. And if you are showing the related post and the suggested post and the download options, and only one thing that is remaining over here, that we need to implement the comment section. So let's go ahead and implement that comment section right now. All right, so right after that image, where is the image or video that we are displaying? We need to go to the feed details, and where is that? Yeah, here it is. This is the division which is showing that this is the place, that's the place where is video it's getting completed, and right after here we need to display that comment section. So till I'm going to take the complete class, and of course it's going to take the width full, and the py it's going to 4, and flex column, and items, everything is going to be starting position, justify, everything is going to be in the starting position. Inside here, now I need to bring the comments. So it's better to keep the complete comments in a different section. All right, it's better to keep it in a different section. So what I'm different component, now the section different component. So I'm going to create a new component, and I'm going to say comment .jsx rafce, save the changes, index.js, copy and paste it, comments, copy it, paste it, export it, index.js, go here, and let's bring that comment over here. So comments, but this is supposed to be coming from components. And this is supposed to be an object. Yeah. So for this component, I need to send the feed, because I need to get that for which particular feed this comment is being added, then by whom this comment is being added. So we need the feed and we need the user. So then I'm just going to So what else that we need to do? We need to get the, I'm sending the feed. So along with that, we'll send the set feed method also. Set feed is equal to set feed. All right, these are the properties that I'm trying to send it to a comment. Save the changes. All right, so now you can see that we can able to see the comment. All right, so that means the comment position is perfectly in its location. All right, so now let's get back to the comment section. Okay, cool. Now for this comment section, so what we need to do is, I'm just going to copy this style and I'm going to paste it over here, and inside this division I'm going to bring this comment. So basically, if you have a look at the comment section over here, you can able to see we having an image and we having this input box. If we don't have a comment to display, this area is displaying no comments, unless if you're having a comments. Not for this. For what image I do have, then I think for this, we can see, we can able to see this as a nice flower, and it gives the days also over here. Probably I did this part like 25 days before. Oh my god, that's a long day. All right, so we need to bring it over here. So that it's going to have a division, and inside that division it's going to have that image. So let me copy that division, and inside that division I'm going to bring that image, and I'm just going to copy that code and I'm going to paste that part over here. You can see that image. So please pause the video and then please do that part, because basically this is just an image displaying in a round portion, and this is the CDN link of that image. I'm using it over here, and the comments styling and everything, not a typical part. Then for write a comment. I'm going to use a use state, and I'm going to create a state called comment. For that, get that message, what message that the user is written in that input field, and then I'm going to copy that input field also over here to get that, to achieve that particular input style over here. So save comment, basically we don't have this method, so for the time being I'm just going to hide this method over here. So now it's supposed to display that text box over here. So what I'm going right after that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more state over here, use state snippets is loading. By default it's going to be false. So right after this division part, I'm going to bring one more division, which is basically going to display all the comments over here. So width is going to be full, flex column, item center, and justify center, and gap between each and every object is going to be 2. And if you have a look at it, you can see that it's displaying the user image who posted that comment, name of the user, and you're having this nice flower as a comment. And right after the top right, you can see we are having the moment. So on what exact moment it's been written. So we need to do that. To work with that, we're going to use this moment.js. Moment.js. If you search for moment.js, this is the one that we are going to use it. So you can able to see here that we are having a different time format and how to convert it into this specific options. So I'm just going to use this relative time options with a different date format. All right, that's what we are going to do. And here I'm just going to check if it is loading. I need to display that spinner, and basically that spinner needs to come from components. That is supposed to be an object. Otherwise, what I need to do, I need to display this React fragments. Inside this fragments, I'm going to display that certain options. All right. So here, for the time being, so what I'm going to say, if I have the feeds dot comments object, you can see here, inside this feed object, any one feed object, you can able to see that you're having the comments. If that comments is there, if I do have that object, then I need to render certain things. If I don't have that, I need to render certain things. That's what we are trying to do here. If I do have that inside here, if I do have that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say feed. If I do have that, I need to render this component like feed dot feed, come on, feed dot, okay, that is, I'm getting the, I need to get the feed, and I need to get the, what else I need to get it from here, user object. We can get it from the Redux state itself, but anyway, we already passed it from there. It's better to use it as it is. All right, so now I can get the feed object, feed. So feed, if the feed, oops, so now here, instead of this approach, I can load this and I can say feed, okay, feed dot, if I have that comments dot slice, I need to display only a very few comment, 0, comma. So what I'm trying to show you here is, for instance, let me go to the home option. For few images, for few things, you can see here I'm having a lots of comments, and if I hit the load more option, that is displaying the remaining comments also, right? And that's displaying the remaining comments. So if I want to implement that option over here, that's what we are trying to do. So for to monitor that, I'm going to create one more state, const. So we need to get that use state snippet, right? So we need to get that use state snippet. 1 second, just a moment, I'm lost over here. So I'm going to create one more state with an index of default as a 5. Okay, then by default it will display the 5 different commands, right? So I'm going to supply that index over here. By default it will supply the top 5 index. Then dot map, open it, and I'm going to get that message, and I'm going to open it and render it over here. Right inside here, now what I need to do is I need to display the division div property, and as a key we need to display unique. So from the message underscore id, we do have that id property, we can display it as a unique. And of course we are going to display some class style, and I'm going to copy and paste that class style over here. Class flex item center, justify center, because we need to keep it as a flex. You can see, so this is the complete division. So flex, then we need to bring the image, and this is going to be a complete section. So let's go ahead and do that. Then I need to bring that image, user image, copy it, paste it. Then now it will display that user image. Then we need to create one more division, which is going to display that that user name and the moments. So for that, as I told you, what happened? Okay, so for that we need to create, and I'm just going to say cd client yarn add moment. We need to add this moments.js. So yarn add moment. So add it inside your client folder. We need it, of course we need that package. So let it download and install. In the meanwhile, let's go here and continue our work. So we are right now at the, we finished the image part, and now inside this I'm going to create one more division, which is for our name and for that moment option. All right, save the changes, and over here inside this division, right now we are doing this particular part, this thing. Okay, inside here we have this whole section, right? And in that section we have two different parts, one top area and bottom area. In the top area we have one paragraph tag and another one paragraph tag. Okay, so here first paragraph tag, we need to display that name. Save the changes. I think I really don't have any comments or anything. Why we are getting this error? Comments.js 0 is not okay. This is supposed to be 0, not O. All right, let me go here, and I think I have comment for this one. Yeah, here you can see. Now we can able to see that name, who made that comment, and we need to display that time also, right? So for this particular field we have to figure it out. What is this ID? Feed. Oh my god, it's having a huge number of posts. What's this ID? A039. So let's find out that ID. Underscore ID property, not this one. Where is the ID property? Not this one. Not this one. Let's go to the bottom. Yeah, this is the one. So let's pin this detail, and you can see, oh, not this one. You can see we have the comments. Inside the comments we have that index, and we have the ID comment, and we do have the creator at. You can see the date format. So basically what we need to do is we having the date, and also we having the time. So we need to separate these two strings. We have to separate these two, then we have to join them. I need to separate the date separately, then I need to separate the time, then I have to join it together, then I need to convert it into a specific date format, then I can use the from now method from the moments option, from now from the moments option to get that exact moment, right? Let's go ahead and do that. So we need to convert it into this exact format. Then only we can use the from now to get this, because right now we're having the both date and time strings together. So we need to convert it to this exact format. Then only we can able to use it, right? So right after this paragraph tag, I'm going to create one more paragraph tag here. I'm going to bring that moments. So moment, of course I need to import that moment object, otherwise I can't use it. So let's go ahead and import that moment from that package moment, and right now here, and that is a method. Okay, so first what I need to do is I need to convert the date. I need to from the created at option. Once again, from the created at option, all right, so from where is that, where is, come on here. All right, so here what I need to do is I need to supply the strings, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a dynamic string method backtick, and I'm going to get the new date. I'm going to get the new date method, and inside this I'm going to supply a message. From the message object I will have that underscore created at object. You can able to see here we do have this underscore comment. Under the comment section you can able to see underscore created at object. We can use this object to get that underscore created at, and I'm going to convert it into a local date string. So this will gives me the date, right? Then after this, one small space. So I need to get it into this format, right? So I need to get it into that format. So small space. Then again I'm going to repeat the same stuff one more time. So copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. Then instead of to date string, now I need to change it to local time string. So now we got the date and we got the time. So this will be converted in that format. And then right after here, I need to specify the format, on what format it is supposed to be. This is supposed to be in this format: date, month, year, space, hutch, that means hours, minutes, seconds, and whether it's AM or PM. All right, in this format. Then at the end I need to convert it into from now. So save the changes and you should be able to see that thing over here. All right, it's showing that 18 days ago. So if you're getting this exact thing, that's date and time and everything, so this is supposed to work perfectly. Okay, because the server, this user ID which I created, that is a long time before, like 18 days before, that is the date like when this session is get started, and it's showing that exactly as it's supposed to be. Right after this division is successfully completed, then we have to display the comment, the message, what exact comment that message it's having. So that will be displayed over here like really a nice comment. So the comment section displaying options, everything is completed. If we don't have anything to display, then we have to simply say no comments, save the changes. So if I'm opening any other post apart from that, what's happening? Okay, changing, but the ID is not fetching. That's a new issue right now. Whenever we are clicking feed details page, that will get the ID, this ID, and whenever this ID is being updated, that should be re-rendered. Yep, now it's working. Cool. If you're changing it, and now it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. All right, cool. So problem is I haven't added that ID over here. That's the reason it's not working previously. All right, so it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Let me refresh it. If I get back to here, I do have all the feeds. All right, we are having all the feeds. If I open any one, this is a video, it is displaying suggested post. We don't have anything to display for this. For video, why the suggestions is not coming. Image it's coming perfectly, but for video, see, the suggested thing is not working properly. Are we getting any error in console? No, we are not getting any error in the console. Where it is, this is the place that we are displaying the feed. This is the one, right? The suggested one. Filter, this is the one. So let me console.log it so that we can able to see it. Console.log feed suggestions. This. Save the changes. Of course, we are getting the suggestions here. Then why it is not showing it? We are getting the suggestions. The suggestion is true. We're getting the breakpoint to only. So feeds, we are supplying the feeds from here. Feeds. How come? I don't understand this part over here. So we are getting all the related posts over here, of course, but it's not showing the suggested post. I'm not sure why, but for image it's showing. Let me check if I'm not using the slice option. Now it's showing, but if I am applying the slice, it's not showing. Why? Or whether it doesn't have any object to slice it. Why? Only one object. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 5, 7 objects we do have over here right now. The other media, the slice property is not working properly over there. If I'm having 6, What the hell? 8. If I open any other video, let's open this one. Let's open this video. Showing only one suggestions, but here it's working perfectly. It's showing all the suggested videos. This is getting quite messier now. I don't know why the code, everything is exactly the same. Suggested post, I haven't changed anything yet over here. It's exactly the same stuff. Slice, feeds. So this needs to be re-rendered even if there is any changes in the feeds also, feeds object. What's the problem? Come on, think. I couldn't able to figure it out. Maybe let me stop this server. Let me rerun it. See, it's taking so long to start the development server itself. Maybe it's because of my PC is too slow. Come on, it's taking too long. It's taking too long to start the server. On start. I don't know why it's taking this much time to start my server, but it's taking very long time to start the server. All right, so now it's loaded, and if I check it now, showing only one whole video. Even if I'm having 7 videos in my hand, it's not showing that. But why? But in the console log we are getting the data. See, we are getting all the 7 videos, all the 7 videos that we are getting in our hand. But it's not showing this as suggestions. But for image it's working smoothly. See, for image. So if I remove the slides for this video, let's check it out. Video. Okay, for video it's showing now. Maybe the video, everything it's exactly in the same size. Maybe the imaginary layout is not displaying that slice property. I'm not sure why it's happening, but for the time being I'm just removing this slice property over here. Let me figure it out what exactly happening, why exactly it's happening. Right now let's continue. All right, so everything is working smoothly except this comment part. So now let's move on to the comment thing. Okay, so for this input field, whenever this input in the comment section, now what we need to do is whenever the user press enter, so we need to save that comment. That's what we have to do. So on this input field, I'm going to create one more method. Where is that comment? Let's go to the comment. Inside this comment, for this input field, the input over here, for this input field, you can see here we have this method called save comment. So let's go ahead and create that. Const save comment equals to copy. Maybe because my PC is hanging right now, that's the reason. I think so. I'm facing some issues with my PC right now. It's overloading a lot. Oh god, I don't know why it's happening. An arrow function, and this function is going to be asynchronous method, and we are going to get that event over here. All right, so now that issue will be resolved. And now here, if that event dot key, if that event dot key is equals to enter, if the equals enter, so I'm just going to say console dot log pressed enter from comment. All right, so let me console log. Let's open the console log. Console, and here I'm just going to say we have to get the message also, right? So through this we will get the event. So I need to print the comment in the state. In the state we do have that comment. So let's say sample, and if I press enter, and you can see press to enter from the comment, and you'll get the comment, what comment which I typed over there. So now I have that message. So whenever user press the enter, if he typed it, that will be saved as a comment, a new comment. Okay, so what we need to do is, so if I do have the comment object, if I do have the comment with the comment, then I'm going to save it. So I'm just going to say set is loading as true, then I'm just going to add this into the comment. To add this into the comment, now what I need to do is I need to create a method inside the sanity. So over here I'm just going to say export const add to comments. Add to comments equals asynchronous method, and when I'm calling this function, I need to send two different things. One, ID and the user ID who made that, and what is the message. These are the things I need to pass it in the comment section. So I'm going to create a doc underscore doc is equals to, so underscore type, it's going to be comments, that's a document type. Then what is the message that I'm sending, that's the comment. Then users, in the users object, and we need to send the type as a reference. Underscore type is going to be reference, don't make any mistakes, reference, and underscore reference is going to be UID, that's user ID. These are the objects that we are trying to save the changes. So first what we need to do is, first we need to add that user ID, then we need to save the comment also at the same time. All right, so what I'm going to say is await client dot create. First I'm going to create the comment, a new comment in the comment document, then I'm going to get that comment ID, and I'm going to put it in that post reference. Okay, so create, let's send that doc inside over here, underscore doc, we'll create that comment first, dot then we'll get that comment. Now we have that comment. Now inside here I'm going to update that post ID with this comment. So we'll get that ID, we'll send that ID, set if missing, we'll set that if it is missing. If that missing, we are going to create a new comments array as an empty array, new comments array. Then we are going to insert that reference object, where after the comments 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 -1. All right, now right after this I'm going to create an array, send an array, and you need to send a reference object over here. So underscore key, we need to send the key, and colon is going to be UUID version 4. Then underscore type, what type it is a reference type, Then what is that reference that you're trying to send, the user ID, which user that particular, from the command you will get that ID. From the command we'll get that particular ID. So what ID? Then once it's everything is done, we need to commit the changes. So commit, then we'll get that response. So we'll make that console.log new comment colon, we'll get that response whether the comment is created or not. Save the changes. This is the thing over here. So what we are exactly doing over here is, so you can able to see here, so we are creating a comment section over here. For instance, you can see the type as a comments, okay, and the message, the send we are sending, this is the document type, and this is the message that we are sending. This is the user, as we are sending is as a reference by using the user ID. Then we are creating that document, and then once it's created, we'll get that post ID, and if that comment array is empty in that post array, we are creating. If it is not there, we are creating it, and it will insert it at the end. So we are creating a unique reference for it, and we are marking it as a reference object. Then we are creating a new, we are getting that ID, and we are sending it as a reference for that particular post. All right, so save the changes. So then we'll go to the comments over here. Inside the comment section, what we need to do, we need to call that method add two comments. Open it. First we need to send the ID, post ID, so feed underscore ID. Then we need to send the user ID, user underscore UID. Then we need to send the comment dot, then open it, arrow function, enter. If everything is working fine, once the comment is placed successfully, what we need to do, we need to get the updated fetch detail. So fetch detail, fetch feed detail, we'll call that method. Then again send that feed ID, feed underscore ID dot, then we'll get the new updated data. And now we need to dispatch this to the feed detail. So set feed new data of 0, and we have to dispatch this into the cloud also. This we have to dispatch this into the state. Okay, so before that I'm going to fetch the feeds completely. I'm going to fetch the feeds completely, and I'm going to update the this data, new data, into the Redux. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch method. So first we are fetching that single detail, then we are updating the current feed, so we can able to display the updated comment faster. Then later we need to save it in the Redux store also, so that's the reason we are fetching it later. First we need to display the UI first, then we can update the Redux. So we are updating the Redux over here. So I'm just going to say dispatch, then set feed, I'm going to call that method, then I'm sending the data to that feeds. So after this successfully done, I'm going to use the set interval method. Why it's taking so long? Set interval method. After 2 seconds, I'm going to say set is loading as false. Save the changes. All right, so that's a quite long method, but it's okay, that's totally fine. All right, so now over here, so if I'm adding something, so let me close this. Let's say adding new comment. If I press enter, it's loading, and you can see it's comments, it's added successfully, it's successfully created. And if I go here, it's not fetching it and displaying it instantly. If I go here, what is this? You can see a new comment is added successfully, but it's not fetching and displaying it over here. I'm not sure why. Let's refresh it and let's see. Why we can't see that over there? Let's go here. Still it's showing the no comments only. Maybe the place where we are displaying it, it's having an issue. Feeds dot comments. Let's go here and let's see. State feeds. Where is that sunset? We need to figure it out, that sunset. Or let's console log over here. Console dot new data of 0. Save the changes. Now if we are trying to add something, new comment, so once it is started loading, the comment box should be empty. So set comment should be empty. So save these changes, and now if I hit enter, it is created, and now it's showing that comment over here. See, adding new comment. Problem is we're having that array. You can see we are getting that reference, but it's not displaying it over here. Set feed. All right, I figured out what is the mistake it's happening. So once the feed that we are setting it over here, we are not re-rendering the feed property. So just like the same way, if there is any changes it's happening in the feed also, this entire component is supposed to be re-rendered. Let's go here, refresh the changes. All right, so now if I go here and constantly it's printing it, where it's getting printed. Feed suggestions. This is the place it's constantly getting feed. But still it's printing. That's the reason. Yeah, now it stopped. Probably because of the feed property. See, you can see the constantly the feed suggestion is keep on printed. That's the reason. Let me refresh it. We got the detail. And if I go to this option, we are getting the feed suggestions. And why we are not getting the, but over here if you have a look at it, for sunset we're having new comment, we have two different comments, but it's not getting the instant update over here. It's taking some time to fetch the detail. Not sure why it's been happening. See, it's displaying only one comment. When the comment is being successfully placed, five minutes ago. So if I try to find out this feed over here, what is this? This is nature. We need to, what is the title of this? Tags, we need to follow the tags. 0, this is dog. This is, no, not this one. Not this one. This, of course, it's going to be the end. No, not this one. Not this one. So 13. Not this one also, so it should be 12. No, not this one. So 11. No, not this one. 10. No, not this one. See. Where is, here it is. This is the one. Then it, and if you go here inside the comments, we are having only one. See, it's not fetching the updated data. It's not fetching it, or it's not updating it. That's the problem, probably. This is the place where we are fetching the feeds. This is the place where we are fetching the details. Fetch feeds, then we are dispatching it to the data. It's taking some time to process all these functions. So you can see here, see right now, the eighth one, you can see we're having only one record. That's the reason. But actually inside this, we're having how many comments? 2 different comments. You can see the comments which we added over here. The new comments, it's already added. It's working as it's supposed to be, but we are not getting the updated data from the Sanity to the local cloud, local storage. It's taking so long to get that server details. Even if it is in the local host, it's not getting that updated information. See, still we're having only one. I don't know why. Let me stop the server. Let's rerun the server. In the client end, we having that slight lagging issues from the Sanity. We are not getting that up to date information. I don't know why. Refresh it. Let's hope now we will get that information perfectly as it's supposed to be. Still we having in the comment, see, we are getting only one user detail only one, adding new command, that particular command only. Actually we need to get multiple comments over there. We are supposed to get that multiple comments over there, but we are getting only one thing, which is probably 9 minutes before. So the updated data, we are not getting it from the client, from the Sanity client. I'm not sure what exact mistake it is, but everything is, it's perfectly fine. The code and everything is exactly the same code. All right, so let's move further and we'll check it out later why exactly this thing is happening. But the comment, everything is working. So but once I deployed it's so far, you can see that's the reason I checked it like multiple times, so how the constantly, but still it's having that issue from the Sanity. It's not giving me that updated that information. Even if you are also facing this exact same issues, please drop it in the comment section, and if you figured out what is the mistakes or what is the solution for it, please include that also in the comment section. Okay, So now let's move on to the next part, which is probably the search part. So of course we need to bring that filter button and everything. So let's go ahead and do the filter section. So what we need to do is we need to bring the filter section part. So I'm going to bring that filter part now, right now. And so what we need to do is, so let's create a new component over here, new component. That's just going to be filter. Filter.jsx RAFCE, save the changes, index.js, and there we can give filter, copy it, paste it, export it, close it. And here now first let's go to the supports. Let's open the support.js. So inside the support.js, now what we need to do is, so here we need to get that I'm going to create a filter menu options. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it. You can get that link from the description below, and you can also able to copy and paste that code over here, which is nothing but I do have the to address and the label, and I do have the icons. What exact icons? So basically I'm sending the icons as a reference over here. So I'm going to send all those icons as a reference, all these icons as a references. So not as a component, I'm sending it as a references. Later I'm going to use this references to display it inside the content, display it inside the details. So let's go to the feed, or sorry, filter. That is the filter over here. So, and inside here I'm going to copy these styles and I'm going to paste it, copy and paste it. If you notice that the filter is going to be a nice like you can see here, you can see that the filter is going to be as a scroll option. So even the mobile screen, it is supposed to be get scrolled. Okay, so we need to do that particular option. Let's go here and let's make it overwrap so that you can able to see it completely. And now here I need to get that filter menu option, filter menu, which is coming from that utils option, filter menu. Okay, that's a filler menu, that's a spelling mistake. Okay, open it, then filler menu dot map, open it. I'm going to get one by one menu, and I'm going to create an arrow function to render it, and I'm going to get a filter buttons as a component, which I'm going to create a custom component. And to this I'm going to send the key, which is going to be menu.id. Then I'm going to send the label is a property, and that is going to be menu.label. And I'm going to send the icon, which is going to be menu.icon. And I'm going to send the to address, which is going to be menu.toAddress. All right, and we need to create an internal export component. So I'm just going to say export const filter buttons equals to open, and here we need to give that label, icon, then to address, and create an arrow function and return this, and that we are going to keep it as a nav link from the React router. Inside here I'm going to bring everything one by one. So here I need to get the icon first. So const icon, it is a component, so we need to get the icon property and we need to keep it over here. And inside here I'm going to create a division which is exactly like this, a division. So for to monitor whether that user menu is active or not, so I'm going to create a state to check that whether this menu is active or not. So if I in the home directory, you can see if I click the home directory, it is active. If it is active, it's need to be displayed like this. So that's the reason we are using this. And if it is active, that icon component will take this custom classes, whatever we are adding, it will then that reference will be treated over here as a component. That so whatever the reference I'm supplying, that reference will be assigned to this, and that will be rendered over here. All right. So for the nav link, for the to property, we need to stake that to property completely. Then for that class active, so I'm going to get that is active method. So we need to get that is active. Then over here, I need to set is active. Set active as is active. Okay. All right. So now everything will be totally fine. So let's save these changes. But this component it's haven't been rendered anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to render it. So let's go to the home container. So right after this division over here, we need to get that filter from the components. I need to display it. So let's get back to the home. So now you can see we are in the home route, so that it's displaying that home route over here. All right. So if I click the photos, so that will take to the search photos options. All right. So the next part now over here, what we need to do is, so if I take this to the any picture also, so over here also we need to display it. So let's go to the feed details. So feed details, right after this division here also we need to get that filter option. Filter components, let's render it, save the changes. So that will brings the filter options also over here. Look at that. Then I can able to easily move back and forth over here. So we need to bring that search functionality. So let's get to the home component. So instead of this division over here in the home container, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it as a banner, this division completely. So I'm going to create a new component over here, and I'm going to name it as a banner.jsx index banner, save the changes, RAFC. It's taking too long for the suggestions. Come on. I don't know what's happening with my PC right now, but it's dead slow. Come on, RFC, save changes. Yes. So now what we need to do is, let's get to the home container, and from here I'm just going to cut it out everything, and I'm going to bring the banner over here. Again, I need to wait a few more seconds. I think I need to restart my PC. Let me save the changes. See, it's not even refreshing over here. All right, so now the banner, I think it's fine. Now inside here banner, now what I need to do is I need to bring this the search options. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste that part. All right, so for your convenience, so please pause the video because this is nothing but just a UI design. Apart from that, nothing else. I'm just going to have the search text. So here, this is just the basic design that we can able to do it. Just pause the video and then just create this basic design over there. So what we exactly did is, so let me import this and search, save changes, and handle key down. Let me hide this for the time being because that's the important thing that we need to do. Let me hide it. And then, come on, oh, it's not displaying anything. Okay, so now it's displaying this image, right? You can see basically we are just displaying this text, and we are displaying this text, and we are creating this search text over here. So now when I handle it down, you can see this is the division, that complete division, which is this overall division, and which is flex, and this is that h2 tag, and this is that paragraph tag, and this is that the search icon on the input text over here. Just a normal basic design. So when I'm handling it down, what I need to do is, so basically whenever I'm that handle key down, this button is being pressed, what I need to do is I need to make the user to navigate to that different URL, which is a different route basically, which is nothing but the search route. So I'm sending the user to the specific search route with a search pattern, whatever we are searching it, and we are going to replace it that particular route. So save these changes. Now if you are searching anything over here, just like the same way, if I'm clicking this illustration, it's taking the user to the illustration. And if you're sending it like anime, if I press enter, that is taking this keyword and sending the user to the anime. So what we need to do is we need to go to the app.js. So we need to go to the app.js over here. And here, what we need to do is we need to create a new separate route called this search term, by using this search term, and we need to create a new container over here. Let's go here and let's go to the container part, new container, search container .jsx, and inside here search container, copy this, paste it, save the changes, RAFCE, come on, make it faster. Save the changes and save this app.js also. All right, so now you can see the search container is not imported, and let's import it. The suggestions, it's being so slow. My PC's memory is almost using every memory space. The node is taking too much of memory space, but still it's not working properly. So I'm gonna restart my PC and then I'll get you back. All right, so now I restarted my PC. So let me check over here. Now it's working much faster than before. So save the changes. So it's been refreshing now. And let me open a new tab and let me keep this over here. Let's open that Pixabay app. Oh god, let's keep this separately and let's send this to the local host. Should be here. All right, this is supposed to be here. Okay, this is supposed to be here. So now the search route, if you're searching something, that is taking to the search container. So this is the place where we need to update the search container. So let's go ahead and open the search container. So the search container is going to be displaying the same stuff and everything, just exactly the same filtering options and everything, just what we displayed in the new post. So let's copy the same stuff and let's paste it over here, just like the same thing, and let's bring that new post pg. Okay, save it. And a filter, of course we need to import the filter. Let's get that filter. Now you can see the filters and everything. So now what we need to do is we need to bring that loading options and everything. So if the search data is being loaded, of course we need to get that. So through the URL params, we are getting the search pattern. You can see we are getting that search pattern. What are the pattern that we are trying to get? So we need to get that URL params from the React router and the use state for setting that and searching that feeds and everything. All right. For searching the feeds, of course we need to get that what is that, we need to write a fetch search query. We need to write a fetch search query. So basically fetch search query, we already did that, right? So if you go here, fetch id, this is just like the same way how exactly we are sending this id. We are getting the fetch detail search. So where is that supports? If you go to the supports, for the search query, so what are the thing we need to do is whenever you're searching, so you can copy this query completely from the link which I given below. You can copy it from there. Over there you can see we are searching the post which matching the title with this specific search pattern, whatever the term that I'm supplying, and for the categories also, or even in the keywords also. So if it's able to find out the exact match or a specific matches whatever the terms. So if I start with the A, so if that after the A, whatever I'm having, it doesn't matter, or ASE, whatever the pattern I'm sending, it tried to find out the exact pattern or whatever the pattern or whatever the text which is coming after that pattern also. So over here we'll get that search query, and let's go to the search container. So now what I need to do is I need to execute this search pattern. So let's copy that use effects method and I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to import that use effect, import this fetch search query. So basically that search query, it's coming from our sanity. So let's import it from that sanity. All right. So, and search feeds and everything. So search, so fetch search query, I already imported it over here. What's the problem is? All right. So this inside the sanity, now what we need to do is we need to bring that sanity method. So this is the query. So over here, this is the one which is going to use that search term, and we have to import it and we are going to fetch it. So now you will have that data, and if I console log it, you can able to see it over here. And basically array, it's returning empty because we don't have anything with that. But if I'm sending it anime, if I hit enter, and now you can see we are getting two different details which is matches that particular search terms, whatever we are getting it, right? So now what we need to do is we need to display this record. Now we are getting the record from there because this query, whatever we return, it's executing perfectly and it's displaying the record. So according to the search term, the query is working perfectly. And now what we need to do is we need to supply this record to the masonry field. So right after this filter, I'm going to create a section. I'm going to create a section. I'm going to create a section. Inside the section, I'm going to display all the fields. I'm going to bring that masonry fields and everything. And before that, first what I need to do, I need to, if that object is loading, then I need to bring that loading is loading. Then I need to render this, or else I need to render this. Inside here, I'm going to bring a division div, and that division is going to have a complete styles like this. And inside here we are going to bring that what is that let's create a React fragments, and we need to bring the spinner object. Let's bring that spinner object, save the changes. Now it's loading and you get the object. And now here we need to bring that masonry layout and everything. So if the search pattern, this is if the search feed arrays, if the search feed let's open it, React fragments inside here. If the search feeds dot length is greater than 0, then you'd have some details. Otherwise you don't have anything to display. So if you're having something, then what I need to do, I need to send that detail to the masonry layout. So let's bring that masonry layout and let's send that search feeds to that masonry layout. If you don't have anything, then that means you don't have any details to display. So in that situation, I'm going to display this division. So I'm going to get this sad image from our asset. So right now it's displaying this anime image, but if instead of anime, if I'm sending something else, now it doesn't have that detail. It's trying to fetch it, and it's showing that sorry, no result found. All right, so this is what this is doing over here. This is the division inside that displaying the image, and the stuff's over here. So basically if you go here and here, if I'm searching something like, let's say dog, if I hit enter, that will try to figure it out, that particular dog, and it will display that image over there. And from here you can able to move on to that particular location. And if I go to the illustration, that will move to the illustration. If I go to the photos, that will try to pick all the photos categories. Okay, you can see whatever the category which is choose not photos, it will display. If I click videos, whatever the category which I choose on videos, it will comes up over there. All right, home, it will display everything. So what we expected to do is it's working perfectly over here. So we did. And if I now let me try to add a new comment, whether it is working fine or not. So new comment for this dog, hit enter. I think this is saved successfully. See, the comment is added successfully. New comment for this dog. The comment and everything is being saved successfully. Even for this dog, or document is also get updated. See, but we are not getting that updated comment over here. I don't know why. Sanity, it's not sending the updated record instantly. That's a problem. Instantly, we are not getting that updated record. This is the problem that I'm facing right now. I don't know why this situation, why it is happening. All right, so we finished this part and everything, and we added upload options, and you can able to see we have to fix this my media portion. So let's go to the my media. Where is the my media? Here it is. So in the my media also we have to fix this particular area, which is nothing but we just need to send the filtered record over there. We just need to send the filtered feed. That's all we need to do. So currently inside the my media, so what I need to do is, so I'm going to bring all this required states object. So let's copy that and I'm going to paste it over here. So don't worry about, I'm extremely sorry about the copy and pasting, because it's already crossing 3 hours for this session. So, and it's almost 3 a.m. right now. So apologies for that. Please pause the video and then write this code. Okay, in state, let's import it. All right, So then in the use effect method, I'm just going to filter it. Filter use inside the use effect method. I'm going to filter the records completely. So I'm going to filter the records and everything. I'm just doing the filtrations. That's all. Apart from that, I'm not doing anything else. Just I'm doing the filtrations. Then inside this, I'm just going to get this division like this. Let's import the spinner and let's import the masonry layout. And if you click save this portion, feeds, we don't have this feeds object. So that feeds is going to be the coming from your main area. Now it's refreshing and it's not displaying over here. Let's open the new post. So this is the place where we are sending the my media, and I need to send the feeds from here. Otherwise it will not work. I need to get the feeds in the new post. Use selector, save the changes. Now you can see these are all the videos and the post which is created by this single user. So if you go to the home, you can able to see this anime, but if you go to your my media, so you can't able to see your that anime character because that is not created by you. All right, so now the my media is working, and collections, just the collections is also being empty. So let's go and finish the collections also. So if you go to the collections, now that should display only the records which you created, right? So that's the thing that is needs to be done. So let's copy this, and I'm just going to bring that states over here. So don't worry about this. Import it, import the use state, import the use dispatch, save the changes, and then I'm going to fetch the query. If the query is not there, I'm going to copy this use effect method. So whatever I'm copying it, it's exactly everything the same thing which whatever we repeated in the previous stuffs and everything. Just I'm copying and pasting that same code. Nothing is new over here. If that saved length, the video whatever we are saved, this if this, so over here we can see this is the set saved. If the length is greater than 0, only if the length is greater than 0, we are trying to render it. We are trying to render it, and we are trying to update that array over here. So if you have the feeds object, if your length saved object length is equal to 0, that means you haven't saved. This state is nothing. So we need to get the feeds completely one by one. We need to render it, and inside that we have the collections object that also we need to render it. If the collection ID is equals to the user ID, that means over here if you saved a post, inside that feed you should have this collection object, like a multiple users object. Whoever saved this particular post, that user ID it will be there. So we are rendering one by one feed. Inside that feed we have the collections users array, and we are getting that single user information, and we are trying to compare it with the logged in user. If that is equals to that, then we are updating that array. Okay, because we are extracting the previous array and we are updating the new value to that array. So this will try to figure it out. It will compare each and every feed and try to figure it out whether that logged in user ID is saved any post or not. Once it's figured out all the saved post, it will push it to the saved array over here. Then we need to render that array just like this. Within a 2-line we can able to bring it over here. Just add the spinner object, spinner, bring the masonry layout, save the changes, and use effect is having imported, save it, and set feed is also save it, and fetch feeds is also save it. Now you can see these are the posts which you already saved it in your collection. This is what this code is exactly trying to do. So it will fetch this feed. In this feed, you might have multiple collections, multiple collections. Inside the collections array, you might have multiple user IDs. So we are loop throughing it one by one ID, and we are trying to compare it with the logged in user ID. If it matches, then we are pushing it into one array, then we are displaying it over here. This is your collections, and this is your media. And if you go to your Pixabay, and that is the place where you can able to filter it, illustrations. And if you get back to the home, and this is the place where you can able to search it. For instance, if I want a cat, if I press enter, so that will gives you the filter record over here. All right. And if I want to move on to the upload option, the place where I can able to upload a new record. And if I want to update like a comment or anything, I can directly add a comment over here. See, now it's fetching the record. See the new comment for this dog. So it's taking some time to get that data back. I don't know why it's taking this much long to get that data back. So this new comment for this dog we added previously, but it's showing the data right now. Who knows why it's happening? So if you figured out why it's happening, this situation, so kindly please let me know, because I've been struggling with that issue for a quite long time. Still I couldn't figure it out what exactly happening. All right, so now the only one thing is remaining. All we have to push this project to the cloud. So Firebase, we need to deploy this project in our Firebase. So let's go to our console, and this is the one which we created. All right, so we haven't deployed it yet. So what we need to do is first we need to build it. So let me stop the first. Let's push the server, stop the server. So what we need to do is over here in the first, what we need to do is, so for the sanity server, you need to say sanity deploy. If you say sanity deploy, this will deploy your running server into a live URL. Give a name for it, Unity Pixabay, something like this. If I hit enter, so that will deploy this into a live server. So you can able to access this sanity server into a live URL. Now you can see this is the live deployed URL. If I open it, I can able to access that complete backend code, where I can able to alter the post and code everything in the live place. And then over here in the sanity, you need to, before uploading it, you need to enable this option, use CDN. So if you enable this option, that will try to use this live CDN URL instead of your local server. All right. So now let's go here and run the command called yon build, hit enter. So that will generate the complete optimized code in your build folder over here. That will generate your output into the build folder over here. So it's been generating. So let's wait until it's done. And in the meanwhile, let's get to the new client terminal and let's say Firebase init. So if you haven't installed the Firebase in your globally in your machine, just run this command npm install -g Firebase tools. You need to install this Firebase tools in your globally in your command prompt. Then only you can able to access this Firebase init command. So this will run that initialization command. So now you can see the global init. It's been successfully done. So project build is successfully done. Let's initialize the Firebase init. So make sure that you are inside the client folder. So in this case, we are going for hosting services. So choose the hosting and press your space bar to select that and hit enter. Now we're gonna select the existing project, hit enter. And here we are going to use the project called, let's scroll down, where is that? Pixabay, not this one, this is the old one, YouTube Pixabay Clone. This is the one. So hit enter. So what is the root directory, what you want to use as a public directory? In this case, we're going to use the build folder. Enter. So do you want to rewrite all the indexes? Yes. And then do you want no? GitHub? No. Do you want to build the index.html again? No. If you press yes over here, it will rewrite your entire build directory. So no. So now it's done. Now all we have to say Firebase deploy, enter. So now it's deploying your project into the Firebase. So it's loading. And here we go. Firebase is deployed successfully. This is your URL. And if I open it, and it's loading that React application, you can see our application, it's been loading successfully now. And it's trying to look for authentication. It's loading. It's taking more than a while now. Why? We are getting a bunch of errors over here. So the problem over here is because of the cross-origin error, because we haven't add all this link inside our project. So what you need to do is go to the server, and you just need to enable sanity. Just type the command called sanity manage. So go to the APIs, and in this cross-origin platform, you can see this Pixabay Sanity Studio is enabled. So just like the same way, we need to add one more thing. So I'm the admin for this, but why it's showing that cross-origin insufficient? But I'm the owner of this account. How come? Oh, come on. I'm the owner of this account. It's not allowing me to add this member. It's showing as insufficient because I'm Pixabay Clone 2. Showing like this. Sign out. Let me sign in one more time. Sign in with Google. This ID. Come on. It's not allowing me to add this cross-origin. Pixabay. See, but for in this project, if I go to the API, and there also it's not allowing me to. Why? See, so you need to add that URL over here, just like this. But right now it's not allowing me to add. I don't know why it's showing the insufficient permission. Insanity. Insufficient permission to add course origin insanity IO. I don't know why it's showing insufficient permissions to access it, but I'm the owner of my account. It's not even allowing me to. Your member role cannot add web hooks. Your member role cannot add course origin. Keep on showing the same thing. So let's search that. Your member role cannot add course insanity. Okay, that is a command. Add course through command insanity IO. That through the command line we can able to add the course origin through command prompt. using CLI. Here it is. So let's try that. Sanity course add, enter. So allow all the credentials, yes. Okay, so now you can see it's the course origin is allowed successfully, it's added successfully. All you have to say sanity course add YouTube, that the copy that link and paste it, that will be added. Let's go here and let's verify whether it is added successfully or not. Refresh it and let me go to our current project, Pixabay Clone 2 API course origin, and you can see it's added over here. It's not allowing me to access it through the member function. I don't know what's the problem with this sanity, but through the command prompt it's enabling. All you have to say, just you have to add this command sanity course add, using that HTTP that URL, paste it, it will add it to your course. And now if you go here and refresh it, I hope that problem will be fixed within a few seconds over here. Here we go. Now we have the record, and still we are getting that course origin error. I think this is coming from our Firebase, I think so. Now it's refreshing and it's getting the detail. Now we are getting the data, but still why it's keep on refreshing over here, not sure. Let me hard reload it. Getting the data. .js. I made this state into a false, but why it's not? Let's copy this and let's put it into a new incognito window. Paste it, enter. Let's inspect the elements. And so we are getting the data, but why it's constantly loading? It's constantly loading. I'm not sure. Let's go here and click the authentication or build hosting. Let's go here, hosting, and this is the one. It's added. Hosting, everything is added. If I click that, it's constantly keep on loading. I don't know why. We are getting the home container. And course over here, it's added. Token is also added. Can't even do anything with this. See, we are getting the detail. We are getting the detail, but I don't know why it's constantly repeating like this. Let's say yarn start, and let's try it whether it is running the locally without. Now it's a local host. Okay, so in the local host, it is working. It's fetching the detail from the server. Local host, we are getting the details. It's working perfectly. But in the once we deployed, why it's constantly repeating? I don't know why. So the app, J client. Let's build the folder one more time. On build it. The local host, our project is working fine. See,
without the local host server. I haven't running my server. It's working fine. So it's, even if I'm refreshing it, it's pulling the data from the Sanity CDN link. Through the CDN link, it's pulling the data. It's pulling the data, and it's everything is working fine. It's showing the suggestions, and even for the videos also, it's showing the suggestions and everything. It's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. And now it's built successfully. Let's deploy it. Firebase deploy it. Let's close this. So it's deployed successfully. Now if I try to open it, it's constantly keep on loading. I don't know why. And it's not even showing any errors also. We are getting the detail. It's constantly Guys, I've been searching for this error for a quite long time, but I couldn't figure it out. But finally, able to find out where exactly the error is, because our Firebase on auth state change is a place where we are getting error. So I tried to create one more else block, and I checked whether what is the result. It's not whether, and then I build it, and then I deployed it one more time. Still, it's showing result on our state change. The result what we are getting over here, it's we are getting null. So that's the reason it's been loading, keep on loading. Yeah, it's not displaying anything else after that. Problem is, like, we don't know why exactly it's been happening. So I tried everything, and then I checked whether I added the authorized domains or not. Everything is been added, and even the Pixabay, we added that API. Under the APIs, we added that URL also, but I don't know why it's not, but it's working fine in the local host. See, it's working fine. It's getting the user authentication, it's working fine, and it's getting the data perfectly in the local host. But on production, it's not working. I'm not sure why this on auth state change is not working. So let me comment this part completely. So let's see if let me build it one more time. Yawn build. Still, I don't know why this weirdness it's happening today. It's almost 4 a.m. in the morning, but still I'm looking for this error. Couldn't figure out what exact mistake it was. Still, it's building. So it's built it successfully. Then let's deploy it. Firebase deploy. Now if I run open this, inspect the elements. Something is happening. Cannot read the properties, this UID. We are getting a user object as a null data. This is the place. The Firebase authentication is not working fine. I'm not sure why it's that happening. Maybe let's try reinitiation. Let's reinitiate our Firebase project, Firebase init. Let's choose the hosting service setup, enter. and your public folder is related to your project directory. In this case, our build folder is set up automatic builds and deploy in the GitHub. Right now, we'll make it no. Don't overwrite it. This is what we did exactly. I don't know guys what's the mistake over here. If you are getting this exact same problem, drop that in your comment section, or if you figured it out what's the mistake, please let me know. I don't know what exact mistake I've been using, because it's running fine in the local host, but when I'm deploying it to the server, this authentication part, this Firebase auth state change is not working fine. I don't know why. See, it's constantly still loading. We are getting the feeds detail, but we are not getting that user detail. That's a problem. That's a problem. We are getting that user as an undefined object over here. I don't know why it's happening. But this is working perfectly fine. See, that's exact the same project which I've been deployed. It's working fine. The authentication part, everything is working perfectly fine. I don't know why it's not working. So if you are facing exact the same situation, so drop it in the comment box. Let's figure out this issue overall. So I'm not sure why exactly I'm getting this error from the Firebase. So if you're getting the exact same issue, so please drop it in the comment box. So I hope you guys enjoyed this session. So if you're facing any difficulties throughout this sessions, please drop it in the comment box so that we can discuss it further.